What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway to play. Haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway.
What's up, Arizona? Silver's to the moon. Yeah, we've been monitoring it in the Discord. We are, tonight we're going to be going over, since it's Sunday night and I got the whole week of cold beer news segments to do. Tonight we're going to choose a new grifter to go over. So we're going to watch some of the grifters' latest videos, talk shit about them, make fun of them, and then potentially choose a new target, and then very friendly and very lovingly harass the shit out of them. Metaphorically. Thank you for joining us. Let me get set up here and we'll get started.
What you think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay.
Another Arizona. Welcome, guys. Just getting set up. We'll be right with you. Yeah. Hang on, chat. I can still talk to you. I'm just opening some windows, closing some down, make sure everything's running, and sharing it a few places. What's up, Zay? How's it going? Mary Biard. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway to play. Haters face the world's mistakes.
Anons Slayer. I like that. We're picking a new target tonight. I've got a straw poll set up for you guys to vote on. I got the link for it, and we're going to have the results live. If you don't mind going to a link and voting, but we're going to cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones, and we're going to pick a new target for the week, and we're going to metaphorically harass the shit out of them, very lovingly, in a friendly type of way.
We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway.
I think the way to kind of make this fair is I'm going to try to watch whatever their most recent video is what we're going to watch and going to decide on, because some of them have calmed down, some of them have stepped up. I don't want to go back. I was thinking about doing their first video after, Trump admitted he lost, because that might be more entertaining. But since then, some have went up and down, and if we're going to be metaphorically harassing them, then we probably need to see what they're currently talking about.
What you think what you feel when you're born into a fire.
Sound like Darth Vader over here vaping in front of the microphone.
They wanna let the world decay.
All right, here we go, guys. Let me make sure the animations are connected. Fire one off and test it, and then we'll be able to start. What's up? What's up? I am Will Bird. I am the host of the Cold Beer Confessional, and that's where you're at. Thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Like I said in the opening, what we're going to do is I have 6 people. You can see them on the list here where I've got the straw poll results already put up. I'm going to take those down in a minute because we need to watch it before we can vote. But we're going to go over Amazing Polly, Scott McKay, Jason Q. I think the next one is Sasha Stone. Hold on, I can't see them because the animation came up. Sasha Stone, Mel K, and David Wilcock. Those are the 6 we're going to watch the most recent videos from. We're going to make fun of it, talk shit about it, and then when we're done with it, I'm going to drop the link for the straw poll. Let me know if you have to go early, like if you're not going to be here, and I'll throw the link in there in a few minutes. I would rather watch all the videos than vote, but if you're not going to be here for the whole show, that's fine. But anyways, we're going to drop a straw poll. You can click on the link, you can vote, and whatever wins, that's who we're going to harass this week. Metaphorically harass. There is no violence. I don't condone violence or harassment or bullying online because that'll get you banned from places. So instead, we're just going to pretend like we did that. And instead, I'm going to make videos pretending to be them, pretending to be their audience, pretending to freak out. I'm even going to expand this to TikTok, I think, because there are a lot of people on TikTok and Clapper that believe these things. So I think I'm going to expand it over there and try to draw them to the channel so we can pick on people even more, metaphorically, and see what we can work out of this. I think it'll be pretty fun. And you guys can help me pick the next target because Simon and Charlie are kind of getting old, like, to me personally. I'm tired of covering them. They say the same shit. We got to wait till March or April or May or whatever, so it's kind of getting old there. But we can pick another one and see what we can work out of it. Give me just a second. Let me set the donation goal back to 0 from last night. Make sure that goes through. Okay. Now I think we're ready. I can pull down the poll for right now so it doesn't block a part of the screen. And I'm just going to do them in order. All right, it's just the order that I picked them up. So we're going to start with Amazing Polly. We know last night she gave me a headache, but we'll try again. I took my medicine a little bit different today, my new medicine a little bit different today, so maybe that'll be all right. It looks like her last video was on the 27th, but it says Secret Service fail. I don't know if this is a full update that she's doing, but that's where we're going to start first. Amazing Polly. We're over here on BitChute. Let's check it out.
Today's video, I'm going to be pulling some threads on an article that I found in a DC online magazine called Eater.
That's quiet.
Here is the article.
Oh, I have it turned down here. Hold on. I'll start it over if I can get the, what the hell is going on? Why won't the audio adjust? Okay. Let me turn it down here and we'll start it over. She says she's going to pull some threads on an article she found or some shit. Let's see what she said.
Video, I'm going to be pulling some threads on an article that I found in a DC online magazine called Eater. Here is the article. It's called To Pass Secret Service Security, a fast casual spot in D.C. had to stuff groceries into suitcases. Immigrant food went above and beyond to open inside D.C.'s red zone on Inauguration Day. Okay, well, I don't even know really why I read this. I guess it had some buzzwords in it that made me interested. And as you'll see as we go along, once you start pulling the threads on the background of this story, swampiness abounds. And I have to wonder, why I'm doing the video, though, is because this really does represent a breach of the security perimeter. 25,000 National Guard, multiple lines of fencing and checkpoints, surrounding the Capitol. And this restaurant called Immigrant Food got through security.
I don't know that is Immigrant Food a restaurant or is it like a charity? I'm not sure, but we can look it up. But she's going to play the whole thing of like I'm pretty sure she's going to play the whole thing of, oh man, the fences aren't to keep us out, man. They're to keep him in because he doesn't know it and he's a clone and the real one was executed months ago, but he's secretly under arrest. And USS Castle Rock, that's a Coast Guard ship or whatever the hell she said last night. What's up, Jay Hyatt Ashbury? I also saw we had Raina here tonight. Welcome, Raina.
Well, I won't spoil it for you. Let's read on. So quickly to review, this was the situation when this happened. 25,000 National Guard members in town for the inauguration. There you see some of them with Mike Pence. Here is the perimeter that was set up. You can see there's vehicle road closures. There's vehicle restricted areas. There's the red zone here, which was all checkpointed and roads in and out were.
Again, I think they're doing this to make this helps make Trump and his supporters look as bad as possible. I mean, I was a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump. I wish he was he was the president right now, but that doesn't change anything. But to make them look as bad as possible, because the left can now say, "Oh man, have you seen D.C.? Can you believe because these crazy people out here running around while Trump's commanding them? We had to lock down. We got military in the Capitol. We got this. We got that." It's just to make them look bad and push their agenda as far as possible. They never let any type of tragedy go to waste.
Lined with fencing and National Guardsmen. And to give you some perspective, this is where
it is a restaurant in D.C. Thank you.
Immigrant Food is right here. They are inside the zone, the lockdown zone. The Secret Service, the National Guard, and the Capitol.
Well, I mean, all right, if they're a restaurant inside the lockdown zone, we saw, I think I showed part of it. We saw Plebeian Media went to D.C. He was there while the inauguration was going on. And if you were a resident or a business owner inside the gates, you could go in. They wouldn't let him go through. He actually got through one gate because the guy just didn't say anything to him, and he was just walking around looking. And he came up to another set of like gates and soldiers, and the guy said, "Do you live here?" And he said, "No." And he said, "Did you come from that way?" And like pointed back towards the city center, the inauguration. And he said, "Did you come from this way?" And he's like, "No." And he's like, "Well, then you need to go back the way you came if you don't live inside here." And send him out. So I wouldn't see why people that live there or own a business there couldn't get in.
Police were all deployed to work in this zone at that time because of the inauguration. And of course, because this was all predicated on this January 6th Stop the Steal rally, the Trump rally, which turned into a riot and an insurrection, according to the hyperbolic mainstream media, right? Of course, stuff did go on there. But as we've discussed in previous videos and many people have talked about since then, it was not as it was portrayed in the media. That is the event that supposedly necessitated locking down the whole of the D.C. Capitol area proper, bringing in all these National Guards. The U.S. Secret Service tweets out on January 25th, "We rely on meticulous advance work and threat assessments to identify potential risks to protect these. Our protective work starts long before our physical presence." Okay, well then, it's going to be interesting as we start to read this article to find out what happened in this case then. I'll just read it. Immigrant Food, a fast casual restaurant.
Hey, Pam. Pam and Dennis, who are my parents, they bought Ollie a comforter set for his new bed today. The bed that you guys watched me put together last night. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Restaurant in D.C. that sells global fusion bowls a couple of blocks away from the White House went the extra mile to stay open this week while National Guard troops and other authorities shut down traffic leading into Inauguration Day. Due to the restaurant's location in the heart of a red zone perimeter, closed off to all traffic except for authorized vehicles, Immigrant Food had to halt its deliveries from vendors' trucks during a period of heightened security stemming from the insurrection at the Capitol.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. She just said they were allowed to go in, they were allowed to work, but they had to halt deliveries from food trucks, like from vendors, because there was a period of heightened security where no one in, no one out. That makes perfect sense if this is what they want to portray, that they've got a security checkpoint up.
This week, while National Guard troops and other authorities shut down traffic leading into Inauguration Day. Due to the restaurant's location in the heart of a red zone perimeter, closed off to all traffic except for authorized vehicles, Immigrant Food had to halt its deliveries from vendors' trucks during a period of heightened security stemming from the insurrection at the Capitol. By Saturday, January 16th, the shop had run out of food, but it was determined to stay open despite all the uncertainty surrounding the celebration. So co-owner Peter Schechter and communications director Tia Ivanovic solved the problem by packing up massive rolling suitcases with ingredients and pulling them right down the parade route on Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. On our entire block, not one single restaurant is open. We wanted to really be there for customers, Ivanovic says.
So that's, first of all, that's not true. The we wanted to be there for people. That's not really true. It's more like if there's not a single restaurant open on this block or the next block over, if we're the only one open and we roll food in to serve it, we're going to make a fucking killing. I don't know, but lots of people in D.C., lots of people in lots of large cities eat out all the time, especially if you're like if you're just barely scraping by in D.C. and have like a micro apartment and shit. Of course you're going to eat at a restaurant. You don't feel like cooking when you live in the size of this desk, a studio apartment. So I think it was less about the people and more about just making money.
The kitchen gave them a wish list full of chicken, daikon, potatoes, onions, curry powder, and leafy greens, which they bought at Wegmans and Walmart near Schechter's home base in Culpeper, Virginia. Side note, Culpeper, Virginia. I'll talk about it in a bit. On Monday, 2 days before inauguration, Schechter's wife dropped him and Ivanovic off at George Washington Circle with bags bursting with produce and poultry. The pair made the 14-minute trek to the restaurant in the middle of an eerily quiet artery of D.C. So salads wouldn't get squished. She tossed all the bags into one of IKEA's ginormous royal blue bags and threw it over her shoulder. The civilians and their questionable luggage had to make it through 3 checkpoints. First past the National Guard checkpoint at 22nd Street Northwest, then the D.C. Police checkpoint on 20th Street Northwest, and finally past the Secret Service perimeter. We were the randos with the suitcases, Ivanovic says. I said, we are Immigrant Food, and these are loaded with food. They just let us go through. They just let us go through the checkpoints. One Secret Service member is a regular, she says. And then it goes on. It says,
okay, that sounds more like saying, I told them that we are a restaurant, we are Immigrant Foods, and these are food, and they just let us go through. That sounds more like the person who is recounting this is bragging more than anything. Like, oh yeah, they're a regular. They know us, we know them, and when I say something, they pay attention.
Says how there was few members of the public allowed inside the restricted perimeter. So Immigrant Food's lunchtime crowd on Inauguration Day included CNN and Turkish TV crews and a bevy of different law enforcement agencies. Immigrant Food and a nearby McDonald's were pretty much the only.
They made a killing, is what they're saying.
Prime view of the parade route and the presidential motorcade right outside. Bundled up customers didn't seem to mind the cold weather. There were still some barriers to entry on Thursday following inauguration. When Schechter heard the sound of a diesel truck a few blocks away, it turned out to be the Cisco truck carrying the orders Immigrant Food had been awaiting. Bomb-sniffing dogs were all over the truck before it was allowed through. How that guy got through was a miracle, said Schechter, a global affairs specialist who served on the board of Jose Andres' Think Food group for 14 years. The stunning part, to me, is that the Secret Service let these people through, according to Ivanovic herself, who was supposedly the one wheeling the suitcases full of lettuce. They just let us go through, she says. One Secret Service member is a regular. Okay.
You have to go through a border patrol checkpoint every day for a week, towing a trailer full of food. Oh, I bet that was fun. But did they kind of loosen up after you had been through a few times, or was it the same routine every time?
So is this true? If you're if you're in law enforcement and you're a regular at a restaurant and you see the owner of a restaurant, or actually not the owner, the communications director of a restaurant, you just go, forget it. Those huge bags you have, which I can't see through and I don't know what's in, trust ya. It's just the White House down the street. It's just Inauguration Day. Go on ahead. I'm sure it's fine.
Again, that sounds more like they were bragging, like, I got pulled over by the cop, and I said, do you know who I am? And I've got a place to go. And he's just like, go ahead. I understand. It sounds more like bragging than probably what actually happened.
This is shocking if it's true. And if it is true, something really should be done about whoever waved them through. If it isn't true, then why are they putting this in the paper? Why would they make a point of saying how easy it was to get through the Secret Service checkpoint? It's really mind-boggling. So, okay, let's look at the background of some of these people. First of all, Tia Ivanovic. She's the Media Relations and External Affairs Coordinator for something called the Center for Transatlantic Relations through the Johns Hopkins University. She's a correspondent for something I can't pronounce, which is a leading news outlet for the Western Balkans. She's also a non-resident fellow at Sorin University in Iraqi Kurdistan. Just your average restaurateur. Yeah. Totally normal. And there's more. Prior to joining the Center for Transatlantic Relations, she was an analyst at the financial consultancy Capstone LLC. She worked for the Institute of International Finance, the Center for Constitutional Studies and Democratic Development in Bologna, Italy, this SAIS Europe Center, which is also part of Johns Hopkins. She's the co-founder of Women in International Affairs Organization, which is part of the UN. She was an editor for the UN, United Nations University, and a whole bunch of other stuff as well.
So I don't know how she's going to tie all this together. They checked us once, and that was it. They did have a car torn apart every time we went through. Yeah, I would say so. Have you ever went through and looked at all those pictures of like the ways that they store people like trying to get across the border and like or drugs? They like pack drugs and like tires and spare tires, and they'll have people packed in trunks under false floors and just crazy shit.
But she ditched it all to go to work for a little restaurant in Washington, D.C. called Immigrant Food. And as you can see, this is a coming soon picture for
Well, I'm pretty sure she didn't leave everything she does to go work at a little restaurant called Immigrant Food. It's probably more like either a philanthropy project and she's got this, or something to stock up her resume, because she runs Immigrant Food, and we only use people who have immigrated here as our chefs, and we only serve dishes that are not native here, and we only speak in Latin, the lost language, like just something stupid like that.
Immigrant Food, and that's from November 2019. We can see from this picture, August 2020, they were open. So sometime between November 2019 and August 2020, they opened. I probably could have researched that to find out exactly, but what difference does it make? My point is, this woman quit all that to work as a communications director for a restaurant, huh? All right, the other guy they profiled in the article was a guy called Peter Schechter. Let's look at him. Oh, Atlantic Council. Raised in Italy, Bolivia, and Venezuela. He did something with Johns Hopkins. Oh yeah, he's a master's from Johns Hopkins. We learned earlier that he was part of Jose Andres' Think.
She's really working hard to just make it sound like she doesn't trust any immigrants whatsoever. Venezuela. Oh my God.
Group for 14 years. He also founded this company, CLS Strategies, which if you pause and read, you'll see it's exactly like SCL Communications, which I've talked about before. It's the parent company of Cambridge Analytica. And what it does is strategic communications and PR management and reputation management. And it can make things happen. It can get you funding. It can get a vote to go the way you want. Basically, it's your basic psyops firm. It's a psyops firm. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And he found
lobbying group.
What else about Peter Schechter, co-owner of Immigrant Food? His passion remains anchored in Latin America. He's an expert on U.S.-Cuban relations, Mexico energy reform, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He was deputy staff director for the House Subcommittee on International Development. He worked at NPR and the Inter-American Development Bank. He is also a senior advisor to this firm called Klub, I guess, which is also strategic communications. So, right now, we've got two people involved in this Immigrant Food restaurant who have extremely serious resumes. What are they doing? Ditching it all. Ditching all this. Or maybe some of them are still on some boards, maybe. I know you can do more than one.
Yeah, they're not ditching these things to open a restaurant because that was their dream. They're tied into this because they got friends that run these things, and it pads a resume. Anytime that you're wanting to be on the cutting edge of leftism, and you can go out and say, oh yeah, well, immigrant restaurant, and immigrant employees, and immigrant this, and immigrant that, and immigrant these. Not to mention, if you're the communications director for someone, you can use that as a fancy title when you're just like a PR firm and you handle like 20 someones.
One thing at a time. But for this Immigrant Food, just a year, just to start up during the election period, like the campaign period of the election. And, yeah, they're getting through security.
I bet her plan is a clusterfuck.
Find it really weird. Oh, yeah. Flashback. Remember, I said Culpeper, Virginia? You should remember that about Peter Schechter. Well, it's funny because he also owns a winery and farms goats, he says. This all sounds so oddly familiar. I don't know if you know this. I did a video all about Virginia way back in the day and how creepy it is. And in specific, I talked about Culpeper, Virginia. Culpeper, Virginia is where...
How creepy Virginia is. The state? So the physical landmass of Virginia is tied into this, and it plays a role?
Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA MK Ultra doctor. That's where he lived, in Culpeper, Virginia, and he happened to raise goats there too. The Pond was another CIA rival in Virginia. Child Help is in Culpeper, Virginia. The Finders cult was in Culpeper, Virginia, and another group of probably spies or influence agents. Anyways, Charles Marsh and his mistress Alice Glass lived in an estate called Longley, just outside of Culpeper, Virginia. I am seeing a definite pattern here. Okay. But as usual, I've gotten off track. Why are we here again? We're here because there's an article about how a little restaurant called Immigrant Food managed to get right through Secret Service security checkpoints right before Inauguration Day. And I think that's stunning. There's another association here that's very important. This membership on the board of Jose Andres' Think Food Group that he said he was on for 14 years, the co-owner of Immigrant Foods, has known Jose Andres for a really long time. Who is this fellow? Why, I've done a video on him and his swampy connections. They're very deep. They're very, very important swampy connections. Are you ready for this? It's Hillary Clinton. It's the Hillary and Bill Clinton swamp. Jose Andres is up to his literal eyeball.
So anybody who runs anything in D.C. is going to be tied to politicians. If you own and run anything in D.C., people freaked out when the guy who owned the pizza place knew some campaign managers. If you're going to do well in D.C., you better know some politicians.
With the Clintons. All kinds of things. This is actually some alliance for clean cooking. They're making cook stoves and handing them out to people. This was from way back in 2011. This one's from 2013 when they got together in Haiti to cause some, let me just say they made some money together in Haiti after the disaster. They are legit disaster capitalists. But Jose Andres doesn't stop there. I mean, Hillary and Bill are kind of old news, I guess. Now he's on to Nancy Pelosi. Here's Jose and Nancy in January 2019. They were feeding furloughed workers. Do you remember when there was a brief government shutdown and people didn't get paid for a few weeks? These are government workers, by the way. Oh yeah, you went there to hand them out some food, and look what they gave them. Tell me this isn't just a showboating thing. Apples and bananas and oranges.
Of course, it's showboating. That's how things are done in D.C.
Apples and bananas. Anyway, yeah, more swampiness. Jose Andres, who is the philanthropic chef attending State of the Union as Nancy Pelosi's guest? Why? It's Jose Andres, of course. Do I have more for you about Jose Andres? Well, I didn't include any more for this video, but if you go look, he's everywhere. He was at the California wildfires. He was in Puerto Rico. That was a major one because he's from Puerto Rico, I think. So he went to Puerto Rico, bought up all the food in all the grocery stores. Tell me how that's helping the people. I don't know. Maybe he went and hit it with the water. Remember all the things that didn't get distributed after Trump sent them to Puerto Rico for aid?
Yeah, because that's what politicians do, right? Never waste a good disaster. What's a natural disaster, man-made, it doesn't matter. Never waste a good disaster. You can get in there and make a name for yourself. You get free press because the press is already there, and you can make money on top of it.
Yeah, well, don't worry. Chef Jose Andres was there, hogging up all the rest of the groceries and calling himself a philanthropist. So this is what we have now. We have all of this weirdness surrounding the lockdown area.
Look at this. She just went ahead and threw fucking Nancy Pelosi and the Clintons in there as well because, hell, he was in a picture with them a couple times. Fuck it.
Some usual suspects and a link to a new batch of what
I bet her fucking corkboard with all her red string tied to a bunch of different pictures is probably a 2 fucking walls full. Just it goes around the corner, building a spider web over here.
Serious swamp creatures. And don't forget, of course, this whole lockdown.
Yeah, Aaron, tonight I've got what we're doing is we're choosing another person. So I've got a straw poll set up. We're going to vote in a little bit. But we're going to go through 6 that were recommended to me. We're going to pick a new one to make fun of. I'm getting tired of playing Simon, basically, is what's going on.
Came about because of the Capitol riot. Interestingly, Immigrant Food, what were they doing on that very day? Well, let's look at their Facebook posts. On December 24th, they said we're closed for the holidays until January 5th. So they reopened on January 5th for 1 day and then closed again January 6th, January 7th. That's a little suspicious to me. Let's get this straight. A year-old restaurant run by people with backgrounds in finance,
yeah, this is amazing, Polly,
international relations, and who are connected to Venezuela and Italy, which, let me just do the side note here. Venezuela and Italy are big in the Dominion voting machine scandal. That's why I point that out. Because that goes hand in hand with all of this, too.
This video is like 30 minutes, so what we'll do is when we cover the rest of them, I'll try not to pause as much, and we'll try to do like 30 minutes of each of the rest of them too.
Rigged and stolen, there wouldn't have been a Stop the Steal rally, and then there wouldn't have been the Capitol riot, and then there wouldn't have been the lockdown. They were supposedly waved through the checkpoint.
How big does her fucking mouse pointer need to be? Can you guys see my mouse pointer, or should I make it gigantic? Like 9 times the normal size. Look at that. Jesus Christ. I'm going to make mine that little paper clip that used to pop up and help you write a resume.
With huge suitcases left uninspected, supposedly because a Secret Service member is a regular at their restaurant. They are right on the parade route, they say, with the presidential motorcade outside. All other restaurants besides theirs and McDonald's are closed. They were serving journalists, law enforcement, and a Turkish television station. Immigrant Food says it is not just a restaurant, but also an education space that gives free office space and support for issues relating to, guess what, immigration and refugees. It also collects money from donors, it says, for that cause. Immigrant Food was closed from December 24th to January 5th, and then it opened for just one day, which happens to be the day before the so-called insurrection. We've learned already about other provocateurs who appeared at that rally. John Sullivan, for one, he posed as a Trump supporter, and he was really BLM. There's other ones as well. And now we find out in a recent news item that another alleged Capitol rioter's brother is a Secret Service agent, and not just any Secret Service agent, one who led Michelle Obama's detail. Preston Fairlamb III is the brother of Scott Fairlamb. Scott Fairlamb is a man who faces 5 charges connected to his alleged role in the Capitol insurrection. So this guy was Michelle Obama's Secret Service agent, and his brother is one of the people being arrested. Here's a bigger picture of the Obamas with the Secret Service agent. They must have been fairly close because in this article, it says that Michelle Obama mentioned Preston in her book Becoming and attended a memorial service for Preston's father who died in 2012. Now, who was Preston's father? Preston's father is right here. He met with George W. Bush as a member of Rolling Thunder, that motorcycle agency that also supported Trump, if you recall. So this is getting weirder and weirder. I think Preston, senior here, except for he's actually junior. So now we add some other major faces to this, making me wonder how all of this can be true. Why aren't these people that are involved with stuff ever just normal people? Why do they end up having brothers and sisters involved at the FBI or something? Why are they always on the boards of these crazy, creepy globalist NGOs? Or they worked for the Atlantic Council? Or they all went to the same school, like in this case, Johns Hopkins. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. All right, the other curious thing is in this NPR article, they talk about which flavors of immigrant food they serve at this restaurant, and they name 5. They say Ethiopia, El Salvador, China, Iran, and India. So I know there's really maybe nothing to this, but 3 out of the 5 of those countries are countries that kind of threaten the U.S. in one way or another. The gang MS-13, which ties over to the Seth Rich murder, which ties back to the hacking of the DNC server in 2016, which of course leads us to the whole BS Russia collusion story. MS-13 is from El Salvador. And believe it or not, this is a bigger problem than some people think, the El Salvadoran gangs. And then we have China. Yeah, China, we know what the problem with China is, or we think we do anyway. And then Iran. With the
I made mine a little bit bigger. I still can't keep up with her, but it's a little bigger.
With Iran and Soleimani in the winter last year, was it? I can't even keep.
I made it black, too, because it looked like it would be bigger than the white one.
So fascinating that those are the countries they choose to mention. And also this. The chef there and co-owner is Enrique Limardo. He happens to be from Venezuela. And that's a whole big other tentacle of this story that I've decided to leave out for now. But there's a whole bunch of Venezuelans in this restaurant milieu around Baltimore and D.C. And it's interesting how it all started. It does not look organic. A billionaire came along and plucked someone out and placed him in D.C. Or in Baltimore first and then in D.C. So yeah, there's a lot of really, really swampy connections.
She needs more exaggerated expressions.
Oh, yes, I better mention this.
I know we've got to pick up the metaphorical harassment on these people, because soon they're not going to be able to do it anymore. They're going to it's all going to be over, and they're all going to have their meltdowns, and we're not going to have time to get at them anymore.
NPR, in the story about this restaurant, Immigrant Foods, it says that it describes itself as cause casual. Cause casual, because of this thing they do where they offer educational and meeting space to.
Oh, I knew it. So it had to do something with their philanthropy. So this is just to pad their resumes. The restaurant is described as cause casual in part because it also acts as an educational space. The owners donate meeting space within the restaurant to nonprofits dedicated to immigrant services. Exactly. That's all it was.
Organizations that are dedicated to immigrant services. I looked into who these nonprofits are. There's a few of them, but the one I want to talk about is this one. CARE Coalition. Now, at first I thought this was the Council on American Islamic Relations, but it's not. It's the Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition. And the board of directors of this organization has on it people from Freddie Mac, Sidley Austin, Wilmer Hale, American Airlines, and the Center for American Progress. Center for American Progress, massive progressive think tank headed by John Podesta. Sidley Austin, Michelle Obama used to work for Sidley Austin. And
Oh
Sidley
my
Austin
God.
goes into the Ukraine scandal, believe it or not, with the whole impeachment fiasco and the ambassadors from Ukraine and Joe Biden's
Whoa.
buying off people or bribing, whatever it was. What did he do? He basically extorted them to get rid of the district attorney type thing. All of it. It's all connected.
The prosecutor,
Find
the
tentacles
district
leading back.
attorney. So Joe Biden extorted somebody or something, or paid somebody, bought somebody to get rid of a local district attorney. This is what I like about her. She really fucking gets her conspiracies mixed up. So the other day she was talking about the U.S. SS, which would be the United States Secret Service. And then underneath that it said Castle Rock, which is nuclear codes and secret filming spaces and shit. So she said USSS Castle Rock. I think that has something to do with the Coast Guard or something. I'm not sure.
Back. I mean, don't forget, on the wrap-up graphic here, the people involved in this restaurant have ties to all of these organizations or institutions. And let's see what role these organizations and institutions played in our lives recently. Johns Hopkins was responsible for Event 201 and the pandemic planning exercise in partnership with the World Economic Forum. The Atlantic Council, who he's a member of, was involved in the impeachment and Ukraine thing. They are the biggest cheerleaders for the anti-Trump sentiment coming out of the Ukraine. The biggest.
God damn, that's a big pointer.
From immigrant food tied to the United Nations. And the United Nations, of course, wants their Agenda 21 Great Reset world, and they want money back for the WHO, which Trump had cut. And all of these two things are intimately linked right here. The people involved, she had schooling in Italy. He was born in Italy. He lived in Venezuela. His chef is Venezuelan. And Italy and Venezuela are two of the countries that are mainly involved in the alleged Dominion voting machines.
I've got to
which
spread
rigged the
that
whole
up some.
election. And then we have the Capital Area Immigrant Rights Coalition, which has members that tie back to several of these things. The immigrants, of course, can do the vote rigging or basically fraudulent voting because of the whole mail-in voting and lack of voter ID and whether or not people who aren't citizens can vote. We've got that. And finally, don't forget about the two strategic communications, PR management, reputation management firms that Schechter of Immigrant Food belongs to or even created and owns. The strategic communications element is the type of thing.
I'm streaming. What are you doing? Oh, you want to do 99 News? Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me turn off the filter. You got to put your tablet down. Hold on just a second. We've got an urgent news update. Come on, Tubbs.
Don't call me that.
Chubbers.
I'll go.
Pick up. You're on a cord. Okay. All right, let's talk to him.
Hi.
No, we don't do that.
What all you did today?
You did a bunch of stuff today.
Hi.
Tell them.
What'd you do?
Say I went to church.
What is that?
It's vape juice, but anyway.
You got to tell them. You can't just say, yeah, they can't hear mommy. Where'd you go today?
Church.
Yeah.
I went to church.
It means after church.
Somebody said happy birthday tomorrow.
Say thank you.
Yeah.
Easy. Don't mess with your shirt.
What do we get?
Big one.
Oh yeah, a big sprinkle one.
Yeah.
Like the
Okay.
Grammys.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
But tell them what all you did.
Where's Shay? Why?
Did you have a great day?
Why you don't
It's
think?
just a smiley face.
Why you don't?
Because that's the way it works, buddy.
Okay.
Have a good day, buddy.
Yeah.
Say, and there's
No school.
snow.
Again? Does it snow every day?
No. They don't.
You like the snow, don't you?
What the fuck?
Ollie.
Another cake.
What? Why is 2K?
What kind of cake do you want?
What the?
What kind of cake do you want? A Sonic cake?
Yeah, we've been on
With sprinkles on it.
why? Wait, high off.
Oh, okay.
Wait, fine.
Like
A flying cake.
No. No, that. I talk about a chocolate and water.
Okay, hedgehog.
Yeah. I need one for my book.
Somebody singing your chicken song. No, we don't. Don't do that, buddy. Just
Oh, and mattress cake.
hang.
Say happy.
Talk, buddy. Talk.
You just watching.
All right, talk to him.
I can't see.
I know, because all you do is say. You don't talk. Now talk to him.
I want
Tell him what you did today. Did you go to church?
Yeah.
Say, I went to church.
I want to see.
But they can still hear you. Say, I went to church.
I can't see. I want to see.
All right, are you going to talk?
Yeah.
All right, then talk.
Hi.
Tell him what you did today.
Wait. Okay.
I think you've been giving him Benadryl on the main line.
Stop.
All right, tell him it's over. 99 News is over.
Why you wet? Hang on.
Yeah.
It was like my
All right, say love you, bye.
Say this is
What
Ollie
you
with the
buy?
Not News.
Ollie with the 99 News.
Sonic, where?
No, that's not Sonic. There's no Sonic on there.
Why?
Because we don't have a Sonic. All right, say Ollie with the 99 News.
Okay.
Say it.
He's drowsy.
Say Ollie with the 99 News.
Why you feel like it?
All right, tell him bye.
Bye.
They said you are awesome.
We're going to have to get him a mobility scooter if he gets much bigger.
Leave him alone.
116 pounds worth on about 40 pounds worth of legs. That boy is thick. Let me get the noise gates back on. All right, we're back. That was Ollie with the not news. The nightly news. All right, back to the not so amazing Polly.
As we've learned many times, that we'll create whole events in order to make news stories that will influence the public in the way that they vote and the way that they treat each other. And what recent event did we see that changed the narrative in a huge way in favor
Tomorrow
of
is his
Capitol
birthday.
riot? It was the Capitol riot.
February 1st, yeah.
That hadn't have happened. Perhaps
So Mariah's putting him to bed kind of early and going to put up some decorations for when he wakes up tomorrow.
perhaps Biden wouldn't be president right now, is my point. And so I want you to remember that these two people who have nothing to do with restaurants and everything to do with strategic communications and international development, they suddenly dropped their lives for this restaurant, this immigrant food restaurant located in the heart of D.C., right beside the White House. They opened just in time for the election period of, I can't think of words, of campaigning. They opened just in time for that. And they immediately begin working with immigrant and refugee and globalist NGOs. They take in donations for them, in fact, at the restaurant. I mean, It just seems so unlikely unless there was a bigger game here.
Yeah, his party's next
At
weekend.
the height of the panic about the insurrection at the Capitol,
He's
the
turning
Secret Service just
turning
waves
5.
them through the checkpoints with huge bags and suitcases stuffed with who knows what. To me, this is an intriguing story. To me, it will be worth watching what happens to the people involved in this immigrant food and whether or not they even stay open.
To her, it's an amazing story.
But have no fear. The people involved in immigrant food, except for the Tia Ivanovic, who actually just works there, she's not even an owner. The rest of them, oh man, something happened for them. They're enjoying enormous success. So much success that a bunch of them are opening second and third restaurants in DC now. Even the interviewers, when they talked to them, said, how can this be? Everybody else is failing. And the answers that these chefs and owners give are so galling and so insulting to the common person. They say things like, well, we went out of our way to create a great customer experience, in addition to our amazing food. And that's why we're doing so well. Yeah. I don't think so. I think these connections are why they're doing so well, myself. I don't think it's the customer experience. I think it's swamp. I'm going to stop talking now. Thanks a lot for listening, everybody. Hey, wait! If you want to contribute to my work, please go to my website, amazingpolly.net, on the contact page. I will leave a link down below. If you wouldn't mind, before you leave, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, and until next time, everybody, peace out.
All right, so that is going to be our first one on the... that's going to be our first one on the poll. That is the Amazing Polly, and we will see how she performs in the poll, I guess. The only thing I kind of really like about her is how confused she gets with how confused she gets and gets mixed up on all of her shit. She's like, I don't know about this, but I think that has something to do with this, and this is probably part of the U.S. Coast Guard, and this probably means something like that, and who knows what this is, but I'll just guess that it's this. I don't know, it's funny. That's Amazing Polly. That'll be the first one on our list. Who's next? Who's next on the voting on the poll? Okay, Scott McKay. Scott McKay. Oh, I got you. Yeah, we built his bunk bed last night. Sergeant Major, Dr. Charlie Wood. Does he have a BitChute channel? Or is he on YouTube? Where's he at? He's got a Facebook. Does anybody watch Scott McKay? Let's try YouTube. Dream Connections? Is that his channel? Chicago's Morning Answer, the Nova Center. Yeah, sometimes. Oh, there's a channel. Is this him? Dating and relationship experts. That can't be him, can it? Scott McKay. Let's try Scott McKay. And Trump as a search filter. There he is on something. What is this? The tipping point. And does it have links in the bottom to follow these people? Website, the drum page. So all of these people are shills. Interesting. Which one is he?
The Drums Digital Summit. I'm very happy to be here today with the Rockstar panels on CTV. So we'll be talking, the 21 is for us. I would say, as we talk about CTV, let's start with the quick round of introductions first. So this is Danilo Tauro. I am basically the global director and Gamble. The panel.
I'm Catherine, head of client data strategy.
Who is Scott McKay? Hold on.
I'll be able to share some of my experiences of working with.
Former political analyst. Okay. Police charge man in the homicide. Police are asking Scott McKay obituary. Scott McKay obituary. Inside QAnon. Neil McKay investigates. J. Scott McKay. Scott McKay. Scott McKay. I wonder if he would be on the Great Awakening. Hold on just a second. Let me search this board they've got over here. I can't. They've been deplatformed from so many places. I never know where they're at. I can also search Facebook. For videos. Here's one with a bunch of followers. Let's see who this guy is. The general has survived. Is he Patriot Street Fighter? Is that Scott McKay? Patriot Street Fighter. Christian W. Christian W. Scott McKay interview with Gene Decode. Patriot Street Fighter. Yeah, he's Patriot Street Fighter. Okay. Now we know. And it looks like he's on his third YouTube channel. Oh, he just put one up. Okay, I got him. Finally. ScottMcKay.us. Okay. This is him. 1.5 speed. We're going to watch it for about 30 minutes and talk about it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Mustang Medic, I'm building an entire show just for Mustang Medic, I think. I've got a file open and some notes I've been taking. I haven't we've only touched on it. One of his videos we were talking about, he actually had a video. He was one of the last or only people that was live during DC during a lockdown event, and that's how we found him, was from a live stream he was doing with a bunch of buses that were there, and he doxed himself. He gave out his phone number and everything right on his live stream, and there were thousands of people watching.
Let's see what happens now. Tell me.
Oh God, that's bad. Why are we playing music from a laptop that's sitting behind you? Does this computer you're on not play music?
Self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed.
Oh, God.
Form of government becomes destructive.
This doesn't seem good.
The right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its
I don't know why there are comments being deleted.
As to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for life.
YouTube or Facebook comments keep disappearing. Let me refresh this.
To suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed.
He's playing background music, and it is not good.
A long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces them under absolute despotism. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Man, Patriot Street Fighters, you guys are ruthless. I love it. Scott McKay here, and this is the Tipping Point live stream. I do a radio show called The Tipping Point on Revolution Radio, and it turned into a live stream, which is now become your revolution.
Okay, here we go.
Patriot Street Fighter Revolution. Take care of one thing here while we are. So yeah, this is a Patriot Street Fighter Revolution, which has been born here, but has been carried by you, the people worldwide now. It's been an impressive run, impressive ride.
I don't know why they keep timing out and deleting. It's everybody's comments on Facebook.
Tomahawk. And again, this was created by you folks. When I always talk about the scumbags, the deep state criminals,
that one stayed.
DC, the Rothschild global central bankers, the pedophiles, big tech CEOs, the censoring machine, all these, the parliamentarians, heads of state, the Vatican, all.
I can see your comments, but then it's going away, and I have no idea why. You're not blocked. No, it's not just yours because even mine are too. Hold on. Because even when I do this, mine disappeared too. Let's do this. Oh no, Streamception. I can see your comments, but then it's going away. Oh, shut up, you douchebag. God, I hate that guy. I hate his voice. It's on when someone from it pops up, and then when someone from YouTube comments underneath it, it disappears. See, both of ours went away. What the hell is going on? Yeah, it's just on my side. It says 23 in here. Yeah, it was 22 and 24 on YouTube. I don't know what's going on. They're staying there though, and I can see them for a second. They're just not staying on the screen. Is it in? Can you all see them constantly in YouTube chat? Oh well. It looks like it's just disappearing for me and on the screen. That's all right. We'll go back to Scott McKay. I'll start refreshing shit until it works.
All the scumbags on the planet who have been destroying humanity longer than you've been alive. Somebody said we need a shirt. Get the scumbag. So of course I don't handle these things. Ron does all that.
The scumbags.
His creative genius really is. It is a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun with the revolution, and it really is about you folks. You're the ones that come up with these ideas and doing this. So we make it fun for you. And if you want to get one of these, of course, you just go to you can go to patriotsriseup.com is how you'll be able to connect with a mobile connect, where you can get to pretty much anywhere to the website. And on the websites, there's patriotstreetfighter.com. We'll go right to the website. There's a shop. If you want one of those shirts, you can go right to patriotstreetfighter.com. All these things in the link below. Just a quick update. As you folks know, I am waging my own warfare platform here with Big Tech Censoring. We will come here and we will broadcast live stream. But after this live stream's done, I'd like to have them taken down immediately. But sometimes that doesn't happen. So if I take it down immediately, just understand it won't be gone. It'll be on Rumble. I will come back here.
So just because you're not appearing on the screen, I can still see you guys, and so can everybody on YouTube, and so can everybody on Facebook. It's popping up on the screen, then going away. It doesn't have nothing to do with it. We can still see you.
First, once I get it uploaded to Rumble, then I'll come back here and then I'll delete it. And then I will put a small 1.5 or 2 minute video together to let you know, hey, here's where you're going to find it. And it's always going to be what's called a bit.ly link, bit.ly/, then it'll be PSF.
So I know a DC writer, and I got a DM to my business asking how I know the person. The bio of the questioner has a private account, some nonsense quote, and BLM. So yeah, I'm going to answer that exactly. How do you know this guy who was in DC on the January 6th? Yeah, I'm good.
It's always going to be the same, bit.ly// and then it's going to be PSF for Patriot Street Fighter, and it'll be the number. We're at number 39.
That's crazy, Patrick. I know the numbers are way down tonight.
Again, tomorrow night.
Facebook's probably fucking with us.
bit.ly/PSF40. That's what'll be up on the YouTube channel that'll show you this for like a minute or two to make sure we can continue to do what we do here and have reach for the people. I
That's
it. At this point, you go ahead and subscribe to this channel, Patriot Street Fighter 3. Subscribe to it. We're still here. Didn't know it was going to last long, but it has. And of course, you'll have the Rumble link. Subscribe there.
Well, I mean, technically, you're not still here. You're on Patriot Street Fighter number 3, which means you've been banned twice, and you're not supposed to keep making accounts. As soon as YouTube finds out you're here, you're not here. But whatever.
Now the Bitly links aren't done until I actually get them created after the show. So now that you know all that, yeah, I got my new Patriot Street Fighter hat on. This is something that we can't really show because you get in trouble. Okay, we got the Q in the back, so that'll get us kicked off.
Oh God. Not only is he grifting his own merch, his nice fitted hat, which by the way, how old are you and me, I guess, and still have your hat turned around backwards? Jesus Christ, grow up. But he's got the American flag Q on the back. Oh no, you're going to get kicked off. You're an edgy man. You're an edgy man.
At least right up front it'll be Patriot Street Fighter, and we'll just go with that. I'm trying to get my phone to connect here. I'm going to recycle this for a second.
Be sure to like the video wherever you're at, by the way. That'll make more people see it in their news feed
firsthand, folks,
and in the algorithm on YouTube. Just hit the like right quick.
Class investor, as the average person, how these scumbags have rigged the system of the financial markets, of the stock market, everything that they're involved in, the hedge funds, all of it, rigged against you to screw you. They make rules that they're legally, not lawfully, but legally allowed to bury you, take your money, take the people who do not understand their machine and try to play their game, lose their money. And then when a group of people figure out how to play the game better than them and end up losing $12 billion a hedge fund, what do these bastards do? They shut the whole machine down. They shut it down to stem their losses. And it's
I think this might be a good person to do. I like how he's like he's wearing a shirt that's like 4 sizes too small. He keeps picking at his arms like he's too big for the shirt, and he wants you to know it. He's already on the stock market grift. How that somehow ties into his bullshit. He's got the hat. He's got the fitted hat turned around backwards with his Q logo on it. This guy might be a good one to use. We'll see.
Just that kind of stuff that has made me come off the bench swinging after watching this bullshit for so many years of good people being taken advantage of, being screwed like this. And so that's what we do here. We're going to spotlight everything that these scumbag criminals do.
That's what made him do it. So many people
and run them right the hell
getting
out.
Screwed.
Again, these things happen because of the political class. The political class.
How much money do these guys make doing this thing? So I'm not sure, and I don't go through every creator and see how much money they're making. But I am going to try to really look into that. The next person I do, if they have donations turned on and they make their donations like they pop up on the screen when someone donates, I'm going to try to see how much they made for a week. But I do know that we watched one time this guy that was he never used the word or used the letter R or the letter before R, but he had about all the same ones and he tied them back to God. And we watched this guy on a stream about 5G. He pulled in $2,800 from about 600 viewers. He pulled in $2,800 from 600 viewers. I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, I couldn't fucking believe it. Jeez, that's a lot of money to make just to be lying to people. And the shit he was making up was so crazy, dude. About how 5G changes your DNA and it microwaves your fucking brain, and you got to buy a hat that's full of aluminum foil, and he happens to sell them. He's probably making money on that shit too. Shit he was saying to these people were just so crazy. And then I don't know who he had calling in, but he had, well, they weren't call-ins. They were like messages sent in on like a message platform that he was using. And it would be like, well, my son used to install 5G antennas, and now he's basically a vegetable in the hospital, and just this like really, really hardcore fear porn. Now, I have a goal. Like, if you see, and this is not to get anybody to donate. Please don't donate right now or I feel bad. But you see on right above the date on my screen where it says shall not be infringed, when that fills up white, from one side or the other, that's from people that donate to me. Now, the whole thing takes $100 to fill up. The whole thing takes $100 to fill up, to make it all white and say shall not be infringed. That's the goal, the donation goal for $100. And I very rarely hit that. And we've had streams with like 300 or 400 people on it before, if it was like a big stream or something was blowing up or a protest, and still very rarely hit $100 goal during a stream, because that's what I'm trying to grow to. That's why I have it as a goal. I want to eventually get there. But to think that these people are making like almost $3,000 off 600 people, I don't know if these people think they can pay and they'll get better information, or they should pay because this person's saving their lives. I don't know what causes these type of people to donate so much money. I don't know. I have no idea.
Protects all these people. They always have. You've never had a shot. I've never had a shot. I've never even been in the stock market. I think I got earned some stocks one time, $3,500. I sold them off. I just could never play in that game because for me, and again, no judgments on anybody else, but for me consciously, my thought process is this is win-lose.
Here's the kitchen full. That's it.
Win-win. Somebody's got to lose somewhere. Somebody's got to not know what they're doing, and they're going to lose. And, I make money on that. And I guess that's just the way the game's played. That's what happens. But it is what it is. Some reason why I'm not getting to connect here. I'm gonna see if I can shut my Bluetooth off on my computer. I got 3 things here working for this Bluetooth. Where are you? I want to make sure it's set up properly for when we have our guests come in. In the meantime, what I want to talk about here, I want to go over some information we went.
I like how he's wearing a kid's medium t-shirt as well. I think that kind of sets the tempo for the whole video. He's got this giant fake palm tree back here with a glare. He's just set that tree there to block this glare that was blinding his fucking camera. I like that too.
Went over last weekend, last Friday or last Thursday. And I'm going to read this because I think it merits having a better, more solid understanding of this information that came from Kirsten W. You weren't able to hear it all through the, but also, as I said, my cadence, you're kind of used to when I read. Now, here's the thing. This information is not vetted by me. This came from some liaison source in China that came to Kirsten W. because she's Chinese.
Perfect. This information has not been vetted. I have no idea if it's true. This is just some crackheaded lady I met, and she got it from another crackhead over in China. So this is going to be our Taiwan tie.
I respect her because she's a fighter. She's somebody who that they see as, as getting it right from that side of the table. So she presented it to me, and it was compelling enough to put it out there. Let other people consider this information. A lot of people say, where's your evidence? I'm not going down that road again. Nobody asks for evidence, or they never ask for sources with mainstream media, but they'll pay a ton of money for, cable TV, satellite, with a bunch of useless and nothing on there. You still pay for it, but you never ask these people for their sources. Give us evidence. You just believe what they say. So I'm going to play.
That's right. So I'm not giving you any sources. I would never tell you where I got this information from or who I talked to, because the people I'm disproving don't do it either. So let's just all be fucking shitty reporters. We'll just all be shitty. If everybody's shitty, then nobody can call me shitty. I'm par for the course. That's a good one.
Play by those same rules. But these things make sense. It's information for you to look at this picture and try to snap it in somewhere in one of your pieces of a puzzle, or in your puzzle as another piece to see if it fits what you know from your research. But I found it incredibly compelling. It supports one thing that I've said for a couple of years, that Chairman Xi of the CCP in China, the president of China, call him what you want, is working with the alliance powers, with Trump and Vladimir Putin, to bring this whole criminal cabal down. This is the first thing that I found that basically confirms what my belief has been for the last 4 years. So here's what it says addressed to her. It says, as one of the few patriots, and only Chinese patriot with the wit and keen observational skills to realize that Mogul, who is Trump, that was his code name, Secret Service code name, is still in fact our POTUS. The fact that you have been the person who has most accurately described what is happening in the shadows through your guests and intel gathered.
Waiting for his cat to make an appearance. Yeah, his cat probably uses that rocking chair as a litter box. It just shits on that pad, on that cushion over there.
And in addition to your perceptive analysis of Chinese politics and foreign relations, I believe you and your channels would be the most prudent person and outlets to share this information with. Hopefully that included us.
Man, chat's all fucked up tonight.
The lifting of some of the restrictions of the Taiwan Relations Act was more substantive than it appeared. The United States government is no longer recognizing the People's Republic of China as the legitimate government of the mainland. This is being done jointly with Chairman Xi and 45, you know who that is. And although this can't be brought to the public light at this time, all will be revealed.
Who's 45? I thought he was 19 or 22 or mogul.
Shortly. Prior to the dissolution of the Taiwan Relations Act, United States Indo-Pacific Command, under the direction of 45, with the Taiwan Republic of China military, have been preparing an occupation force for the mainland when the CCP collapses in the coming month. Why do you think the Taiwan Relations Act was dissolved? If it had remained, it would have been a legal barrier to help with the occupation of the Chinese mainland with the ROC forces. As you are undoubtedly aware, Chairman Xi has been removing key CCP loyalists within the Chinese military structural command. You've probably seen that in the...
So where do these people get their info? Apparently this is just from Chinaman. If anybody from China called one of these people, it doesn't matter if it's the guy who hand cleans out the sewer drains. They're like, oh my God, they would have an orgasm right there. You're from China? Tell me all the intel. What's going on? I've got boots on the ground now. That's what Charlie Ward likes to say. I got boots on the ground.
Open media in the last month or 2 months, that's been evident. Why was this done? It was done to install the Chinese PLA forces, which is a Chinese People's Liberation Army forces, with military leadership loyal to Chairman Xi and the alliance. And
so they're saying that Chairman Xi Jinping is actually a white hat general for Trump. And what he's doing is he's weakening his own army because he doesn't like the CCP, even though he's the head of it. He's weakening the army, and he's going to let the 45, we don't want to say no names, 45 and the Taiwanese army take over China and control it as 45 comes back into office.
To facilitate the upcoming occupation of the Chinese mainland with U.S. and ROC occupational forces. In the coming month, Chairman Xi will be dissolving the People's Republic of China, stepping down from CCP leadership and using the Chinese forces to keep order and the Chinese economy from collapsing while the U.S. and the ROC forces install a provisional government led by Taiwan, Republic of China. All of this will be done peacefully, and it will not be all that dissimilar to what happened in the former USSR when it collapsed. 45, Trump, remains firmly in control of what is important now and our assets. In order for 45 to return to the public eye in the position he has earned, CCP supply chain, if you don't know, that's
anybody who starts off there. Look, I need to give you this information. This makes a lot of sense. I think this will help you put the pieces together. You really need to check into this. You really need to listen to me. Pay attention right now. I'm going to read it. I'm sorry you couldn't hear it. I'm going to read it directly to you because I really need you to have this information. Now, I haven't checked any of this information. The person I got it from hasn't checked any of this information, but the person who gave it to us says they're in China. You couldn't even get a selfie in front of a Chinese store or something? And then Google it and make sure it's not in Chinatown.
The Chinese Communist Party. CCP, supply chain of influence and resources, have to be removed to facilitate this, and hence why this has been planned all along.
There we go. We got over 50 viewers now. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Thank you.
45 has been in Florida until now and putting the final touches on all of the pieces of the proverbial chessboard. All of this has always been 45's plan to remove the CCP's influence around the world and in China. Keep up the faith. All is being revealed, a fellow patriot. So now that you could clearly assimilate that information, my remarks on that is this. It makes sense to me in many ways because I also said that Chairman Xi, the moves that I've seen Chairman Xi make since Trump has been in power are unparalleled to the way China has conducted its business. And I'm just going to give you one point, just one. And it's the one that, in my opinion, is not debatable. President Trump being allowed to meet or visit the Forbidden City in China. That never happens for anyone, ever. And I believe that the deal that Kim Jong-un made with Trump to bring down the cabal powers, the clowns in America, running the North Korean regime, holding them hostage, building up this nuclear arsenal. And I believe that the safest place for them to meet was a Forbidden City. Kim Jong-un has never, as far as I've known, traveled by air, probably feels he'd be a target. He always travels by train, and he made that trip to China. And then Trump and Xi and Kim Jong-un likely made this deal to then dismantle the nuclear buildup of North Korea, try to make the world safer. But at the end of the day, I will remind you, the CCP is nothing more than a new name for the Khazarian mafia. So that being said, my belief is that this is true. My belief is that we should not settle on a date because, as I said before, no plan ever survives the battlefield. all soldiers.
Exactly. Except for all those that do go to plan. All the missions that do go to plan. There are some. There are a lot that don't. That's true. But there are some that go to plan. They don't like to set dates. None of them like to set dates because that's a time that you could turn around and say, hey, you missed this one. You lied to us. You didn't do this right. And then they don't want to fool with that. They just want you to trust the plan.
Will tell you the same thing. There's a number of things that have to be done. And as I said before, some of you heard Kirsten's show this morning where I became a little bit, I shouldn't say dispassionate, but I got, again, pushing on this topic of people wearing masks. This operation is to wake.
Yeah, we are, this show is we are picking a new person to attack this week, metaphysically.
Humanity up. And without a wake up, then this thing for the long term and our spiritual ascension fails. It fails. People say, come on, man, we need it now. We're getting it. Jobs are being lost.
What show did he say he was on this morning? Hold on.
Again, pushing on this topic of people wearing masks. This operation is to wake this again thing. There's a number of things that have to be done. And as I said before, some of you heard Kirsten's show this morning where I became a little bit, I shouldn't say dispassionate, but I got, again, pushing on this topic of people wearing masks. This operation is to wake humanity up. And without a wake up, then this thing for the long term and our spiritual ascension fails. It fails. People say, come on, man, we need it now. We're getting it. Jobs are being lost. We're still awake. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on everybody that says that because I'm still the only guy in any store I go into with no mask, none. To the point where I got thrown out of a Panda Express the other night. I refused. They wanted to fight,
Oh shit, who said Panda Express in the chat? You were right. He gets his intel from the Chinese guy at Panda Express.
Another mindless, millennial clone that wanted to, engage me, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm not putting a mask on. You can't make me put one on. Blah blah. Won't serve you, etc. My next card is going to be to pull out the American Disabilities Act. Here's the 800 number. I'm going to call them just so you know. Get your manager, because the first one is a $75,000 fine. And I'll get an attorney to do it. Anybody in Dallas, you want to engage this, you know how to get a hold of me. It's time to set an example to end the tyrannical bullshit or the refusal of people to think. And by the way, the second offense is $150,000. So if you want to have this conversation, go get your manager. I'm not there yet. I'm really not there yet to do that. But if people don't start waking up soon, then that might be just one of the triggers I pull. Look, the thing of it is that the other side always uses violence for their methods, for their means to get something done. We don't. We're peaceful. But we can use the law. We can use the legal system. We can use what remains of the Constitution that they haven't burned down or stepped on to actually get something done in this country. And I'm not opposed to doing that. But until you people are willing to say, I'm done with this, guess what? We're not awake. And again, my sympathies go out to you. Sometimes you make some sacrifices, and people can say to me, well, Scott, you this, look, I'm not going to sit here and pet myself. But I know what these sacrifices can be like. Believe me, few people probably could understand that to the degree that I truly understand that. So when it comes down to freedom, the future for your family, sometimes you got to organize. If you work at a job where they're saying you need to do this, I'm not telling you what to do, but if it were me and I got to the point I'd call my colleagues together, you guys sick of this shit yet? Yes, great. Let's do this. Let's end this now. I'm tired of being controlled, treated like a slave. It's not about COVID. We know that now. It's very clear. It's very clear. If it isn't, you have your head shoved up the CNN pipeline. And you get together and say, look, then we're going to tell the entire staff here, great, we're not putting masks on. Then you're not going to work here. Great. We're all leaving. Then we're out of here. Shut the place down. Stop the revenue flow. That's step one. Number two, and I haven't taken my own advice yet. I'm talking to me as much as you, maybe more. Then we're going to start to organize to shut down the patronage of businesses or tech companies who are doing everything that they're doing to us. If we shut down the cash flow, if we shut off the money, if we start pulling our money out of the banks that are the criminal empire, pulling them out, going to smaller local community banks, giving our business to people who care about us, whose interests are our interests as a society, a community, and humanity, this is what we need to do. I want this to be over quick, but I assure you, this is our next step. We're allowed to vote with our dollars. We don't need any violence, folks. Money talks, bullshit walks. It's always been that way. It's always about the money. I had a conversation with somebody today about NASCAR. What's NASCAR do? They decide they're going to back BLM, a terrorist organization, fund them, have a race car. We find out Bubba Wallace was totally full of shit, a liar like the mainstream media, said there was a rope coming down off his garage door and had to hang him. It was all a lie. It was all a lie. And what does NASCAR do? They buckle until they got kicked right in the balls by the biggest fan club in the country, 75 million NASCAR fans. What do? The same thing they always do. Like I always tell you, they pull their tail up between their legs, yank it as hard as they can, firmly plant it in their crack. Okay, we're going to do what is right by the people. Why? Because they need your freaking money. They need your money. They need your money to keep their machine alive and their grip on you. So that's my purpose, that we get to a point where if people aren't going to fight themselves, they're not going to take the damn mask off, then okay, here's plan B for you. But we're going to get there because we're going to build when this wreckage is smoking in a pile of rubble, this structured matrix they built, then what we're going to do is this movement is going to transition into building this new world. We're going to look for businesses that serve humanity, people that don't want to try to get the biggest slice of that pie that they can for themselves and try to help. In business, to me, they're pie eaters and they're pie bakers. Pie eaters are the people I've done business with. They're trying to get the biggest slice of that pie at the expense of anybody else that they can. And then you have people that have a mentality for business, pie bakers. You know what? Instead of just trying to get as much of this as I can, we're going to build multiple outlets, multiple businesses, franchises, whatever. We're just going to make it so big that everybody gets to share in it and build a machine of people, an army of evangelists who want to sing your methodology in business, whatever. And that's what we're going to do here in the future. Once we're past all this, we're going to build that future. Say, how can you do that? Because I say we're going to do it.
The problem is, who cares? I don't even think they care, especially the ones that are pushing known lies. They don't really care what they're going to do after all this, after this comes down. The next thing we're going to do is this or this or this, because they know that they're going to be found out eventually. So instead of really worrying about what we're going to build after this, it's more like worried about how am I going to hang on to an audience after this. These people are just as scared as like CNN, MSNBC. With Trump gone and their Anon theories all failed, nobody has anything to cover. These are the people who lived, eat, and breathe Trump for the last 3 years at least. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've got nothing left to give. By the way, there's that link to the straw poll. If you guys have to leave early, you're more than welcome to vote early. I would rather people watch all the videos so we can see them all and decide. But there's the link to the straw poll. If for some reason you're going to leave early or some shit. I don't think you have to register or nothing. You just go directly to that link. You do like one of those recaptchas where you like pick all the bicycles out of a picture and it'll let you vote.
You say we're going to do it and we just freaking do it. That's like anything else that I've done in my life that I should have never been able to do. And that's what you do. I'm going to do it. And you just never quit. You never quit. You never quit. You never, ever, ever back up. You never quit. You stay in the fight, and things miraculously happen. And I found that it's true that the world has an amazing tendency to step aside for people that know where they're going. It's like walking into a room you don't belong into, crashing a wedding. You just walk in like, I belong here. You go help yourself to the table. You grab some drinks. Hello to some people. Good to see you here. Like you met them before. Nobody knows anything. They think you belong there. And then you carry yourself that way. That's the way the world works. Anyways, so that being said, I want to jump on this subject here, and I'm going to bring on our special guest here. And I really want you to listen to what Kat has to say about all of this. I'm just going to get this thing hooked up. It hooked up a minute ago. I wanted a better speaker coming through here when we talk to her, but we are going to talk about how the criminals do what they do to steal your money using your rules. But then when you figure it out, it tells me we are connected, but it doesn't look to me like we are. When you figure out how to beat them at their own game using their rules, then they simply shut you down. It's truly astonishing to me. So whether this thing hooks up or not, we're going to grab her anyways. And her name is Kat. And we're going to talk to her. We're going to have a discussion about what she can share with us based on her world. And wait till you hear the realities of what you're going to hear.
Hello.
Hello, Kat. Scott McKay here. How are you tonight?
I'm great, Scott. How are you doing?
Well, I'm fantastic, but I'll get better now. With you here, we're going to have a discussion here on this whole debacle.
Wow, she just let that go, didn't she? Oh, I'm fantastic, but I'm a lot better now that you're here. Well, we'll go ahead and get started.
With what happened with GameStop, Robinhood, and all these criminals involved in stealing all of our money forever. And then once people figure out how to beat them,
Will Cox has been around for a while.
They shut the whole machine down. So what I want to do is
I've been in the investment business for a long time. I first started, I was in banking since '88, and then I joined the investment arm in '99. So I had the fortunate pleasure of living through the tech wreck, the financial crisis, the flash crash, like years, literally. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, the louder you speak, the better it is for us.
Oh, okay. But I'll try and speak loud then. But what I just saw happen last week, and then as I investigated more, I am absolutely blown away. This is literally the army of the little people. I have never seen or would ever imagine that a group of people like on Main Street would be able to take down Wall Street like they did. It is just absolutely mind-blowing and enlightening, actually. What they did is just unbelievable. They took on a big hedge fund and caused them to be $6.7 billion in losses, playing at their own game.
So can you explain exactly what happened there? We talked about them shorting the stocks. Can you explain that process in depth, what exactly that means, and then explain how they conducted this operation to punch these criminals in their proverbial financial face like they've been doing to the people forever?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
To short a stock is it's complicated, but yet.
All right, Snaggy, I explained the GameStop Robinhood thing. So a bunch of Wall Street investors were, the only way they could make money is if the GameStop stock went down because they played a short on it. The only way they make money is if it went down. If it went up, then they were going to lose money. Robinhood found out about it, noticed that Robinhood or that GameStop was way undervalued for what it should have been, especially with consoles coming out this was back before Christmas. New consoles coming out. So a bunch of Wall Street people started investing in it, which drove the stock up. The hedge funds were going to lose money. One of the hedge funds owns 40% of Robinhood, one of the biggest hedge funds in the short, Citadel. So Robinhood just, for your own safety, prevented you from buying any more stock. When you prevent someone from buying a stock, it only causes the stock to fall. They claimed it was for their customer safety while they were really protecting hedge funds and cost a bunch of people a lot of fucking money to protect the hedge funds, which is illegal as fuck. And now they're trying to get back out of it. And the hedge funds, it looks like they ended up losing about 70 to $80 billion.
It's not complicated. So
they were going to lose $400 billion and go bankrupt. Like
the Coles Notes version. So say, for example, you felt that a stock was going to go down. Either they're antiquated or you feel they're not doing very well, yada, yada. You have your reasons to think that this is going to go down. So the stock is trading at $200. So what you do is you go to your broker and you borrow that stock and they put it in your account if we're $200. And the first thing you do is sell it. So it's not your stock, it's someone else's stock that you borrowed from their inventory. And then the stock drops down to $100 and you buy it back. So you made your money on the difference. So by that stock dropping $100, you made $100 per share. Now, what can happen is the reverse. Now, you always have to buy back the stock. There's no time limit on buying back the stock, but you have to buy back the stock because it's borrowed. It's not yours. So, but what happens in this situation, the stock didn't go down. The Patriots came in and started buying the.
Yeah, but that's not actually true. So Citadel has 40% of their pass through, but they had other places to sell. They have like they're connected to like a few thousand vendors they could have went through. A lot of them are not hedge funds. They're connected back through a bunch of other. They could have kept the market open. They're claiming that it's part of their terms of service. They're allowed to prevent market volatility for their customers, and their CEO went and shit the bed with Cuomo on there saying that, we're basically what he said is we're not insured for this much shit.
Stock in volumes, and they drove the price up. So say, for example, you borrowed this stock and you sold it at $10 and you thought it was going to go to $5, but what in fact it did, it went to $500. This stock literally went from $20 to $500 in a week. So they have to buy it back at some point. So if they sold it at $10,
that wouldn't have caused the collapse of our economy. What do you mean? That's not going to cause the market to crash or the economy to collapse. They got squeezed. They didn't have enough liquidity to cover clearinghouse deposits and shit. Yeah, but that's why they have to be insured against the volatility of the market, and that would have destroyed the company, not shut it down and save the company. That's like saying my company's going to go bankrupt, so I just stop everything and I'll save my company. You can't do that.
If they buy back at $500, that's a $490 loss. But what's really more concerning is that when a stock goes down, it can never go down any more than zero. But when a stock goes up, it can go up into infinity. So you never know.
And it's a hedge fund's fault. They shouldn't have been shorted. The hedge fund shorted more stocks than even existed. I don't even know how the fuck you do that. How do you short more shares than exist for a company? Are you double shorting some? Like you shorted some, they fell. You bought them and shorted them again and wait for it to fall again?
Where your losses are going to end. I mean, take a look at Amazon. It's like, what, $3,500? So the concern is, and plus, there's margins in the account and all this stuff, so they have to keep covering all this extra capital that they need to hold this stock. Like, what happened was absolutely mind-blowing, in my opinion. So, and then it's even a lot more detailed than that. Besides going to Reddit and accumulating all these people to join forces.
So we're past 30 minutes, to be fair. And I said we are going to do like 30 minutes of each video, but I want to hear what his response is. First of all, I think this guy's a pretty big douchebag, for sure. I think he would be fun to cover. And I even have glasses like that, and I can find a white hat. Like, I could make the video that he makes in his cheap-ass hotel-looking house. So I can make fun of him. I'll even have Mariah call in. But, yeah, I could do this if this is the one we want to pick, but I do want to see what he says back.
To buy this stock when they saw that this company was promoting it as a short. I'm learning that some of the players in this game are connected basically to the Biden administration.
So what probably would have happened is it would have caused a drop in the market, but the market's been fluttering around historic highs. Like, the market's going to correct anyways. Would it have burst the bubble? More than likely not. Would it have belly upped a bunch of hedge funds? Yes. Would billionaires have founded new hedge funds or moved their money to somewhere else or got out of the game? Yes. The market would have kept going. It's not a market killing event. They're going to try to sell it like that on the news. Like, oh, this would have shut it down. This could have made the crash. Millions of people could have lost this. And were some regular people maybe getting fucked? Yeah, maybe. The hedge funds would have went belly up and would have had to pay out through basically like their insurance they have, because these stocks that they borrow are usually from people's like retirement account and account managers and shit, because they know they're not going to be traded. So the stocks they usually borrow are from another firm, so they would have went into their insurance to pay all that back out, and they may have even had like restitution payments they would have made they would have went belly up. I don't think it would have. They're going to sell it like it would have been the catastrophe or the fucking Great Depression or some shit to make you hate the Reddit people. That's the whole mainstream media spin on a lot of it, or not the mainstream media. Let's say that's the whole elite spin on a lot of it. A whole elite spin is to, hey, let's say that they were going to destroy it. Let's call them financial terrorists. Let's tell people that they're white supremacists. Let's tell people that they just hate Jewish people, and the guy that owns the business is a Jewish person, and it was Holocaust Memorial Day, Remembrance, something or another. Yeah, they're going to put whatever spin they can.
Like, for example, Melissa Hodgman is the wife of Peter Strokes, and she was named the acting director of the Division of Enforcement of the SEC. Further on, one of the CEOs of Citadel.
Yeah, Robin Hood was getting fucked, but I didn't put them in that position. They opened it up to everybody. They put themselves in a position. They got fucked. They should have lost their company. That's what should have happened. They should have lost their fucking company. It should have been allowed to die like every other fucking company.
Which was one of the companies that got hit the hardest in the short position. His name is Jeffrey Paskey, and he is the brother of Jen Paskey, who is now the new White House press secretary. So I think they were taking advantage of these new positions to run this short to make tons of money, and then it backfired on them. Now, there's a couple of things that are even more concerning with a short position, and I've read this many times, and of course I'm not part of the regulators or even had anything to do with them, but when you short a stock, you have to borrow a stock from your...
Just because you're getting fucked doesn't mean you can manipulate the market. I couldn't. If my company had investors and we were getting fucked, I couldn't say, shut it down, stop the fucking free trade of my company, because we're getting fucked on two ends.
Or brokerage company from their inventory. As an investor, what these patriots did was they told the broker that their stocks cannot be borrowed. So those stocks got taken out of the inventory as untouchable. Now, I don't really think that's a big deal because there's probably lots of stock in there that they could use other than theirs. But what they can do, or what they quite often do, and I think this is huge in the silver, you are shorting actually more shares than what are in existence. So to make it simple, say you had shares. So that puts more negative impact on the stock, and it'll go down. And shorts, I think the SEC can tell the difference.
So my question,
now, what makes this even more incredible?
My question,
Damn.
further, my question is a pressing question. How? So you mentioned that the Patriots went in and beat them at their own game. So who are the Patriots? You think this was an operation that was conducted by the Patriots that knew what they were going to do, knew what they always do, and decided they were going to beat them at their own game?
So I don't think this has anything to do with Patriots or this or that or none of that shit. They're trying desperately to tie this back to R and say that this was some type of operation by R to out these people and who they really are, to shut them down. That's not true. This could have definitely been kicked off by someone, wealthy people, manipulating Reddit, but we know for a fact that some regular people were in there making a house payment or making a couple house payments or a down payment on a house. There were regular people there. I know some people who made big money from this too, and they got fucked well, they didn't get fucked. They still made money, but they didn't get their potential out of it. They're saying that they're going to do an investigation to see who the person is that was really driving it on Reddit Bros, to see if it was like another billionaire or another company or some shit that was in the Reddit trying to manipulate it. But it seems to me like it was a lot of regular people, and there was a few people that had big money in it. But even the people that had big money in it that were getting big returns are nothing compared to these hedge funds. So like if someone put like $10,000 in when it was $4 and it went up to 300 and something, of course they've got a shit ton of money now. Millions of dollars they could have cashed out with. But it's not like they put $10,000 in. It's not like they're a hedge fund or they're a billionaire.
Yeah, see, they did a promotion or some sort of a mass social media thing on Reddit.
Some people are in there like just straight up saying, look, I borrowed this from my dad. Like, I borrowed this from my dad.
That there was a huge short position on it. And what that caused is a short squeeze.
Yeah, it was a non-political thing, Rusky. That's right.
Have already sold their stock. These people came in and started buying it. And as the stock started to go up in value, because their losses started to go crazy high.
Gods in what? The stock market?
the people that short the stock had to come in and buy it back to mitigate their losses, which is like a tsunami of buying. So that's called a short squeeze.
So it was definitely organized on a large scale.
And by the way, companies do this to other companies all the fucking time. Wall Street is some of the dirtiest fucking people there are. They'll leak false news stories to the press and use CNBC to run it out. They fucked a bunch of people on Bitcoin over the summer, and it's all but been proven. Over the summer, when Bitcoin was going out of fucking sight, Bitcoin was finally starting to be recognized on like CNBC and shit like this. There was all of the sudden a bunch of capital firms were mitigating their risk on Bitcoin, and CNBC and all these other places that cover money were like, oh, it looks like there might be a bubble. It looks like this. Oh, they're mitigating their losses. So you better get out. 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 And then when Bitcoin started to take a dive, hedge funds come back in, the same ones that were mitigating their losses or getting out before the bubble. The same ones, as soon as it took a dip, bought it all back up, and then it doubled in price. Like, they did this to regular people over Bitcoin just in the summer, and no one said a goddamn thing.
Yes, like what they did was absolutely nothing short of brilliant. And the bullies got bullied. They definitely cheated their own game.
God wins over evil. We're talking about stock market trades. We're not talking about God, and we don't believe in fucking Q.
So how is it that
we're talking about stock market trades?
Shut down trading on. How can they get away with that? How can they do that? Is it because they know that it doesn't matter? They're going to be seen by the public. Obviously, they're going to be seen by the public, but they don't really care because they just got to stem their losses and deal with the public's later. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So they halted. From what I'm reading, they halted the stock 4 different times on the exchange. And you can halt a stock for many different reasons. Quite often, it's pending news, like you're coming out with a new product, or if you're a pharmaceutical company, you have FDA approval coming, some massive amount of news that would affect the stock price. You can halt a stock on the exchange for volatility.
So, wait. There's like a couple times that the S&P 500 or someone like the market can halt a stock. If the stock is in free fall and it's potentially going to crash the market, they can suspend trading for the rest of the day. That would only be because they believe that it's fraudulent. Oh, well, let me take that back. If a stock is doing something based on fraud, that's what I should have said. It's usually someone put it into free fall fraudulently, but it could be rising fraudulently if they believe there's fraud and something's going on with that, or if they believe that the company is withholding information. So if the company got approved by, like she said, the FDA, and then they didn't tell anybody, and they're letting the people on the know buy up all the stock, or if they've been banned in a country and they didn't tell people, and they're letting people in the know sell their stock, it's basically to prevent fraud and insider trading, and that's the only time. And they can force them to make a disclosure, or they freeze their stock if they have that. If they have it froze for that.
But you can only halt it for short periods of time. And I don't really know what it is. I think it's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and it's to get the stock to settle down. So while they did halt it, and I don't know all of the regulations, that you can halt it for volatility. But what happened in excess of that is that the Robinhood trading platform wouldn't permit them to trade the stock. And I think it was also on E-Trade too, I believe, and other platforms too. So if you had that stock, you weren't permitted to trade it. They suspended trading. And that, I don't know how they can do that. To me, that's quite a serious violation.
It's outright criminal. But again, on this show, you.
So what? It's just like it's really simple. If you remember back in school when they taught you supply and demand, if people want to buy stuff, that drives the price up. If people want to sell stuff, or if people are buying stuff, that drives the price up because there's a limited quantity of stuff. If people sell stuff, then the price goes down because there's more of it available on the market. So when Robinhood said, okay, you have this stock, but you can only sell it. They didn't freeze it. They didn't lock it both ways. The market didn't freeze the price on it. They put it to where it could only fall. That's the only thing they could have done. They could have stopped buying and selling. They could have stopped trading. They could have frozen the market through the market, but not. Robinhood shouldn't be making those calls in the first place, but when you put it as only available to sell, you are artificially moving the price down, because if that's the only choice available, some people are going to make those choices. Usually stocks are being bought and sold simultaneously, and whichever one is more than the other is where it's trending to. So yes, people were selling when other people were buying, but there was a whole lot more people buying than there were selling, which drove the price up. When you take those buying people and just shove them off a cliff, they can't do anything, and all that's left is the people that are selling, that are cashing out. It's going to drive the price down. They manipulated the market.
You've heard before, Kat, that I say it all the time, that they create these kind of laws or regulations or mandates that hamstring the average person, and they're never going to abide by them themselves. The courts are stacked with the judges who will let them off. We saw Klein Smith was getting probation.
That's a rumor right now that seems like it has some legs, Miso, but I'm not sure. I haven't went in and researched it enough, and I don't know that there's a way to actually prove it right now, even though people are claiming proof. But yes, the rumor is they sold some people's stocks that they were holding, like they forced to sell. That's what people are claiming. That's what people have screenshots of. But I'm not the person that can validate that. I have to wait till someone else says, okay, here's the proof and here's how you can tell. I'm not that smart. But I would have had a lot more leeway with Robinhood if they would have spoke to wherever it trades at. And said, look, this is volatile, this is doing that. Somebody needs to freeze this for buying and selling, not just the purchasing of.
I'm not really sure where we are with Klein Smith and that sort of nonsense with Robert Mueller and changing these 320s. All these things that go on, it's par for the course. I think that possibly he's still in there and he's working with the Patriots to do whatever needs to be done to bring these people down. But it just doesn't stop. It is absolutely.
These people also think that. So this was a big one back in the day. You remember the Mueller report, which was on Russian collusion. It was the investigation into Russian collusion for the Trump administration, the Mueller report. Well, basically what that guy said was there was no charges, and he said that at first he said that I didn't bring any charges and it wouldn't matter anyways because you can't charge a sitting president. Then when news started pressuring him and left-wing media outlets started pressing him, he's like, that's not what I said. What I said was, we didn't even look to see if there could have been charges because we knew that you can't charge a sitting president. The guy's a piece of shit. And he didn't know what he was doing. He seems like he was in way over his head. But the R's believe that he was actually investigating Hillary Clinton under the guise of investigating Donald Trump and Russian collusion. There was no collusion. No collusion could have been proven. It doesn't matter that he was a sitting president or not. That's what he said in his initial interview. That's what everybody took away from it. He wants to change his story after the fact, but he definitely wasn't investigating Hillary Clinton. So they still think that Mueller is part of their team. Like he's a white hat. You don't know that? He's a white hat.
That these people continue to get away with this. This might just be the opening salvo of the Patriots stacking this thing to start bringing down the whole financial crime machine, because once that comes down, there's nowhere else for these people to go. There is nothing. It's always the money. It's always about the money.
Yes, but they got beat at their own game. I'm just blown away at how they lost control of this. And it's much deeper than that too. You wonder, like silver. Silver is always oppressed. Silver is not only a precious metal, but it's also an industrial metal, and it's in short supply. There's only a limited amount. And they have all these paper contracts on silver where you're supposed to have silver sitting somewhere in a bank vault waiting for you, but people are saying you have the paper certificate, but the silver's not there to go looking for.
That's right. Me and Simon are tight.
I think this could be sort of a foreshadowing as to what might be happening in the silver market.
So I heard today that the silver market might become a rocket ship based on these factors. I've always said silver. I said 10 years ago, 12 years ago, if I had a pile of money, I'd be buying a whole lot of silver because, gold can be hoarded. Gold can be, for wealth preservation. But the simple fact is every single piece of electronics on the planet requires silver. So silver has to keep moving.
Yeah, he was in over his head. If you've ever seen, what's that woman that's got, is it Judge Janine or whatever? She does an opening one time talking about the whole Mueller probe and how he's in over his head. He doesn't understand what's going on. His testimony was actually a joke. he acted confused the whole time, like he didn't know what he was supposed to be investigating or what what he had that he could use, who he could check into, who he should have. It's like he had no idea what was going on the whole time.
Yes. And I agree. And silver, like a lot of people have known for a long time that the short interest in silver is much larger than the amount of silver that exists. And I mean, shorting has been around for a long time. Like you take a look at who shorted the airlines during 9/11. And you wonder, there's one guy in particular that went to his broker and shorted airlines the day before 9/11. And his name is Jeb Bush.
How about it?
Like, yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
That's
what they do. In fact, I've told people on my radio show, same thing. If you dig deep enough, you'll find out that HW moved into the White House 3 days prior to 9/11 to conduct operations. You look at the security company, Securicom, that had the contracts with the guards and the dogs. They pulled out a couple days before, and the CEO of Securicom was
He's got a full spider web on 9/11 too. I think this guy would be fun to do.
Bush, the brother, Marvin Bush, the brother. You look at the Hinckley assassination attempt on Reagan, which was one of 3 by H.W. Bush and company. Hinckley's family is friends with the Bush family. You just can't, you'd be the dumbest writer in Hollywood to try to write this in a movie. It's so stupid and absurd that after a while, it's like watching Wile E. Coyote in a Roadrunner. It's like, how many times can you see this thing go over the cliff when you know that this time it's actually not going to really happen? It's going to go over the cliff again. We just sit here watching the same cartoon over and over and over. No, in the end, they're going to do it again. They do it again. They do it again.
Well, I think this is just going to open up a whole lot of questions. Like I was watching the interview with Kramer, and the fund manager was all revved up, and he was saying, there must have been some foreign influence. Well, I'm sorry, guy, just because it went against you. I mean, I've lost money on the markets a lot over the years. I've lost a lot. They never halted the stock for me. There was no investigation for me. Like as an investor, this is the risk you take. So, I mean, they can't cry on anyone's shoulder, and I don't think there should be any bailout for their stupidity.
Well, there better not. I guess we'll see. The jury will stay out on that for a little while. But, well, anyway, Kat, I'm really happy that we got a chance to talk to you and anything that kind of emerges in this situation. Let's see what the news media does in covering this. Let's watch the dynamics as this thing unfolds, because I may have you come back on again and say, hey, here's what's happening in this play-by-play of this criminal activity, if you wouldn't mind. So we'll watch it, see what happens, and you may be able to come in and give us your viewpoint on what's evolving as this thing continues.
I'm very excited to see how they're going to cover this one up. I really don't think they can. Like this is big, and everywhere I've gone, and I live on a little island in Canada. Everywhere I go, this is all they're talking about.
Is that right? That's fantastic. Well, if the mainstream media won't focus on it, we have enough social media.
Sounds like she has a gambling problem.
Pushing this story out on social media. Just keep firing away, fire at will. Stay locked onto this GameStop stuff, folks. And Robinhood, all these trading companies are involved. Just keep firing information, because the mainstream media controls the narrative, but if we command the news, which we now do, people know that you can't get the news there, then we're the ones that control the narrative. Just keep grabbing everything you can and keep pushing into social media, because it'll get people's attention. And once that happens, then the pressure is then finally on, because the criminals that are inside the structure that have to take some action will be almost forced to, because if not, they'll be complicit in covering up a crime, and they know it's facing them. They know there's many people. It's just a matter of time. So anyways, Kat, I appreciate you being here, and honored to have you, and we'll have you talk about this for us again.
Thank you so much, Scott. And I can't tell you how important it is to have platforms like you to get this information out, because you're sure not going to hear about this on CNN.
Gary, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I've seen your comments. Are you talking about the show name because it's Cold Beer Confessional? Like, nothing you've said yet has been on topic. It started out with God versus evil. Now it's drinking water. Is there something that you need from me in the chat? You're more than welcome to watch the show, but I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, never. Not before the earth splits in two.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. You have a good night.
You have a great night. Thank you. So there you go, folks. I mean, again, here's somebody who's been in the side where she's actually been in the industry, lost money. Again, nobody's ever there for her. Nobody's there to help her stem her losses. I think this was even during the market crash in 2008. Me and my partners got a company off the ground. I had 6 investing partners, spent a lot of time and money on getting this operation together. 2008 hits, the whole Lehman Brothers BS and how they just robbed us of all this money. Nobody was there for us. I mean, I rode that ship. I stayed on it. All my partners got off safely, and I rode that thing clear to the bottom trying to save it. And it cost me a lot.
This is the second guy. What's his name?
I could have swore
Scott McKay. He is the Patriot Street Fighter. There's the straw poll if you want to vote. Well, we got more videos to cover. Let's see what the next person is. I've got on the list would be Jason Q. Jason Q. Give me just a second. We'll look him up. We're trying to find the next grifter to start making fun of. I'm kind of partial to this Patriot Street Fighter guy first, but we'll see. We'll see. Jason's Q discusses. Let's see. Now I know what he looks like. Let's see if I can find him. Give me just a second. I'm trying to find if he has a channel or if he's just appearing on other people's channels. I see him on that Nino or whatever the guy's name is. Something Nino Rodriguez. Here is guest Jason Q. I'm looking through links right now. Give me just a second. There's his Facebook. And he's got a Twitter and Instagram. Let me check his Facebook. When was his last post here? Videos. Has been banned from Facebook yet? Posts. Yeah, he posted on January 28th, but it says this content is not available. Is the live going? It kicked off and haven't seen it come back up. This one's from January 27th when I guess he was on a round table, HVU Live with Jason Q. Let's see what this one is. It's a YouTube link.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Kim.
Huge tube. Apparently they have a huge tube. They don't have a bitch. Jason Q doesn't have a bitch shoe. I don't want to see it. I would rather see him without all these guests, but let's see. He's going to introduce himself. If he gives us a channel to find him at, we'll go find him as soon as this one starts. Let's check this out. Jason Q is our next one.
This is our star. We are HBU, and we are here for Wacky Wednesday. Welcome, Gina. Welcome, Jason. Welcome back. This is it's amazing to have you guys with us again.
And before we continue,
He's the guy on the
I
bottom.
want to let everyone know this is for entertainment purposes only.
Entertainment.
I'm full of devil vomit. That's exactly right. I'm full of devil vomit. Thank you for pointing that out. Everybody in the chat, all 71 people that are currently watching, please be advised, Majda has let everyone know I'm full of devil vomit. Purple devil vomit, to be exact. Not the vomit's purple, it's a purple devil.
Purposes only.
Yes, indeedy.
Oh, yes.
Can I have the link, guys? And hi. Can I have the link, please?
I will send you the
Yeah, so we can share it.
Yeah.
Because I'm fine. Some of us are finally back on.
So I need to share this
You
way.
gonna share it on the Wacky Wednesday group?
Copy that.
We'll get this all shared and we can start rolling.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
sent
gonna
it to
put,
Jason.
I'm not gonna put in my salutations to YouTube right now.
Where did
I'll
you
wait on
share it, buddy?
Hashtag devil vomit.
I just shared it to Jason.
I can't help it. You got fooled and probably sent, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations. Maybe sold your house to get Q to notice you, and you're still just lonely. But the devil vomit I can't help. That's all I have is devil vomit.
Because I have to go to 2 different places, you know.
Why did you do it on the Wacky Wednesday group?
Oh, I can. Duh.
I know.
You just click the link, the straw poll link to vote. I put it in the chat. There it is again.
No.
Oh, funny guy. All right. It's Wednesday and it's wacky.
It's Wacky Wednesday for sure. So if you guys, you listeners, amazing listeners, can share this on many other platforms.
He and I have the same haircut, except his head is gigantic.
Melissa's on it already. She's like, here you go, people on Discord.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Let's use people that are faster than us doing this. I'll tell you.
Right?
Right? And
That's
she
right.
already shared
That's right,
her,
Vivian.
Telegram too.
Hey Vivian, what is does Jason Q have a channel now that his Facebook is like locked down or whatever? So we can enjoy his great content as well.
You're still figuring out where Wacky Wednesday group is, and you made it.
I used to watch him on Facebook, but now
So we have
his Facebook, his lives have been taken down, so I don't know where to watch him at. Do you know?
Right?
Hey, well, it's been exactly a week since the inauguration. Exactly. And I have to tell you, the Anons are just so intelligent and just boom, 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 figured it out. It was like, yep, done. Right?
Okay, I'm going to add these people to the list, not for voting tonight, but for future reference. Hold on just a second. Let me type these names in. Never did. Used to be on Dr. Jason Dean. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, you're useless. We're actually making fun of these douchebags, so you can leave now if you want. And what's her name? Gina Messina? What is the name of the lady that always says, what does she say? She says, Trump, Nebraska, and North Trump, Dakota. No, MAGA, Braska, North MAGA, Dakota, and shit like that. What's that lady's name? God, I wish we would have made fun of her. She's like from New Jersey or some shit. Let's hop back in. I added the guy on the top left and the woman in the top right to the list, not for tonight to watch, but we've already got our list for tonight, but still, we'll pick them up sometime.
That went through. I never get that. I don't have any friends left, so.
Let's see.
So
You're starting to sound like me.
Yeah, I know. Oh gosh. I don't even know how to turn it off.
The only problem with covering Scott McKay, who is the Patriot Street Fighter, is I don't know if I own any clothes that tight. Nah, I don't know. I'm updating something on Patriot Street Fighter, so you guys know who Scott McKay is. I'm adding that to his name. Save changes. Okay. Now we're back at it.
Oh boy. What were we saying? Oh yeah, Jason, show us that link that you were going to
Grab one of Ollie's shirts.
I'm
That's all I have to do. My blood pressure will be so high. I look like my head's getting ready to pop.
To certain places, so.
Oh,
gosh.
Oh.
We'll take a few minutes because people are piling in.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
How people share it? They are
All
here
on top of me.
to enjoy some chatter.
Oh, there we go. Okay, turn
Yeah,
that.
we're making fun of all of them tonight, Vivian. Thanks for joining us.
Compliment.
We'll make fun of you too.
Not during the week, yesterday actually. Oh my God, time just meshes. And she was saying that this is like an evening of fun for her.
Well, I've gotten that.
Pamela and Joe in the top and left in 4 years. Oh no.
There's a lot of people going around saying, and I don't think they've said it about our broadcast at all, but they've said it about Charlie and Simon and other people that they're like, it's like a hopium broadcast. But you know what? Would you rather have like a downer broadcast and bring everybody's spirits down? Like I don't get people sometimes.
No. We would rather have a realistic broadcast that tells us that we need to get our shit together and we need to do this and this and this, rather than a broadcast that says, oh, well, those evil baby-eating lizards, they're fixing to go down. Just sit still and wait for another month, 2 months, 6 months, 8 months, a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years.
And so, what was his name? What's Nino Rodriguez? What's his first name?
You were close. You were close with all of the 36 people watching you. I'm actually multi-streaming into 3 different places, and there are 103 people watching me. You're close though.
David. Okay, so he does a an Instagram live.
How many people are watching you, Vivian? You got a channel over there just busting at the brims with people just fucking waiting to watch you talk about how much you love QAnon. I bet you have family members that won't even fucking talk to you.
He got accused of being a hopium kind of guy. So he went like from one end of the spectrum to the other, and his broadcast was such a downer. Oh my God.
2030, hold the line.
It's like, okay, you want me to get rid of hopium? Then there you go.
I mean, we went from conspiracy theorists to hopium.
And yet here you are, Vivian. Here you are.
You know, I know kiddo fight is funny, but what are they going to do? Well, since we're breaking it down with all the numbers, what are they going to start calling it crystal math?
You can see the chat on the screen. I'm assuming you can read that you commented from Facebook, but there is another 40 comments in between your last comment on Facebook from somewhere else.
I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what is wrong with people? You know, just you know what? All we're trying to do is bring you the truth of what we find. If you're going to keep on calling us names, I mean, if you're that crafty with the names, I mean, you'd be that crafty to actually just, you know, like listen to something. You know, you might learn something. And
yeah, well, I just tell those trolls to get off their ass and out of their mother's basement and start doing something.
Well, that's it. These are people that sit back and don't do any research for themselves.
Out of their mother's basement. I'm sure you'll be married any day now to a nice young woman. I don't know what you're telling your mom right yet, but.
And scroll on all the platforms hoping to pick up some information, but don't do anything. But then they'll watch the videos and then, you know, are the first to criticize. Anyway, I think like all we ever do is just bring what we find. And
well, Vivian, maybe I'm a plant to make these people look bad. Maybe you're a Facebook plant to make dumb bitches look like dumb bitches. I don't know. I'm just guessing. And
just lift. I mean, if it lifts your spirits when we laugh and have a good time, then great. But we're not going to bring false hopes or lead people.
I've been wrong before, Vivian.
Research. And you know, and if we're not
we couldn't make up stories like this. You know, I mean,
we could not write this script.
Yeah. We're trying to, but man, oh man.
Me too.
Yeah, you could not write this script at all. But so guess what I did, Jay? I watched that movie 9 times now. The the one that Jennifer Mack did.
You were foul and rude.
Makings of a Perfect Day. Because I was like determined that
you were foul and rude.
Oh my God!
Don't you have a bingo night to get to?
I just full of them, and there's a couple I wanted to bounce off you. And you know why I wanted to really study this video is because I think that we're in the 10 days of darkness right now. Because
Jesus Christ,
and we're dark. We have
you want a butterscotch hard candy?
And
no, you're foul and rude.
Buildings are dark in DC, so
Anakin.
It's like, what was it, the 3rd or 4th day, I believe, that is dark. So, you know, well, if it's dark, then there's nobody there, right?
Yeah.
So how is Biden the president if the lights are out? I mean, we all know the lights out are upstairs in his mind, but, you know,
what's he
how do you keep
president
the
of?
business? And let's face it, I mean, he couldn't have combined the biggest group of idiotic misfits if he tried.
Oh my God! The
I
last
waited until he took a drink.
the last notification I found out is that
If you'll just believe in the Anon movement, I've got a nice shiny nickel for you.
Hunter is going to be head of DEA. Come on.
Yes, I love it. I love
Sarah
it.
has something to share. What was it?
Oh, Hippie says, together our high vibes united is very powerful against them. High vibes up, man.
High vibes up.
High vibes up.
So,
someone was saying that they have been to a Hollywood set of the Oval Office, and that's even better than the Oval Office that they have Biden in right now.
Oh, sure.
The guy is great.
It's the Oval Office is so fake.
as soon as I saw
I can't believe you guys believe that there's a real Oval Office that Biden's in.
Now, then there's nothing's going to wake you up. Hunter Biden needs to rehab.
Let it happen. Let it happen. Let it happen. I just say let it happen. Swear him in. Let it happen. Then bust out the laptop, and then oh God.
Right.
You know, if you get Jim Jones and all that shit, you know, or Jim Jordan, not Jim Jones. Jim Jones will bring the Kool-Aid. But you know what? Hey, he can bring that party of the Congress he wants. No love lost here. But you know, Steven's probably a little too young for that one, for that joke right there. So the funniest thing is that these people, when you look at the Jim.
It's time to go in depth. Who is Vivian Foster? My soul to ache. Oh, you got 39 people following you. That's a good start. Who's this guy?
Interesting.
Walmart is selling tons of satanic and witchcraft materials on their website. Oh my God. Have you guys seen this? Walmart's of the Satans. I asked you to leave nicely. Now we're going to tear into your social media.
Now, again, this screen may be showing a little bit backwards for you based on the fact that I know how that when you're
Let's see what the devil's selling, Vivian.
An iPad, so forgive me if things are showing a little bit backwards as to what they usually are. And what I'm going to ask you to do
What
is
else
go
we
with
got?
me and share this right now, because I think people are going to.
Martin Luther King Jr.
People don't know
is the
about this
truth.
because our mainstream media literally never covered it. And why do you think that is? The most famous speech, which I'm sure most of you know, was his I Have a Dream speech, which was given in 1963.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise.
Bob, she's showing pictures of the Capitol. Are you sure you're not some type of terrorist there, Vivian? Who has pictures of the Capitol? I don't know. Seems pretty fishy. Seems pretty fishy. I get all my devil supplies from Walmart.
What this is.
Ah, she was there. You were there on January 6th. Man, did you make it into the Capitol? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She's rolling deep. She's rolling deep. Vivian was there. Expose the lies. How far did you make it, Vivian? Did you get inside? Were you tased or pepper sprayed? Oh, God, who the hell is that? There are two parties now, traitors and patriots. That's all we have. In the lawlessness. Damn, this is an expensive sign. In the lawlessness, uphold the Constitution, uphold liberty. Do you really think that Walmart sells Satan supplies? Part of the Constitution, the preamble. Panic in D.C. 4 more years. If only he hadn't inaugurated another president in his place. Stop the steal for freedom, or stop the steal, stand for freedom, fight for our for America, save our Constitution. The hell is this? Antifa starter kit. You're quick. You're quick. Have you thought about being a comedian? Trump train. Wake up event. Okay. We're going to wake up events. What else do we have? Hell yes, remove that orange piece of shit. Okay. Sorry. Do you know who the what is the guy? What is the painter's name? The commander's painter or some shit? The commander's artist? Do you have any paintings commissioned of Simon Parks or Scott McKay? Trump loves minors. Biden loves minors. I get it. That's funny. Who'd you steal that from? Mexico, after seeing the mess in the U.S., what you got here? Disease death rates. Okay. Sperms are 30 to 60 microns. COVID-19 is 5 to 10 microns. Your mask needs to be 10 times thicker than a condom. Well, I suppose. What's this one? Oh, you got a fact check on this one. Biden with Grand Wizard of the KKK. So who again is playing you? That's my Uncle Robert. Why are you talking about my Uncle Robert like that? Uncle Robbie not everybody liked Uncle Robbie, but some people did. Goodbye to ABC. ABC joins Obama, bans American flag lapel pins. ABC News bans flag lapel pins. You know that's not true, right? Barbara Walters said that this was going to hurt ABC bad, and she works for ABC, and that's not true either. Yesterday, the brass at ABC News issued orders forbidding reporters to wear lapel pin, American flags, or other patriotic insignia. Oh, God. Whatever false news we can spread. God damn, how old are you that you shared the same photo 6 times? Did your mouse get stuck, Barbara? Graphic Hillary Clinton rape victim. Come on now. This is what it looks like when YouTube goes into your download and removes a video they don't want getting popular. Young Pharaoh did an interview with a woman in this deleted video. I bet he downloaded a copy. Want to know the real Dr. Fauci? He was the one advising the president about the pandemic. I don't know. What else did you share multiple times? With autism being way up, what do we have to lose by having doctors give small dose vaccines versus big pump doses into those tiny bodies?
Are you an anti-vaxxer?
Oh, more false information. Here's a list of America's deadliest cities. There was actually two Republican cities left off that list. That's why you got a fact check on it. Health Freedom Minute. An army of contact tracers is coming. An army of 100,000 or more contact tracers is about to be unleashed nationwide. Decide now what you'll do if there's a knock on the door. Did these people ever get released? That's strange. I can tell you how to put your Facebook on private. The real virus infecting America. That's a pretty accurate portrait. What's this one? This one's got another warning on it. The number one killer in America is heart disease. 1,002 people a day. Did you know that if you die from a heart disease right now, they determine you to be asymptomatic carrier of COVID-19 in your post-mortem, they legally add your death to the coronavirus death toll. More fake news, Barbara. Facebook's fixing to shut you down. Are you sure you're not Q? More false information. See that? Nile virus, SARS virus, bird flu, swine flu, Ebola, Zika, Corona. Wake up, everyone. They just want to keep us in fear. I'm not buying it. I'm not going to click on any pictures that have family members. Oh, you got... Is this you, Vivian? See how many people you had watch you. 49 views, Vivian. 49 views. And you're making fun of my viewers? That's what Vivian's got for us. Don't worry, you had 5 likes. Okay, Vivian, the video started. It was like a cocaine problem. You keep picking at your nose. Jesus, what the fuck are you waiting on, Vivian?
Listen, I'm going to go on a rant here.
Okay. It's a rant.
I see a lot of patriots out there giving up hope and thinking that this is the end of the world. I want you to think about this, okay? And not even thinking, it really comes down to what you feel. And
Department 6, aisle 6, shelf 6. I got it.
Long and hard Trump
That'd be
worked
hard to
for us.
remember.
We all know that there's a bigger plan here. And what I think you're missing is that Trump has already taken down the corporation that has owned us since 1871.
Oh no, you think America's a corporation?
Okay, he took down that corporation. So what we've had since 1871 were nothing but CEOs in the head of a corporation. Washington, D.C., in that 10-mile radius, does not belong to our country.
Vivi, I'm sorry, but if America was a corporation, they probably would have gave out dental insurance. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled broadcast.
Jones comment. Remember Jonestown? I don't know if you remember that. We had Kool-Aid, everybody died. That's why they say don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what's from. That's right. I got some Cali people in the house. Woo woo! Actually, everybody's in the house now. So when you look at the whole inauguration, there were only 2 Marines there, and they were manning the doors. And that's when, you would think of as being the, commander in chief, president of the United States, that you would salute the Marines. You wouldn't have to be told to.
Oh, that was so funny.
but then when they tell you through your earpiece, and then instead of doing it, you say it, that should be pretty much a telltale sign that, you know what, this is going to be the biggest comedy ever. Yeah. We've got a drama, we've got comedy, we've got a blockbuster, we got twists, we got turns, we got trannies, we got fannies, we got everything. I mean, hell, this is the greatest, I mean, hell.
Well, when you're signing the blank pages of the executive order, you could hear him say, "What am I signing?" And they're going, "Just sign it."
You guys saw that he was just signing blank papers, right?
So we've disproven that one as well. He wasn't signing blank papers. The exposure was way up. The papers have text on them. There are literally text in the papers from the same fucking feed if you turn the exposure down.
Really? It's invisible ink. Just invisible ink. Don't worry about it, Joe. It's invisible ink.
Yeah.
Here's a question.
This guy sounds like he has a mouthful of marbles.
Are people, I heard someone's relative lost their job because of the changes that Biden is making.
Yes.
If he is the president of a defunct America, a bankrupt America,
I think on Sunday night, the local autistic home that houses all these people let them have 1 hour of internet time, and here we are, right smack dab in the middle of it.
A foreign piece of land, living inside.
If you're wrong, and we still are a corporation, and you get dental, I would definitely use it. Okay. It seemed like there was a lot of missing pieces there. It's up to you. I'm no dentist.
The Republic, how is what he is doing changing?
They can only see the on-screen comments.
That section. How is it causing our people to lose jobs?
Well, the thing is that coming from, when I was in the union and everything, a lot of the unions, they push Democratic. The one I was in, they were like, you need to vote for her. I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. And then the same thing was, I asked a couple other guys, and they were like, yeah, they're pushing Biden. I'm like,
wow, the unions really did that.
They're really pushing themselves to an extreme now. So I hope they know that, the RICO laws, and I hope they have good attorneys. Because, they all need to go to lockup. Because, let's face it, just because we don't support, who they say, but then they tell us to, you need to vote for your job. What do you mean vote for my job? I'm supposed to do my job. I don't have to vote for it. Just because somebody else is in, I thought we voted for our job when Obama came in. Next thing you know, that was like the lowest point. There were so many people unemployed and everything. And that was in Chicago. That was right in his backyard. And he pushed all the jobs out. It's like, come on, guys. When are we going to stop believing this shit? But guys get brainwashed.
Vivian, it doesn't matter how many viewers I lose. I had viewers. You had no viewers and no fucking teeth. Okay? I know the meth is good and you're part of the woods. Clearly. It took all your fucking top teeth out and half your lip. I had viewers. You never had any.
You know, they get brainwashed over, you know, the powers that be. And that's why I was just like, you know, I just walked away and said, you know what? Don't even care. You know, 2 apprenticeships, you know, 21 years, threw it all away. I said, don't even care.
It's not true either. It's not true. When a city becomes incorporated, it can make its own laws outside of the county within it resides. So the local city next to me became incorporated. That doesn't make it a fucking corporation. That makes it can have its own laws.
It's not even worth it.
But Jason, do you think it's because? Do you think?
I'm not an armature. I've never been part of a starter or an electric motor. I am not an armature, and you better take that back. Unless you were trying to spell amateur.
It's because that it's obviously white hat controlled right now, right? Let's
yeah.
It's white hat control. So how what's he written, like 30 executive orders now, maybe even more. I think it's more, but anyway, say 30. Is the white hats going to allow, like they're going to enforce these executive orders? Is it all to show, just for exposure, just to wake up these brainwashed media, watchers, and just, you want the Biden life? We'll give you the Biden lifestyle type thing.
And I still, it gives me being an informed and educated voter is like something that everybody should be. But when people sit here and say that, well, anybody's better than Trump, when you hear that, it's like, how in the hell can you honestly come up with that rationale?
I like your apparatus.
You know, if you even knew what Trump did, in fact, let's see. We have what he did, by the way.
This guy, I looked at it one time. There's well over 400 items of accomplishments.
What's he going to his files for? What do you got over there?
So, Gina, James Burns wants me to remind you of and Jason wants to know about the book listing all the ingredients for medications and the poon jabs. Poon jabs.
Huh?
I guess say it. You know, the needle that goes in you with that fake poon jabs, get it?
It's the V. Where's your flashcard? You gotta use your flashcards. Jeez.
My flashcard?
Oh, talking to kid. We know you've got your flashcard.
Wait, what flash? Oh, yes, I do.
You had 50 total views. That's not 50 viewers on a live stream. That's 50 total views. Considering you don't know the difference between armature and amateur, I wouldn't expect you to understand that. But this is just for the class. When you have that one retarded kid in the back screaming and drooling upon themselves, you still have to explain the correct spelling to the rest of the class.
Yeah, right. And you know what? It's working because Scott McKay is on his 3rd or 4th channel now. I think 3rd, because he keeps on. He chatters. He's got a really interesting show, but he does not silence himself when he says the buzzwords, and he gets kicked off, and so then he has to go onto another channel.
Oh, is Vivian selling houses?
So, I think how we are using our flashcards.
Oh no.
So kids, you should put up that. Do you want to put up that video, because it's so funny with Trump walking by.
Oh yes.
I'm on Wacky Wednesday group, and I just saw it, and I thought, oh my God,
What the
it's
hell happened to their feet? Oh.
him.
Right here in the background, people. Right here in the background.
So first of all, there's no parking lot right behind the Oval Office. Never has.
There is a road behind the
There he
Oval
is.
Office.
Only him.
Like seriously?
Vivian, you're such an armature.
There's the stack
I
of
don't, I don't even think I should be picking on you and your no teeth.
letterhead on those executive orders at all.
Right.
Nothing.
Okay, so let's get back to those executive orders just for a second. So they are actually listed as executive actions. I went on the site, and they're listed as executive actions, not executive orders. So I'm not sure what the difference would be.
Oh no, Mustang Medic.
Lost their job, then they're still enforceable.
Well, I suppose if we wanted to, we could say this is an executive action. It's an action, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Kind of thrown off there.
Picking your nose. Picking your nose can be an executive action.
Well, I mean, it just with the whole executive actions. When you look at the grand scheme of things, and with him, he can't sign any kind of order, no nothing. So any kind of action, it's like, well, actually people have the right to say, well, no. I mean, in all honesty, no. I mean, because he's not a legitimate president, he didn't take the oath. I mean, there's so many parts of this that prove that he hasn't done it. He hasn't done anything. He's sworn it before, noon. And I mean, we could,
Oh no, he got sworn in before noon. Did you know that? He's not president because he got sworn in before noon? Except that so did Trump. So did Trump, and so did Obama. And I think George Bush's was a little bit late, but so does that make Trump not our last president? Are we giving up on all of them? Is that what we're going to do?
It's like beating a dead horse, but I mean, how?
I see where you're coming from. Just say no, almost like the face diaper. Just say no. However, he's increased payroll.
Yeah, there's a road right outside the Oval Office. Like, I don't know what it goes to. I've been told there's a gate back there. I don't know. There is like a shed and sometimes an enclosed trailer parked back there. And there is a road that goes back there that's for like Secret Service use and picking people up and I don't know, different shit. But there is a road back there.
Payroll tax to like 41%. It's outrageous. You can tell it's white hat control. The white hats are saying, wake up, look at this, So how can you say no when it's automatically going to be taken off, a person's pay?
Automatically, it's not an order. It's just an action.
But are they enforcing it? That's the thing. I mean, let's go back to this person who said,
who runs the country though?
Trump.
The military.
Oh no, military. Yeah.
Military does. Trump doesn't. The military does.
Yeah.
That's why Trump still has Air Force One in the football. It's like, doesn't the president get the Air Force One and then like,
whoa,
he doesn't need it right now. Let Throw Kill Jill and Sleepy Joe get their own little ways. Let them drive in traffic. Maybe somebody will rear end them right into a getting.
Hold on, and I'll show you where it's at. Okay, so this is what you're looking at. This was published, 6 years ago on the updated White House tour map. So you've got the West Wing, which is what holds the Oval Office. Is obviously this circle right here. That's the Oval Office, and that's in the West Wing. And this is still oriented the same way as the next map I'm going to show you. So the next map I show you, the West Wing is right here towards the west, right? So this would be north because it's the map. It's facing north, and this map is facing north. So there's the West Wing right there. And what you're seeing is this drive right here is a private road that comes out the back of the West Wing. So here would be the Oval Office, and depending on which angle you're viewing from, you can either see this one or this one out back. That's a private road within there that they just use inside, that they just use for inside uses. But this is from the White House Tours website.
T-boned by a semi, just like they did Joe's wife, his first wife.
But
I mean, he'd be the first murderer and her the first accomplice to I believe ever serve.
Imagine that, eh?
Yeah.
The first lady is an accomplice to murdering the president's first wife.
Yeah.
He is the president. I swear.
Yeah, I heard that they got to her makeup, huh?
They what?
Vivian found all the information and proved it.
Makeup and narrowly killed her. The one of her guards that watches over her had to be rushed to the hospital.
Are you talking about Jill?
No, the first lady, Melania.
Oh, Melania. Oh, okay.
Oh.
They got to her makeup?
Yeah.
Just recently.
I heard it today.
Wow.
Oh, actually, hold on.
I didn't
even know this, but I just pulled it up. I just pulled up the Oval Office on Google Maps. It's actually in that too. Hold on. So on Google Maps, you can see both these paths. This is the one I was talking about that has like the trailers and the storage and shit. There's like a couple of sheds right here that you can't see from the trees. There's the Oval Office. There's a road that comes almost all the way to it. It's just a single wide road, like a single lane, and then there's the big circle, of course. So there's this one, and there's probably an offshoot right there as well that you just can't see for the trees and shit. So that's the Oval Office right there, and you're looking out the back of it. Just because you see this road and a fat bald guy walk by does not mean that Trump's still in at the White House, and they've got Joe. At first they said it was a Hollywood set. Then they saw some fat bald guy walk by outside, and they're like, oh, it's not a Hollywood set. He's really at the White House, and Trump's there. Did you not see it? Did you not see it? Oh, wait, no, it can't be the White House because there's a road. So now Trump went to the set where they're filming Biden because he's actually locked inside there. That's his jail cell. Get the fuck out of here.
When it was done, they said
Our
that's
man's
when
nodding
Trump
out
said,
here.
That's it. And he started to arrest.
Wait. Is this guy a drug addict? Does he have all his teeth? Wait. Watch what's going on in the bottom screen.
You know, he doesn't need it right now. Let Throw Kill Jill and Sleepy Joe get their own little ways. Let them drive in traffic. Maybe somebody will rear end them right into getting T-boned by a semi, just like they did Joe's wife, his first wife.
Our man's nodding out.
I mean, he'd be the first murderer and her the first accomplice to I believe ever serve.
No wonder his speech is so slurred.
The first lady is an accomplice to murdering the president's first wife.
Yeah.
Like we said, you can't make this shit up.
Nope.
Yeah, I heard that they got to her makeup, huh?
They what? Sorry?
They got to her makeup and narrowly killed her.
Look, those eyes are closing.
Her guards
They're
that
getting heavy.
watches over her had to be rushed to the hospital.
Are you talking about Jill?
No, the first lady, Melania.
Oh, Melania. Oh, okay.
Oh.
They got to her makeup?
Yeah.
Just recently.
I heard it today,
Wow.
but I didn't catch when it was done. They said that's when Trump said that's it, and he started to arrest and put people down and really move on this. We got to speed this up because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
It does have to speed it up.
Oh, so see, they fucked with Melania's makeup. No wonder you only got 30 viewers. Leftist is never good. Always calling names. Do you get the impression that I'm a fucking leftist? I voted for Trump both times. Oh, and in both primaries. But yeah, you got me.
But you know what? If he's waiting for people to wake up, The 75 million people voted for him. So and then that doesn't even count the people around the world because we can't vote for him. So there's a lot of people
My
away.
man nodding out.
And just the 75 million are just the ones that they have tallied. What about all the ones that they had in all the semi trucks that they were dumping and burning and
Right.
all the military ones? All the military ones they didn't count. They took them all.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, first of all, we blame the postal service. You know, you got to blame the postal service first because they are the ones that are taking these, and they're not transferring them legally from mailbox to mail center, and then separating them, and then sending them off to be counted.
Oh, he's fucked up. He looks like.
Postal service needs to be redone.
I'm not positive, but it looks like he's fucked up.
Because you're going like.
Oh, am I? Yeah, this light's getting bright. Yeah, this light's. I rearranged everything around here because it was just. Oh God.
I'm just looking out for you.
If you knew how many.
Look
many
at
folks around here.
behind him. Last week he bragged about how he cleaned up. Look at behind you this week.
Well, that's just a little bit. I mean, if you.
Oh God, that was too funny. Last week he said, "Look what I can do." And then
Well, see, the funny thing is that behind the driver's board, that's all totes. All of it.
All of it
3, 4,
totes.
5 stacked high.
oh my God.
I mean, here, go on.
Oh, show and tell time.
So I wanted to go over that video after he does a show and tell.
Oh, which one?
You know what? I'm having a hard time again. This is weird. Every Wednesday, trying to send you stuff and it won't send. It's really, really
So,
strange. I'm
did
gonna
you,
have to put
did
it
you
up.
already send it before?
What the fuck does he live out of totes for?
All of the whatchamacallit, the photos.
Oh, okay. Well, you could just try to send it in the wacky. Oh,
I'm,
Yeah,
I,
you
I,
can send
it
me
won't let me send. I don't know what's oh my God.
oh,
Yeah. Yeah, and that's 2 and 3 deep. So.
Oh my
Oh
God.
God.
And that's research since we
Every man gets up and rearranges all his totes, every few hours when they've got a bag full of heroin or some of that good meth that'll take all your teeth out.
11, 12 months ago.
A massive porn
12
collection.
months ago.
Well,
So
I've been
that-
asking. Pardon?
Well, I mean, that's from what? 12 of 17.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've got all this filled. All this filled. I mean, the table filled. All that filled. All this filled. All that filled. All that filled. Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, lazy, right?
Well, I had a bunch of totes full of research, Vivian. I had to throw them out to make full of my totes full of just dick pics. You want to see some?
Oh, there was something important from Alicia. She said, Sean Morgan said something important about the night of the fireworks and police cars at the White House is to cover up the gunshots. He said, shots heard from around the world. What do you guys think?
Whoa, I didn't think about Oh my God.
I thought that fireworks was. I thought that was the. It was like the finale, and it was a calm to us. Like we're here. Don't worry, we haven't left you. And
Where are we at, by the way? 2635. Where did she?
Yes.
I'm on Wacky Wednesday group, and I just saw it. And I
I'm
thought,
going back to 2635 in just a second. By the way, that's a road. It's got grass on both sides. It's not a parking lot. It never was a parking lot. It's still a loop around the circle. There's no parking lot outside the window. Yeah, of course. There's a road right there that this car's parked on. It's basically like 2.5 cars wide. That's a road, not a parking lot. That was your comeback. A road, not a parking lot. It's not. It's a road.
Like seriously? Come on, it's there.
There's the stack of the pretend EOs. I didn't see any letterhead on those. Like him. So first of all, there's no. It's so him.
Right here in the background, people. Right here in the background.
Wednesday group.
I bet you if you could see through that curtain right there, that's probably where the split is. Or the curtain or wall or whatever it is. What is it? It's a curtain. There's a wall behind it. That's 2 different windows. But that's probably where the split is for the circle to keep going around and the other road to keep going.
Right here in the background.
So.
All right, back to 2635.
To us, like we're here. Don't worry, we haven't left you, and we did some work. Like I thought that was them signaling us. That's what I thought when I saw it. But then I get a video the next day of what's her name, Katy body double Katy Perry. She's singing her song Fireworks, and they've got the fireworks going, and then you see Kamala and her husband and the other ding dongs watching the fireworks. So that confused me. Because you know how things are pre-recorded, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, that looks like the same fireworks that I saw when we thought that those were the arrests with the cops going around the White House. Did you see that video at all?
No, I did not.
You know what? I've got it on my feed.
Oh
with me.
God.
I can find it.
This is police responding around DC.
Post this on the scroll.
Somewhere.
Oh, and for everyone everyone that's disgruntled with Facebook now, there is a new alternative. A brilliant patriot by the name of Kevin Coombs from Florida. He decided to create a new media site, a new a site that we can all go to, and that is it's basically, I mean, it's built like Facebook, so it's similar to it. There's still a lot that needs to be like upgraded and everything, but he put 15,000 of his own money in just to get
We've seen this
started.
video
So
too. It's like it's the fireworks and it's like some cops are driving around. And the guy says, "I just saw everybody in the White House get arrested."
.us.
It's stupid.
And there's no app for it, so that because since there's no app, Amazon doesn't have any control over it. Google has no control over it, so it's brilliant. But
why didn't they do that in the first place with Parler? Like, why did Parler have this big fight? Why didn't they just do what this guy did? Like, that's the way you get around it. I don't understand Parler.
Well, the thing is when they did Parler, you had all these, too many chiefs, not enough Indians type deals, and it was just him. And I've heard people saying, well, there's just not a lot, not a lot to it or anything. But whenever you make upgrades, it costs money. So personally, what I'm thinking is, and he was thinking it as well, but it's hard to ask others for like donations to help, because I mean right now it's just a tough time for everyone. Yeah. But if people kick in like $5 like on his PayPal, like and kick it in, he could actually upgrade the whole system. Because I mean he did put 15 grand in. I mean that's a good chunk of change.
Yeah, it is.
To just get some place where we can actually have a place to go, for to speak our minds. Because being conservatives, I mean, even being patriots, we always get shut down. So hopefully, once you hit certain amounts, he could have like live streaming, like he could have American Social Media Live. I mean, it could be something really, really big.
I think so too. And
the best part is like when you had friends and everything, you could just keep on scrolling down and have all the friends. Like when I started, I was like 600 something. So when you scroll all the way down, and you would check all of them, and then you could go over and there's a little box and you can accept or deny. You accept them and you get all of them at once. Instead of like Twitter,
what the fuck, dude? You're so fucking crazy. We're spending time, I guess, debunking these claims. Okay, the wallpaper changed. Okay, here's Biden's wallpaper. Here's Trump's wallpaper. Okay. Again, here's Biden's wallpaper because it's got the new rug in there. And here's Trump's wallpaper. Like, there's been no wallpaper change. Although he could have had it changed. They actually revamp the Oval Office for each new president coming in. He has a list of what he wants changed, and they do it. Same reason the bus changed.
It's like, it's only for the day. The hell's this? And that's why, it's all bullshit. But he's got a great start, and he's just needing help. And it's
not the Oval Office.
You can go on there, sign up, and I've been on there for a good 2 weeks. Because you want to have that alternative. Because once Facebook goes down, you want to have someplace you can jump to. So
I like the name. Now, does that is me being a Canadian and everybody's welcome?
Yep.
Did you know they changed the rug too?
All patriots are welcome.
Okay.
All patriots are welcome.
I knew the answer. I just wanted to clear that up for everybody else. My UK people on my group and Africa. I've got a few from Africa.
Well, technically, everybody's American.
Yes.
If you really think about it. So
telling that to people, and they don't understand that.
And that's the beautiful part of it. It's not about American as in how we look at things. Like, well, they're from America. It's like, well, America is. It's almost like it's not so much. I mean, it's an idea. It's an idea of freedom, of every person being free, every person being having the same rights, every person being equal. I mean, that's what it's like to be American. And we don't even know what it's like to be American yet, because they've had their boots on our necks the whole time. But now they're coming off, and now we can actually go forward with that. So I think it'll be one of those really, really, really good sites. Next to Telegram, and I'm still learning how to use that, but.
Well, people will be happy to hear that when you're on it. And there's someone on my group right now that is asking, have you heard, this is going around.
Just so fucking stupid. Oh.
No, I've already said my first arrest is going to be Congress.
It's going to be who, sorry?
Congress. First mass arrest is gonna shake the world. It's gonna be Congress.
Congress is the first arrest. Piss only has one eye in it, Vivian.
They brought the prison to them.
There's a
I know you shake a lot when you're smoking your meth and your teeth are falling out, but piss only has one eye in it.
that short video with the fireworks and that. I don't ask me how I did it, but it's on the Wacky Wednesday. Can you pull that up and then Jason can see what I'm talking about with the fireworks?
Supersize mini me.
Yes, there we go. And I want to show. This
Here's
building,
the fireworks video.
It almost looks like a parking garage, but someone said that that's not a parking garage. That's for where they're going to hold the tribunals.
I asked about that this morning in the groups, and someone said that
that's a parking garage.
FEMA's building it.
That's where they're going to hold the tribunals, right there.
Okay,
yeah, that's a parking garage.
In front of everybody.
That's what I thought.
You can talk about the slabs and everything like that, like the stairwells that they'll have.
Yeah.
The slabs that they're all, that's a parking garage.
Why is there a parking garage in front of the White House?
Because there's a lot of people that work in DC and they have to have a place to park.
Yeah, but right in front of the White House. But
technically, it could be a distance away from the White House. It could be behind the White House because where it's all perception. It's like, is that the front or the back of the White House? Because then you have the Washington Monument that, you've seen the lights going on in the monument as well.
Okay, so this is the webcam. Okay, this guy. Is that the beginning of the video? No, that's the end of the video. So this is the guy that actually recorded the webcam going. I think that was on the 24th or 23rd. I have no sound though. That's the end of the video.
I just watched everybody in the White House.
Can you put it from the beginning, kid?
I'm gonna give you a quick little rundown.
When was this again?
About 23rd or 24th. So, and I've been watching the webcam myself, and I remember watching it this night, and it was lit up that odd, nothing's happening. And then I wake up the next morning, and this shows up. I don't know why we can't hear him.
Oh, like all these fucking cop cars going this big loop. They do it like 4 different times. Pull off, go across the bridge over here. You can see them all with the siren. Go across the bridge, come back, do the same thing.
So this guy's claim with his video is he sees the cop cars, and they have their lights on, that he's arresting people. They're arresting people in the White House, and they're taking them across the bridge in regular cop cars with the sirens on, and then they shoot fireworks at the end.
He's talking about the cops.
I'm reminded of Jethro when it comes to Viv.
Lots of police just everywhere. See all around the city, fucking police. I watched that for the last 2 hours, talking shit, and then it all goes dark. Get back to normal. My shit's pulling off. And then this shit's out of fucking nowhere.
There. So this is my confusion because this happened on the 23rd or 24th. Now, fake Katy Perry saying in the inauguration, obviously, supposedly the 20th, and she's saying the song "Fireworks," and of course,
You don't think they're throwing a party? They're not throwing.
this happened at the end of her song.
I just watched everybody in the White House get arrested.
So that's where I'm a little confused. How can that?
That's what it was.
Inauguration's on the 20th. Even if they pre-recorded the inauguration, it would have been on the 18th or 19th.
Well, what was it? The 22nd? I want to say it was the 22nd that it was. I think. Let me check. Real quick.
Mark Anthony says, "Look CGI."
Computer generated image.
Boom.
Where the dogs at?
Yeah.
Rapper Nations.
Yeah.
January 22nd was President Trump and Melania Trump's 16th wedding anniversary.
Come on. Really?
67. Yep.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that was on the 23rd. It could have been on the 22nd, though. I was watching.
Guess whose birthday's coming up?
Who's? Barron's?
Melania's.
Oh.
Well, Barron's birthday's in.
That's why Trump's so mad. It's almost her birthday, plus he bought her makeup. And the fact that they messed with her makeup, that's the end of it.
March as well. But Melania's is on 2/26.
Why does his eyes keep fucking closing even while he's talking?
Yeah. And if you think about it, if you split it up into 22 and 3 and 22 and 6, it's 11 and 3.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
If you split up 22 and 6, so he means if you take half of 22 and half of 6, it's 11 and 3. Oh.
Feed your cat, Jason. Feed your cat.
It's not my cat.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Like, close your door. Your neighbor's cats are just walking into your house. This is not my cat.
What the fuck?
Oh,
yeah, that's
someone just said Gina found her glasses.
Yes, I did.
Where were they?
Okay, it's not my cat. Okay, what the deal is that the neighbor cat, you know, I have asshole neighbors. Okay, so the neighbors leave their animals out no matter what the temperature is, anything. You know, it could be 20 below, and they leave them out. Right. So at night, I try to bring him in whenever he can. You know, just to have someplace for him to sleep.
Oh, he's a cat humanitarian. There we go.
Now he's wanting like the banshee. So what side?
Okay, so I don't get it. So I don't get the firework thing. How to compile that to that happened on the 22nd. Katy Perry sang on the obviously 19th.
What happened on 22nd? I mean, yeah, they're celebrating the wedding anniversary.
Yeah, but those same fireworks were behind Katy Perry. Like this is what a movie. This is effing in my head.
The same fireworks were behind Katy Perry when she recorded on the 19th. You just don't think they can do more than one fireworks display, or you've analyzed the fireworks and it's the same on both videos.
You know, that's 11 days from. Remember, it was 1/11 when they took the secret oath. Trump and Flynn did. You know, that was that Sunday, and that was the day of the quote unquote funeral for.
Oh, he's fucked up.
Remember for the officer that they said that they got killed.
Oh yeah.
So Sick Nick, he goes back to the whole, you know, Trump Tower in Chicago when it said in the elevator. You had Saint Nick with the hammer, you know, and everything was like 2-1-2-1. They had 7 gumdrops on the wall. There was a spin, you know. I mean, there's just so much.
All right. So now I forgot the other thing that I was thinking about this inauguration. Okay, so it's been driving me crazy. It's been driving me crazy because I know that the comms in that movie are telling us something, but it can't come out and tell us everything because it's 10 days of darkness and we're not we can't be.
Yeah, he looks. I mean, he looks fucked up.
You know what? We're too smart. We'll just
guess
figure
it could be something else. Maybe he's just really tired.
It's got to be dark. But so I'm ignoring that, and so
I barely sleep at all.
Okay, so if you watch that movie,
So I'm sure I look really tired sometimes.
Did now
But
this comes.
I don't think I look like that.
Almost like he's driving an old truck, and oh shit, oh shit. So, I mean, they have a close up of the GMC. So they
Can you hold that up again?
Yeah.
GMC was.
Well, the thing is that the M could actually be 2 carats also.
2 carats.
Yeah, remember they had the carats with the generals?
Oh.
So it could actually be a symbol within a symbol.
That makes sense.
What?
Oh, you see, I knew you would know because that was driving me crazy. I'm thinking, why is he like, you know, it was like a close-up shot of this old truck, but we had to see the GMC and it was driving me insane. Why? So then the next one, this one I figured out.
What?
Believe it or not, and you'll be very proud.
The M can be 2 carats because carats mean generals. And the M means that there's... What?
Proud of me because I figured this out, Jay. Okay, look at this. So then the next shot is this, and then they've got this, you know, about a 1953 GMC industrial model NAPCO 4x4, and I thought, well, what the fuck is a NAPCO? Okay, so I looked it up. Now the first scene is entitled "Mending Fences." So he's in this old truck. It's a 1953, and it's obviously running well. And I think this guy's got money. He drives around in an Aston Martin, and he's fixing his own fences. This is what's going through my head, the practical side of me. Why isn't he hiring to mend these fences? And then he's talking, well, there's holes in the fences, and I think, oh my god.
So NAPCO is Northwestern's auto parts company. NAPCO. What? I don't understand. I'm so blown away by the fucking carrots. But NAPCO built 4-wheel drive assemblies for all different kinds of vehicles. Before they built 4-wheel drive in-house. They still don't technically build it, so you might have like a Borg Warner or whatever transfer case. They still don't technically build it, but they assemble it in-house. Before, NAPCO would be in the name of the truck because that was who built the full 4-wheel drive assemblies. NAPCO was one. The Ford, GMC, Chevrolet, Studebaker, all those had NAPCO 4x4 versions.
God, he's mending fences.
I'm still confused about the
what he's alluding
carrots.
to is that all these traitors that they had to pull out of the administration, now they've got these holes that they've got to fill. Because during his journey of this video, he's calling different people. He's saying, I hope you're feeling better because your country needs you. And there's a few of them that, what was the one guy's name? I can't remember his name. Oh, Victor Avila. And anyway, there's a few of them. So that's what.
And I don't even know where they're getting these images from. They're talking about a show or a movie. They're like, in the next scene, he's out there mending fences. Who are they even talking about? I'm going to have to back up some. Hold on.
This comes up. Like, this is like almost like he's driving military op, and you know what? We're too smart. We'll just figure it out. And it's got to be dark. But so I'm ignoring that, and so and I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so if you watch that movie or that video that Jennifer Mack did, now this comes up like
the video that Jennifer Mack did. Who is Jennifer Mack? Hold on.
It's 10 days of darkness, and we can't be told what's going on. This is military op, and you know what? We're too smart. We'll just figure it out. It's got to be dark. But so I'm ignoring that, and so and I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so if you watch that movie or that video that Jennifer Mack did, now this comes up like this is like almost like he's driving an old truck, and oh shit, oh shit. So I mean, they have a close up of the GMC. So they
Can you hold that up again?
Yeah.
GMC or
well, the thing is that the M could actually be 2 carats also.
2 carats.
Yeah, remember they had the carats with the generals?
Oh.
So it could actually be a symbol within a symbol.
That makes sense.
Oh, you see, I knew you would know because that was driving me crazy. I'm thinking, why is he like? It was like a close up shot.
What video is it, Stacy Lynn?
Of this old truck, but we had to see the GMC, and it was driving me insane. Why? So then the next one, this one I figured out.
Oh, if he dies, that'll definitely be part of the plan. He had to fake his death.
Look at this. So then the next shot is this, and then they've got this, about a 1953 GMC industrial model NAPCO 4x4, and I thought, well, what the fuck is a NAPCO? Okay, so I looked it up. Now the first scene is entitled "Mending Fences." So he's in this old truck. It's a 1953, and it's obviously running well. And I'm thinking, this guy's got money. He drives around in an Aston Martin, and he's fixing his own fences. This is what's going through my head, the practical side of me. Why isn't he hiring to mend these fences? And then he's talking, well, there's holes in the fences, and think, oh my God, he's mending fences. What he's alluding to is that all these traitors that they had to pull out of the administration, now they've got these holes that they've got to fill. Because during his journey of this video, he's calling different people. He's saying, I hope you're feeling better because your country needs you. And there's a few of them that, what was the one guy's name? I can't remember his name. Oh, Victor Avila. And anyway, there's a few of them. So that's what that alluded to. And then one of the SEAL Team 6 dogs makes a cameo appearance. Interesting.
Wait, are you talking about that TikTok with the TikTok about him?
All I know is that the dog that made an appearance was one of the SEAL Team 6 dogs.
Oh, it's about 107. Oh, God.
NAPCO 4x4.
Hold on just a second. Thank you. I should be able to find it now, hopefully. Okay, I found the video they're talking about. Hold on, and we'll watch it. This may shed some light on it, I guess. Here we go.
Major rebuke of the president. His attorney general today says he sees no reason to appoint a special counsel to investigate voter fraud or seize election machines. But as CNN's Joe Johns reports, the president is still unleashing on Twitter today, refusing to accept he lost the election.
The Biden fraud family steal the election. The media is covering up. The Biden
crime family stealing this election. The media's covering it up. The Biden crime family stealing this election. The media's covering up.
Thank you, Stacey, anyways.
Give us our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
So from all the videos I've seen of this dumbass Juan 07, we can't see his face. We're not allowed to see his face. Only his boots. Oh, riding that clutch, are we? Maybe that's a sign. Riding the clutch. Coming in clutch, if you come in clutch right at the end, so right before maybe an invasion or the decimation, or he's gonna come in. So basically, what's gonna happen is Trump's not coming back until it's time to come in clutch. So we're gonna be on the brink of like a new war. The majority of the population has died. He's going to come in and be the savior, and he's going to come in clutch, and everybody's going to, basically he's the Antichrist. I think that's what Juan's trying to tell us. It's a cool truck. Wish he'd stop riding the clutch so hard. There it is, 2 carrots right there. 2 carrots. You see the 2 carrots for the 2 general carrots? General vegetable garden?
Gotta do something.
We make fun of the people who are still pushing the R stuff, the letter before R stuff, so I don't get banned off YouTube. We make fun of them, so we're going to pick a new person to make fun of. Lately, it's been Simon Parks and Charlie Ward. We're moving on, so I've got a poll going of who we're going to pick on next. Metaphysically. There's the boots. That's got to be him.
Sir, what's up? Good, glad to hear from you. What's going on?
Sir, what's up? Glad to hear from you. What's going on? Any fences I can mend for you? You need a clutch burnout within the next couple of days? Jesus Christ. Back to this. We're just going to watch a couple more minutes of this. All we know so far is he keeps his neighbor's cats. He nods out while he's speaking, and his whole life is in totes.
So I thought, okay, I'm going to look up NAPCO. So NAPCO was founded in 1918. Guess what else happened in 1918? The Spanish flu. And guess how they died? It was not about the Spanish flu, how they died. It was about
the vaccine. Yep. The masks also. It was the masks and the vaccines also. Because what it was that Rockefeller actually gave the vaccines to both sides. He gave it to the Axis side and the Allied side during World War I. And that's how they had so many people die during it.
Exactly.
And there was actually something having to do with Archduke Franz Ferdinand's license plate. What the hell number was it? I have it somewhere. That started off because that's what kicked off the World War I. Was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand?
Sure. Ridicule.
So he's calming us about it's I guess he's mirror imaging how parallel it is. And
this is the guy we're talking about down here in the bottom.
Sit together, and I was hoping that you could
Jason
help me fill in
Q.
those blanks, Jay. Like why we know. somehow it's leading up to how we are going to take them down in the end. Now, this is a boom at the end, and then we'll go back to the beginning. This is a killer. This photo here, this told me everything.
Area 51.
Right? I saw that.
Well, you know what they were doing there, right?
Yeah. So how does that fit into I'm thinking, like, are they going to take down, if Congress is in their capital, their temple, are they going to just, like the wrath of God and blow them out, or what?
Well, they can't do that. They have to get all the kids out first.
Yes.
There were a lot of
Okay.
a lot of these
Kids
places.
in those tunnels, right?
Well, like Area 51 and all that, and yeah, they were using a lot of these
They got to go to Area 51 and get all the kids out. That's what we're at. There's no aliens at Area 51. They don't want you there because that's where they keep their kids.
quote unquote top secret places for child trafficking, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah. So then he stops along his road trip. He stops in Vegas, and this girl, and I'm pretty sure her name's Gloria, she gives him peach preserves. Okay, give to the president. So he's on his road trip, and he runs out of gas.
Yeah, we just watched the preview. What I wasn't gonna watch the whole video, but what was her name? The person who helped me find Stacy. What Stacy said is the rest of the video, he's driving around and he's picking up stuff to give to President Trump. But I just watched that part because I want to know what was going on about the truck and who it was and shit.
Obviously. And so he's sitting in the car. I guess he's waiting for a lift, and he eats a whole jar of the peach preserves. Oh well, now he must have get the peach preserves. This is a must to get a replacement.
Yeah.
Now
I pooped the letter Q. God is telling me they're full of shit.
That is where the
yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Dude, he's high.
That's where the like the main headquarters, the main power for the power grid, for all the power grids, because they have it split up. Like Texas has its own, then you have the eastern one, the western one, and then you have the northern one. Here, let me I've got that. Hold on a second. Let me right here.
Somebody just beat a Katy Perry video, kid. So
Yeah, I just have to be careful.
Wait, what happened?
I just want to be careful with this because one of my favorite Patriots made this.
Oh,
nice.
Sweet. Look at that. That's pretty
And
cool.
it is. It actually is. And she's actually making them and selling them, in fact. And they're just, they're just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So I can go ahead and, we can put, put a bird.
Someone glued a bunch of old Christmas decorations together to make a wreath. Red, white, and blue. Mariah makes shit like that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I
Not
can go
Christmas
ahead and,
decorations. She makes wreaths and shit.
put a bird. And have
Maybe Mariah's part of the conspiracy.
hold of her. We can put it in the show notes and everything like that. And it helps her. That's what she does for a living. And I'll tell you, when I got that, it was just, it was one of those times you're just like, wow. Like you're just somebody's creativity is just, it's just mind numbing that somebody would actually, take their time out of their day or days. It takes for days to do it, but just to make something like that. That's why I was just like, I had it hanging up here. But yeah, it's just, she's really, really, really awesome. And there's some really good Patriots out there, but there's some really special Patriots out there too. So
yeah. Okay, so you're saying that the main grid is in Georgia? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, the power grid, the main headquarters, like the main, like the brain of the grid is in Georgia.
What's he hinting at there?
What's that?
What's he hinting at? That they're going to take out the grid?
What's he talking about? Hold on. So, for those that don't know, I used to work on the grid, and on all these power plants. And I've been to a lot of the federal offices, but I don't know what he's talking about. The main brain is in Georgia. And he could be right, and I've just never heard it. But I've been to a lot of places, a lot of the federal buildings, a lot of the, I can't remember the acronym right now for the people who, damn it. NERC, is it NERC? NERC, I think. It's the North American Reliability Corporation. NERC is what they have an office in Atlanta, Georgia. It might even be their main office, but none of the grid, none of the power segments run through there. Let's see. Let's look up NERC. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, nonprofit corporation with offices based in Atlanta, Georgia. It's formed on March 28, 2006 as a successor for the National Electric Reliability Council, also known as the NERC, which formed in the wake of the first large-scale blackout in 1965. The original NERC was formed June 1st, 1968 by Electric Utility Industrial to promote the reliability and adequacy of bulk power transmission. NERC's mission states that it is to ensure reliability of North American bulk power system. NERC oversees 8 regional reliability entities and encompasses all of the interconnected power systems of the contiguous United States, Canada, and a portion of Baja California in Mexico. NERC's major responsibility includes working with all stakeholders to develop standards for power systems, monitoring it, enforcing compliance. So they don't have like a switch, or the grid doesn't run through there. Any RC, NERC, you can look it up on your own. The grid doesn't run through there. They don't have like a big switch. What they do is they go around and set compliance for companies. They tell you when you have to come up, when you have to go back down for surge plants. But all these plants are not like, they're not like connected through Atlanta, Georgia, and there's like a master switch or anything. And to be fair, they're not even an enforcement wing. I mean, they enforce compliance by like giving, let's say I owned a power plant. Let's say I own a surge power plant and I'm on contract and the government pays me $500,000 a day. No, let's say $100,000 a day to be ready. When the government tells me to come up with my surge plant, we need power. I think it's 4 hours to bring up the first unit online, and I have, I think another 8 hours, so a total of 12 to bring all the units they want online. If I'm down, I can't bring mine online, I start paying out-of-pocket fees. And sometimes, it depending on how many machines you're supposed to have running, it could be millions of dollars a day. So that's when we have to bring in the maintenance dudes because shit's like fucked up, and we got to get it going now. We got to get it going now because we're paying out the ass. So when you have a shutdown for a power plant to like do work, it has to be approved through NERC. But if I had that same surge power plant and I just said, fuck NERC, I'm going to put it online and just turned it on, they don't show up with like police force and shut it down. They don't have like a bypass switch or nothing. I could just run that son of a bitch till the Department of Energy come in with their fucking military troops, basically. So yeah, they sort of enforce compliance because they're the people who decide whether you get penalties and what the penalties are and whether I can get a waiver or blah, blah, blah. But they don't like enforce compliance like boots on the ground enforcing compliance. They also do investigations. So they'll do an investigation like if they think you're doing something fraudulent, like you told them you were down and applied for a waiver, but you really weren't. You were just trying to save money on paying plant operators or paying for maintenance or something. And they remote monitor, like for a gas turbine plant, they remote monitor like the NOx you're putting out and the fucking CO2 and shit. Like there's a room beside each one of these turbines or each one of these power units. And in that room is a computer system, and it monitors all the data, and it stays online all the time. It's hardwired in. You can't turn it offline, even when the machine's down, and it's feeding data back to them so they can tell when you're out of compliance. And you have a short window, like for startup or cool down, or for when you first bring it online, because that's different than startup. When you first bring it online is when you first start putting power into the grid. But you have like a short compliance window where you can be like out of spec, but all the rest of the time you have to be below the values that you should be, or you get fined for that as well. But to say like if they took out Atlanta, Georgia, if they took out the NERC facility in Atlanta, Georgia, that it would like take out the power grid is just stupid. That has nothing to do with it. All the individual power plants could still turn on.
Is it got to do with part of the darkness? I mean, we're in the darkness now.
If you think from dark to light, I mean, you could honestly think from dark to light could be from seeing this BS sun simulator, the solar simulator, to actually seeing our crystal sun. I mean, that would be pretty much dark to light because that thing's a monster. It's not like this little little, little solar simulator in the sky and everything. Just no.
Wait. This might change your idea of this. What is all true? This might change your idea on this. He just said that we have a fake solar simulator and we haven't been seeing our real sun for years. We have a fake solar simulator and we haven't been seeing our real sun for years. So I'm going to drop the poll in the chat again. We got to move on. I've had fun watching him nod off and like researching some of the stuff and blah, blah, blah. But he just said we haven't seen our real sun for years. We've only been seeing our fake solar simulator. So, I gotcha. Have you worked around power plants and shit, Dan? I used to work for GE. I was a lead man and qualified foreman for their maintenance and stuff. So I saw a lot of it, but I haven't been on like the public utility side of it. Instead, I was a contractor. Oh God. Anyways, we got to move on to the next one. Let me see what the next one is. I forgot. I got so wound up in this and Nancy or whatever the hell her name was and her 50 video views. The next one is Sasha Stone. Sasha Stone. I'm pretty sure she has a bit shoot, but we'll try on YouTube first. That's from 1 week ago. This looks like it's just a bad connection from 1 week ago. Let me try BitChute. I didn't know that. So I've seen, they do have a BitChute channel. And this was from day before yesterday. So maybe this is the newest one. Behold a Brazen Dawn. Okay, let's see what they got. We got 57 minutes. So we'll watch about 30 of it maybe. Yeah, I got you. I understand. I understand what you're saying. We always had a tech with us, like a tuner. I'm not qualified to tune, but I used to like to watch him, see what he was doing after we would do like a rebuild or a shutdown or a hot gas path or whatever. The tuner would go in there and get us to NERC compliance. And like he plugged his computer in there and fucking reads all the monitors and all that shit and starts tuning on the thing to make sure we're in compliance. But when you first start it up, it's so full of like cruel and grease and oil and just oil off your skin and shit. That some bitch blows like a smokestack. Like it's crazy. It looks like a diesel truck starting up. But then it all leans out. How is this?
Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's show. I'm host Leah Mattinson, and I'm so excited to have all of you with us today, no matter where you are tuning in from the world. So whether that's the morning, the evening, the middle of the day, hope you're having some sunshine or some snowfall, wherever it is that you live and that you're enjoying whatever environment you are in at this very moment in time. I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Sasha Stone. Sasha is the founder of Humanitad, the International Tribunal for Natural Justice, and the New Earth Project. He is a relentless human rights activist and creative human being. I'm so delighted to once again welcome you back to the Master Your Life show, Sasha. How are you today?
Thank you, Leah, and thank you for that introduction. You forgot to put domestic terrorist at the top of that list.
Well, I thought I'd let you introduce that little portion of your psyche to everyone that is tuning in today. Domestic terrorist. So in your domestic terrorism, what is it that you want to highlight today? Because there's so many things we could talk about, but what do you think is the most important things for our audience today?
Well, let's start with the most pressing issue, which of course is a week into the gibbering sock puppet.
It's this guy? I thought Sasha Stone was going to be a woman. So this guy is Sasha Stone. That's one that's on the list. Let's check out what they're saying here.
In Washington, District of Columbia, which I'd remind people is a foreign invader now under military occupation. So don't believe any of what you're seeing. With respect to this president's and incumbency, it is a hollow ship. There is no power there whatsoever. But insofar as the febrile presidential pen is wittering across bits of paper and signing executive orders. Let's just look at what this hollow creature has done in the first week in office, and that, of course, is Biden. Well, the Baghdad terrorist attack has happened in the first couple of days, first 48 hours of his tenure. The deployment and mobilization of soldiers to the Middle East in order to get back on and start wars again. Rejoining the World Health Organization, which is the very organization which failed to warn the world about the pandemic, and of course is behind the orchestration of evil within the public health administration sector globally, bringing about suicide and destructivity
That's
in economies all around
My
the world.
bad.
Rejoining the Paris Accord, that was another little action by the executive pen, of course crippling fees for the North American taxpayers to pay their.
Is that a tattoo with just really shiny ink? Or is that a metal like bracelet around his arm?
Rejoining the TPP, again, huge losses of jobs there, now going to China. Men with wigs can now enter girls' restrooms. How nice is that? And what does that do to the moral?
Well, I was assuming female based on the name, but now I'm assuming male based on the beard and the Adam's apple. But I've been wrong before.
Fabric of our society. Men with wigs can now, by law, walk into a girl's restroom, in a restaurant or in a school elsewhere. Men with wigs can now legally compete in women's sports, Leah. Isn't that exciting? Men
saw
with
that.
wigs, people will be charged with a hefty fine.
Richard Branson. That's what he's trying to do, I think.
Say Obamacare, which is the most insidious wickedness imaginable if you understand what's behind the Obamacare package. Corporate taxes just jumped from 21% to just under 29% in the last couple of days. Income tax and payroll taxes from 37% to 52% overnight. Small business taxes from 29%, just over 29% to just under 40%, and capital gains and dividend taxes from 23% to 43%. So that's what we've seen come out of this creature in the first couple of days. This is early onset. Cultural Marxism, it's going to be swept through in the coming days. I don't imagine it's going to gain much traction, and that's because of the following. He wasn't voted into office. It was a criminal collusion exercise. It was a fraud. 80% thereabouts
There we go.
Americans voted for one.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Most certainly the case, certainly 75%. So either which way, you're dealing with fraud and deception of epic proportion. But under guise, nonetheless, that's what you're seeing come out of the executive pen in Capitol Hill, Washington, District of Columbia. And I think that's pretty sobering stuff. At what point do people begin to see in the mainstream, begin to see the fiction of this thing called government and their own indentureship into the evils and the wickedness that's playing out in that theater, because it is all theater? At what point do good living men and women of the living soil within themselves and their own families and communities?
So why you guys are talking about, I'm not getting in it, but why you guys are over there talking about, is this a simulation? It blows my mind to think that if there is any possibility that we are in a simulation, then the odds that we are in a reiteration of the first actual event, so the odds that we are in a simulation greater than the first one are better than we're not in a simulation. That fucking, I don't know. That's huge to me. It doesn't change the way I act at all, but it's still, it's pretty cool to think about.
Communities say, great, now I see 2,000 years of Canaanite ritualism and Masonic occultism moving through, our civilizational wheel, bringing us to this. And now I, as the living man or living woman, mother and father, brother, sister, I'm going to step away from indentureship, my enslavement, my thrall to this dream spell. I'm not going to participate in these invisible contracts any longer. I'm not going to be registering my farm, my home, my bicycle, my children to the state or to the crown. I'm not going to be paying.
Hey, thank you, Billy. We had somebody in here fighting us. Earlier, but thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. We're picking a new one tonight. If you want to stick around and vote, there's a poll out right now. We've already went over, let's see, we did the amazing Paula, and this is going to be for the next week. This is the person that I'm going to dig into for the next week. So we already did the amazing Polly, Scott McKay, who is the Patriot Street Fighter. We did Jason Q, and this guy right here is Sasha Stone.
Coin to Caesar.
We got two more after this.
My family. It really comes down to that. I've been arguing it for 10 years. I'll argue it for the next coming few years. But almost certainly, we're seeing the end of government, the early onset end of this technology called government.
And so do you see people?
Oh, you've never been to the
a
Outpost?
lot of gum where people are trying to extract themselves from the current big ball of mess and get out of it somehow, but they're so entrenched in it and entangled in it. It's almost a Gordian knot where you're going, like, where you start to dissolve all that stuff. So there's two kind of things that play in my mind. Are the regular American citizens and then the rest of the world going to roll out and feel this, the tax implications next week? Like, is it going to start coming off their checks right away, just like the checks came into bank accounts right away? And then secondly, are people...
So last thing, I don't like, I can't do this argument because I'm not as smart as some people on it, and I usually don't debate stuff unless I pretty much know what's going on. But basically the way you prove, I'm just going to do this real quick, the way you prove that if there is any chance that we're in a simulation or that we could ever be in a simulation, then the odds are greater that we're already in one, is basically... if you take this this situation and put it like in prob and stats, then it would work out the same way. So if you were trapped by an evil genius, in a room with no clock and no windows, no way of telling what's going on, and he had a way to instantly give you amnesia. So you wake up, you have no idea what's going on, but you know that you can flip a coin. If it's heads, you leave. If it's tails, you instantly get knocked back out, put back into bed, wake up the exact same way, and remember nothing. Okay, because it's instant amnesia. If you put that as a prob and stats problem, then the ratio or the odds that it is not the first time you've ever flipped the coin are greater than the odds that it is, basically, is the way that you figured out. So if there's ever a chance that there will be a simulation, could be a simulation, or has been a simulation, then the odds that we're in one is greater than the odds that we're not in one. I guess that's the best way I can explain it right quick. So, and the same problem works out if you have instant amnesia and flip a coin, and heads you leave, tails you start over.
Going to be able to quickly step out of the fiction of that by not registering their things? Or is it going to be such a shock, the shock wave of things? How do you anticipate people responding?
Let's look at the mechanics of it. It's simply down, again, the first step is attention. Where you place your attention, where we place the mind, the body follows. So if that's manifestation.
There you go, Larry.
Where we place attention is what then manifests in the
She has a fake tree too. They all do.
Attention from wrong ideas, bad images, bad ideation, okay? Once we've removed our attention from something, we've essentially disempowered it. We're no longer pumping life force or prana into, or divine capacitance into the field. That's the step number one. That's the most important piece. Stop placing your attention onto fictitious ideas. Once you've got that bit, then you start to purpose your attention toward good ideas, fulfilling ideas, affirmative, expansive, creative, prosperous, abundant, righteous, judicious ideas. That's what humans are supposed to be doing with our attention, which is our God-given prana, life force.
That's exactly right, Billy.
In the process of disidentifying from the fiction of your life and your family's life. One intelligent householder can do it on behalf of all the other members of the house, of the family. And we ought to be doing that now. This is the perfect year for it, the year 2021. Start to revoke, rescind, redact, recall, okay, your signature, the bonds, the invisible spells and bonds that you have been indentured into by the registration processes, okay? So one by one, get to grips with it, the US Treasury Department, if you're in North America, and step away from the straw man. Reclaim your straw man. Stop allowing the corporation government to own the straw man, the trust, the treasury bond, which is the allocation of your piece of the Commonwealth since you were born and registered. Learn what these things are about. Yes, to some people, what I'm saying sounds like bizarre alchemy.
Yeah, I didn't say that there was a way to prove it, but the odds are in that favor. So if you were betting in Vegas, you would have a better chance of winning if you betted on simulation than not simulation. Is this Dylan Burns? No. This is Sacha Stone. Sacha Stone.
Get on with it. Do the work. You know I'm right. You know you feel it in your bones. You're plantation slaves, no more, no less. So you have to withdraw attention and then get to grips in your own locale with the mechanics of how you begin to retrieve yourself from the fiction. Once we start doing that wholesale, you're able to then contact your employer and say to them, excuse me, you will not withdraw.
I feel like if I made fun of Sasha, this would be a hate crime.
Deduct taxes from
I'm not positive. I'm just saying.
You were breaking the law. You were defrauding me, and I will hold you accountable. Yes, this is clashing stuff, but we need to do it. You can do it politely, but each of us need to start to educate one another in the high street and in the office about the real mechanics of plantation slavery. And your boss will get it. If you sit this, walk through this.
So someone said if this is all real, why would they show up to get arrested? Because when the plan needs them to be infinitely smarter than us, they are. And then when the plan needs them to be infinitely stupider than us, they are. And when the plan needs them to be something in between, They are. Sriracha Stone.
With kindness, with courtesy, with intelligence, and in honor, you will educate people around you and they'll be grateful. I've been doing this now for nearly 20 years, Aaliyah, and I've been having these conversations at times with world leaders, seated, sipping cognac or having tea with a head of state and having these conversations about the fiction, the straw man, the indentureship, the collateral. And it is the awakening that happens at every level in people is a beautiful thing, because there are many, many leaders, business leaders and what have, who themselves don't understand the indentureship of humans to the fictitious. And this is something which is part of the emancipation right now, the revelation of who we are as a species awakening from within that dream spell. I just say to everyone, get on with the process. It's going to be different in Costa Rica, to South Africa, to Vietnam. But in your own locale, you must get to grips with this and just remove your own indentureship. It's about revoking, rescinding, retracting, and redacting your signature and your bold black block capital letters, which has been written onto forms. So you start with the passport, you start with the registrations of children and of deeds and title deeds, mortgages. No one should be paying mortgages. No one should be paying money to building societies or banks. They've taken your money off your birth bond and lent you that money. It's been
There you go. There you go. He's one that no one should be paying money for society. There is no such thing as nations. No one should be doing any of this. You shouldn't be paying for your house. You shouldn't be paying for your land. That belongs to you. They took your money on your birth and they used it for blah, blah, blah. So basically, Trump's going to be a president of a nation that doesn't exist because nothing ever happens and nothing has any value whatsoever. Here we go.
That's how the bank got the money to front you the loan in the first place, by discharging that money against your birth bond without telling you. So it is actually your money they're lending you. You just don't know that. That's part of the great criminal con. So do not pay your mortgage. Go and understand. It'll take you 3 days.
By the way, that's the same thing with the United States being a corporation. When he says birth bond, there used to be this big movement. It's died down. It was probably about 15 years ago, and then it come back up about 5 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, where if you go on the back of your Social Security card, there's another number, not your Social Security number. There is another number printed on there. If you put that in and then put like account number or something like that, it corresponds to a bank account that the British royal government owns or some shit. And that's your money. That's your birth bond or some shit that they're actually loaning you and paying you in salary and giving to you while they keep the extra. And all you've got to do is request more and you'll have all the millions that you deserve, all the money you should have had. All you got to do is request a little more.
Days to really get to grips with what the mortgage is. And there's ways in which you can go to your bank or building society and demonstrate to them on paper the fact that they fraudulently sold something to you which they didn't own. They didn't own the house, that they sold to you. It was all part of shuffling the deck and moving the cups around like some dirty little, Eastern European gypsy camp. That's all that's going on with banks and building societies. Wake up, people. Step away. Stop paying coin to Caesar.
And there's some wonderful people.
Or Julia Roberts' whole look at the beginning of Pretty Woman.
Doing this, that if you don't know of anyone in
I swear that was going around like 20 years ago. Well, probably 15, 20 years ago. And then about 8 years ago, Mariah even had one of her uncles say, oh, yeah, it's all part of the system, man. If you just take the back of your Social Security card and you dial it in and you go to this special website, you can just request that money back. And once enough people request it and we all bond together and they know that we know the truth, they'll just put it in your bank account. They're tracking you with your cell phones. Like it was crazy.
Country that's doing it. There definitely is B.B. Backus at the Newark University. There's a fellow in Canada called Christopher James at Falls. And so even if you can't find somebody in your locale, they'll be able to help you take those baby steps, because I know I agree with you. Some people go, that's completely outrageous. I can't even think about doing that. But this is the point. The mind leads the chi. Where you are is where your energy is going to be. And I have a confession. I didn't watch much of anything this past week because my mind was leading my chi elsewhere. It's like towards health, happiness, connection with my children, connection with my grandchildren, maskless connection, lots of hugging and playing together. And then people seeing that out in, the rest of the world, that's how to live a normal life, and an abundant life. And that's what we are moving forward into. And I think even more so, it's become more precious. But to your point about conversations with our brothers and sisters, this is really important. It's taking it out of that fight mode, I think, now into the
Harvey Dent
people, that things are falling apart, like just dissolving and into another form that can be this very coherent form where we're having conversations with each other out of respect, that it's the re-education of the human being. And then how do we find leaders?
By the way, there's the bot again. If you want to donate or do a super chat, there's the bot.
So the conversations with the neighbors with the masks on.
Somebody asked what the link was a minute ago, and I forgot to put it in.
In your world.
We need to be blunt with one another. Anyone who's wearing a mask is an imbecile or a moron. You can choose between an imbecile or a moron. At least you have a choice there. And that's just it. That's just what it is. The science is out. We understand the forensics. We've seen the vacillating of Anthony Fauci. Not that we should pay attention to the old Jesuit. He was never a public health administrator. He's a proxy of satanic interest playing out the eugenics and global depopulation agenda. He was shoehorned into place half a century ago by those same satanic taskmasters. And I use the word absolutely appropriately here, satanic. As
Harvey Dent's Two-Face.
Enemy of the living. So these creatures have had this thrall for far too long. We should pay no attention to anything that they say in the first instance. World Health Organization was never established in order to monitor and contain public health. It was there in order to be the orchestration arm of that Sabbatean trans.
What's sad is, like, if I did this, if I come out here and made all this crazy shit up and just skirted the lines to just barely stay on YouTube, or maybe just build an audience and then get booted off YouTube and have my followers follow me, I would probably be making 10 to 20 times the amount in fucking donations and viewers and everything else. Have fucking brand deals with the My Pillow guy. But if you stand out here and tell people the truth and tell them that these people are fucking lying to them, they just yell at you and tell you that you're a shill or a leftist or a commie. Someone come into my chat earlier and said I was a fucking, oh yeah, I always knew leftists weren't funny. What? Like, I'm not a leftist.
National invisible government in order to bring about global depopulation, pump their agrochemical poisons into the air, the soil, and the water, and pump their pharmaceutical toxins into living systems, and to bring about, again, a steady transhumanism, because that's essentially what we're seeing. We're seeing a modification, a transformation of a transposition of different genetic expression.
All right, he's got a website. Let's try it. I want to make sure it's not porn. Hold on. Okay. No, it's not porn. Let's see. About former rock musician and artist Sasha Stone grew up in Rhodesia, Zimbabwe throughout the War of Independence. He established Humanitade in 1999 and has worked across both the NGO and IGO sectors of an outspoken advocate of human rights and natural justice. He has instigated peace initiatives and education programs, lobbied against human rights abuses in different parts of the globe, and continues to prosecute for the protection of vanguard innovators, scientists, and doctors. He's also the founder of the World Health Sovereignty Summit. Oh, God. I was just scrolling through to see if it says anything about the R movement. It doesn't. It's more just about him being a hippie. There's his interviews. Okay, he's got a bunch of interviews. There's his journal. He's got a journal he keeps online. Art. Okay. So, are we sure that he's not a baby-eating lizard person? Because... Okay, there's his art. Let's see what else he's got. Connect. So you can send him a message, you can subscribe to his newsletter, and you can join his monthly club. Well, I guess we found out how he makes money. He's got a monthly club. All right, back to the video.
Onto the human being. We know what the Pfizer Moderna vaccine, which is not a vaccine, we understand it's genetic modification and technology. We can walk you through the science. Anyone wants to pay attention to that, simply go back and see the focus.
Bring your ass to Tennessee. We'll shoot you some respect. Sounds about right.
Forensics are more or less laid out there in a 2-hour presentment, which is getting into some readiness for trial, a public trial, because that's what's coming down the pike, incidentally, to these sinister creatures. They will all of it.
So I would rather think that General Flynn believes it than to think that General Flynn is peddling it to use it for his advantage. Because I used to think he was a hell of a guy too. But now I'm afraid that he's doing it to sell more of his books, to get more followers, to get more people saying his name, to become more popular. And I don't want to think that about him. I just don't. But I don't know. Maybe he just got sucked in the rabbit hole too. Started believing it.
Every single one of them be held accountable for their crimes against humanity. But the fact of the matter is that the people you're referring to in suburbia and wanting to appeal to their reason about, come on, people, oxygen is good for the human body. Sunlight is good for the human body. Your grandmother knew that. Your great-great-grandmother knew that. Why have you chosen to lose your senses? And
Oh yeah, have you guys ever heard of like brown hole gazing or butthole gazing or sphincter gazing? It's basically some guy like this will tell you that sunlight's good for you. So what you do is you go somewhere, preferably private, when the sun is low in the sky, and you pull down your pants and underwear and open your butthole to let your butthole absorb some of the light from the sun. And it's good for the body. It makes you healthy. It's real good for you. Don't worry about it. But there are literally people that do that. There's also people that just recommend regular gazing, which is just staring into the sun at sunset to let the nutrients from the sun enter your body through the eyes.
shuffle around in your city streets wearing a goddamn nappy on your face? Have you any dignity whatsoever? Have you departed entirely from your Christ of nature? Have you departed entirely from reason? Are you really going to participate in this pantomime and assail and assault the immune system of your own children and grandchildren? Is that what you're doing? Is that the contribution you are making to the future and the furtherance of our evolution as a species? Shame on you. It is a godless action you're involved with, wearing that mask on your face. It is a godless action, and you will be held accountable at the soul level for it. That's the blunt language we should be speaking to our neighbors over the picket fence.
No, yeah, I swear you do.
Nothing polite to say to
I swear you do.
or a grandmother or a grandfather who choose to mask
There's
themselves
people
against
that do.
and against oxygen and sunlight. You are damned if you continue to do that beyond a certain point, and you know it. Move against your conscience nowadays, and there is great peril ahead, because we're at that point, that civilization or chemical point, where the bifurcation is going to start to reveal the audit. The audit means death. It means death. You will die.
Right here, the scientific name for it is perineum sunning. Doctors warn against it. This is in Health magazine. So perineum sunning is a thing now. Here's why doctors definitely don't want you to try it. Wellness trends have officially gone too far. From sitting over a pot of boiling water to steam the vagina to sticking jade eggs you know where. Wellness trends involving the genitals. Here's people doing it in a video. Holy shit, hold on. Watch. And I'll continue reading the article. I promise there's people that really do it with their butthole. Watch. The next clip. Oh, well, maybe it's the one after this one, but hold on. Right there. See these guys doing it with their legs propped up against each other? They're showing their butthole to the sun. That's what they do. Involving genitals seem to want to die. Now there's another one to add to that list. Perineum sunning. Yes, you heard that right. In recent months, the new self-care method, aka butthole sunning, has started to gain momentum, mostly thanks to a few social media influencers whose photos and videos have gone viral. Apparently, an Instagram video by user Raw of Earth came first in October, showing 3 completely nude men laying down on their backs, butts to the sky, to soak up some rays. It says, in a mere 30 seconds of sunlight on your butthole, you will receive more energy from this electric node than you would in an entire day of being outside with your clothes on, he said in the video. So there you go. 30 seconds is all it takes. 30 seconds of sun on your butthole. You know that the government's using their super secret spy satellites to take pictures of your butthole to use to blackmail you later, right? Then came another backside sun worshiper, Metaphysical Megan, who shared a photo of herself perineum sunning later in October. Is an ancient Taoist practice that originated in the Far East, she wrote in their Instagram post, explaining that in the religion, the butthole is called the gate of life and death, and is a gateway where energy enters and exits the body. So there she is doing it. It's on that rock. By the way, all the naked bits are marked out, YouTube. Don't ban me. So there she is, holding her butthole and her meat flaps towards the sun. So now you know. I'm telling you, I wasn't making it up. It's a real thing, and some guy that looks like Sasha Stone is usually the one who tells you to do it. I think it would be, I don't know how long you stay there, but you talk about hurting. If you get your beef curtains and your old balloon knot sunburnt, I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do. Anyways, back to our video.
If you get that oxidative enzyme and those poisons into your system, you are choosing death over life. So we're going to see that. I spoke to Professor Dolores Cahill in the last couple of days. I've moderated, I think, a dozen panel discussions in the last 5 days with leading scientists and doctors and activists and people connected to the investigation of what's going on. And we know exactly what's about to take place. So this incremental culling and depopulation that is now going to start to reveal. And of course, the authority is going to ascribe that to the second wave of COVID, which is why in their great wisdom.
That's right. It's a distraction, Billy.
No, that's
it's to get us to sit around and wait for something that's never coming.
To do with bioweaponry, everything to do with weaponized governments, everything to do with satanic agendas. So step away from it. Tell your neighbors bluntly what you think of them at the soul level. Yesterday, earlier, I went into a bakery. I'm sorry if I'm repeating this to some of the audience who may have heard me ranting about this on various broadcasts yesterday, but I went into a bakery and this young Balinese boy was coming at me with a thermometer gun to try and stick it at my head. And I just said, "Khalas, out, stop it, stop being silly." And then he came up behind me, tapped me on the shoulder, tried to hand me surgical gloves. I'm in a bakery, for God's sake, just about to grab a loaf of bread. And he's got a thermometer gun in one hand, and he's got this scared look on his face, and he's got his mask on, and he's holding out some surgical gloves to me. And I just looked at him and said, "Don't be silly. Stop it. Just stop it." And you could see he was cogitating. He then went back to the manager at the back of the office. And I could see in the mirror that this was now a big agenda. All these other idiot people shuffling around with masks on their face because it's the law. No, it's not the law. It's a criminal statute, which is actually infracting the law. The law is called right to life. You do not stand in front of somebody's immune system or their health sovereignty ever, under any circumstances. No government or military junta has the right to do that, ever. That's called sovereignty and natural law and common law and universal law and God's law 101. Get out of my face. I don't care that I'm in a foreign country. I've lived here for 20 years, invested millions of dollars in this place, love the people to death, very connected to leadership as well. I am not about to depart my reason just because I'm on foreign soil. Okay, I'm a citizen of the universe, of God. I'm a child of God. This is my world, and I will stake that truth wherever I am.
There we go. That's all we needed to hear. He's a citizen of the universe. So if you want to vote for me to cover Sacha Stone and maybe even try to get some extensions to put in my non-existent hair, maybe that's what I want to lead. The link for the straw poll is below the one for the donation there. Let's go on to the next one. He's a citizen of the universe, so let's go. Who we got next here? Who is after Sacha Stone? Okay, Mel K. I think she is still on YouTube, actually. I don't know what her thing is, but let's see. She's with Charlie Ward all the time. Oh, the Mel K Show. All right, so here we go. We're going into the Mel K Show, latest 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago. She is with Ania K for a Sunday Positive perspective. Here we go.
Okay, everyone, no introduction needed. We know who this is. This is Mel. Hello, Mel.
Hi, everyone. Hi, love. How are you?
Love,
the best energy on the planet. How are you, lady?
I'm so happy to see you because today was like, and I'm like, I'm like, all is well, all is well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same. We have to all remember that, there's ups and downs, but everything comes back to love and energy and connecting with the right people. And, no matter how I feel like, we're in the battle and it's one more step. And then, you see somebody like you.
Damn, Patriot Street Fighter's killing it. I think that's my favorite, too. I haven't voted, though.
I want everyone to be in right now. And I love seeing you, and I'm so happy to be back.
Thank you so much. And before we start, I just want to tell you, even though we've spoken before the interview, but I know now we are recording, so people will hear it. On behalf of everyone who was watching our first interview, thank you so much, because people truly love and appreciate you. And I received a lot of feedback on Instagram as well. And I'm so happy to hear this because, those are topics that are quite heavy for many people. And sometimes people are not ready to receive, information. But I know that if they have interest, they will be ready eventually.
Right. And I mean, that's the thing. You kind of can't, well, we've talked about this before, that you can't really force anyone to confront things that they simply do not want to confront. And, coming up now, we're coming up, I believe, on a phase in this journey, this spiritual battle we've been fighting and watching, and where there's going to be a lot of disclosure that people aren't going to want to hear. They're not going to want to hear it. They're not going to want to see it. And they're going to disbelieve it. And you know what? That's that people have to do it in their own time. But the best part about that is once you do, then you can be part of the energy involved in light to dark and all of the things we talk about is once you.
I appreciate that she's got that beautiful Taco Bell diarrhea painting behind her. that really makes her pop out in front of it.
Expose yourself to truths that maybe you don't want to see, then you grow past them. Then it informs your future more than prior when you were trying to, keep going this way. And I think through my own journey and my own research and trying to figure out what's going on and, remaining positive. And I get so many people reach out to me to tell me information and that really is fascinating and keeps me going. And then, I really have to verify. There's a lot of people that they get information, they say it, but like I'm trying to build something here where there's a mutual trust between me, my audience, of course, you and our other friends. So, I really like to look into it. And like I told you before when we were talking, I was reading yesterday and it took me to go look up the Declaration of Independence, which I, hadn't read in a very long time, probably in elementary school. And I took it out and I read it in awe, thinking like, this is where we are. These people, I actually thought in my head about the journey coming from England under the monarch and wanting to get away because they wanted to worship the God they wanted. They wanted to raise their families the way they wanted. They wanted to till the land and build societies that were open and free and accepting of all. And they did it, against all odds. And a lot of the history that we've been taught has been skewed. But the truth is that the first 13 colonies, they were joined by Native Americans and it was an effort. And there was a lot of people died and it was treacherous and it was undeveloped land. But I mean, how amazing. And I thought, what if they gave up? They would have been killed. Theirs was a life and death.
I just found out why Vivian was so mad. Look, she shared one of my remakes of Simon's video, but I also did a remake of it. And I bet she watched mine too. That's why she's big mad. That's why she's big mad. By the way, one old guy got confused. And he's like, what a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. And I got on there and put what? And he's like, I'm not talking about you, Cold Beer Confessional. I'm talking about the guy who made this video up, trying to make Simon just look bad. Whew.
I thought yesterday, God, what an amazing document. And then I was looking at the Bill of Rights, because a lot of people right now feel really, what can we do? Well, the truth is, we, the people, really can do a lot. It's being portrayed right now. Our voices are being silenced. We're being treated as a domestic terrorist or dissents or just any of this. And but you're from Poland. This is only new to America. The rest of the world has seen this and over and over.
They're making a lot, Billy.
It's the first time
we went over it earlier. They're making a lot.
Looking around and thinking, well, what
I
can
have
we do?
$100 goal that I want to work to. That's what my goal down at the bottom is. The shall not be infringed. It fills up as I get donations. And they're probably making anywhere between sometimes 10 to 20 times that amount. I was telling them I watched a 3-hour broadcast one time make $2,800 about 5G.
And property. And like we talked before about the executive order show, it's just like even people that hated Trump and voted for Joe Biden are right now like, what is going on?
Yeah, but what I want to tell you, Mel, when I was listening to this, and thank you for sharing, it's so important now. I think for me, when I was listening to you, 3 virtues came to mind that are very crucial in this time. Is courage, is resilience, and is integrity. And those 3 things, when people if you're not resilient, it doesn't matter. You have to be resilient because that resilience will take you to the next step, right? But like, there's no question in my mind. Like, I'm still watching the movie. I don't watch it every day. In the last episode, I saw that Oval Office was on the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor. And also I was wondering, and I want to start with this with you, why Rubberman is not attending the White House briefings? Why he doesn't show up? And like, by the way, Mel, where are those briefings taking place? Because I am questioning any rubber situation in the actual location. I feel none of those are actually there. So if this is the case, it means that whole media is actually playing this movie in some different location.
Yeah, I mean, it's very confusing. And the woman that is doing the briefings, that she was Brennan's press secretary. And Brennan, as we know, is caught up in all kinds of stuff. So when she speaks, but the way that the way the media is treating her compared to how they treated Kaylee or Donald Trump is really just so shining such a light. And then, a reporter asks, are we ever going to see Joe Biden in a press thing? And she's like, why, you missed him? Well, we have never seen him. So
that's what I'm saying. Don't you think like every president, when it's, officially
they're new to office,
they show up and they're like, hello, everyone.
Yeah, no, I don't know how they're going to pull that off. I also noticed that he wasn't invited to participate in Davos, and everyone else did except for him and Boris Johnson. So again, another sign that what are we watching here? The press briefings are they're so.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm telling you, it's so hilarious to me watching this because I'm like, where are they really? Like, what's the zip code? What's the zip code, people? Where are you? Because I don't think you are where you seem to be. It's like you can't. It's just absolutely unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah, unreal. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that this last week and a half has been a real red pill to those that voted against Trump instead of for our country and for we the people, because everything that he's done is literally walking towards the UN One World Order agenda, the Great Reset. And we warned everyone, but now people are like, why would he do that? Like, just some very strange executive orders for your first week of business, let alone that he said during the campaign that ruling by executive order is what dictators do. Okay. So where are we now? But yeah, no, and that.
Oh yeah, we do donations. I don't have super chats because I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet. But if you go to that link that someone just dropped, that Stream Elements link, it's the same thing. It plays like an animation.
And then that what happened with the stock market this week. Then
That's what I want to tell you also, Mel.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this? So now I had Pimpy yesterday. I talked to Pimpy.
Oh, you did?
I love him so much. Such a great guy.
Can shoot
And
loud out his ass, probably.
literally, if everyone buys 1 ounce of silver now, we can totally crash the JP Morgan system. I'm serious.
Crazy. But it's on life support as it is. And what's been going on is that we're watching again, the Great Awakening. This is part of it. What happened with GameStop, I believe, is part of this, what we're watching, because the end of the day is that it's the same cabal that has kept us in debt slavery, the private Fed, the private bankers.
There it is. Thank you for the donation. J. Hi Ashbury. Mel K. Did text-to-speech not work? J. Hi Ashbury for $1. Oh, maybe it didn't. Oh, Mel K was just under on the search bar. I thought you put that in your text-to-speech. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
The cabal. This is their creation, Wall Street. And what we saw was Wall Street say to the little guy, the investor at home, playing their own game, you can't play here. And then it going all the way up to the SEC and the White House, cutting it. And it just exposed the complete and total fraud that I've been talking about for a very long time, that is Wall Street and the stock market. And,
she's in a mental institution, you think?
Like with extreme, some of the bigger guys with extreme arrogance. How dare these minions, these nothings even try? And you know what? I really think that. I think it was yet another. Yeah, because I want people. I did a whole show. I think you might have seen it with Charlie about the DTCC and the DTC and how the stock market really is owned by those same people, and very little goes like the people you and I. If we buy stock, we really own nothing. It's just nothing. What they own, all the shares really, and all the corporations and all of that, and they're not liking being exposed. But what I noticed is
if you own a stock, you own something. I mean, whatever the value of that stock is.
These Reddit traders are now domestic terrorists. I mean,
but Mel, you remember the last time we spoke, and you remember when I said this, we were talking about that Rubberman will totally collapse the economy.
I did see that heavy-fisted. Yeah.
I mean, literally, as you say in every of your shows, with all sorts of great people, that now we are having absolute exposure of every sector. That's what it is. Every sector.
Absolutely. We got the COVID more and more is coming out. We know that the big pharma and big medicine. See, I think people were exposed, not that we didn't know that hospitals charge too much or, that no transparency and all of this, but I think we didn't realize that it was such a coordinated effort, which is coming out now on every level. And, another thing Joe Biden did to push us to look at big pharma is why would a first executive order be about insulin pricing, And then I thought, I guess he doesn't like diabetics.
So I don't like that Joe Biden raised insulin prices. I don't, or the EpiPen. But here's the reason that they claim that they did it, just so I can explain why they said they did it. They said that they wanted to stop that program because if that would have been a viable solution, someone would have done it before. So that money's coming from somewhere, so what's suffering? And I can almost promise you that they're going to say that, oh, well, if you don't give that money back to everybody buying insulin, the company can keep it and they can give insulin to more low income people. Because right now everybody's getting it. And we really need to target that towards low income people. But the problem is, you have to be no income people, and you have to know about the program, and you have to apply, and you have to fill out the paperwork. Right now, everybody just gets it, which is great. But I guarantee you they're going to try to take that shit back and give it to the company so the company can have field hospitals in Nigeria. And we can give it to these poor people over here that are also transgendered and homeless, and we can do this. And I don't like that. My own dad's on insulin, and he saw about a 70% reduction in the price of his insulin, and he's going to lose that the next time he has to go buy it. He's going to go back to, he goes back to trying to get samples from his doctor. That's horrible. But I guarantee you that's why they're going to try to do it, and that's why they said they did it. Like, where did this money come from? They didn't do away with it. What they said is they wanted a board to review what are the benefits and the drawbacks to giving that to people. And I that's how they're going to try to do it.
Yeah, it just makes no sense. And then you have to say, see, every one of his executive orders, what I'm trying to do is be like, who's he repaying?
No,
What
who
favor
wrote the
is he
script?
repaying?
Well, who wrote the script? Who wrote the screenplay? Someone. I mean, you know. Okay, that will be our next topic. You in Hollywood, because you know those shenanigans. You know this.
Yeah. I know. It is a script. Seriously. I mean, now, there's just every single one of these executive orders. You
It's a
think
script.
he's paying somebody back for a favor, or, and somebody's definitely in his ear telling him what to say. And it's red pilling every day. Then now people are questioning the Fed and the SEC, where I think masses never even looked at it. They just looked at it as, well, that's the way the system is. But now people, and then I thought it was funny because we talk a lot over our years of research about game theory. And do you want to play a game? And how on the board, and this place happens to be called GameStop. It's just, there's a lot of stuff to put like weird, interesting.
Right? Good point.
And I thought, really, this is really getting interesting.
Man, this movie, I love this. No, it makes sense. And then look, AMC, right?
Right. I know. And AMC is owned basically by China, but it's exposing the Chinese because a lot of people don't know. I know we're going to talk about it, but China infiltrated Hollywood about 10 years ago. And a lot of the money in Hollywood is directly from China at this point. And they are censoring movies. They're choosing movies. China boasts that this year they're the biggest market for Hollywood. So, it all connects back to the same stuff. And I like I said, I just I keep seeing things and thinking, okay, what's that about? Because I see him I don't even see him doing anything.
That's what I mean. It's Rubberman. It's Rubber.
Weird. But everyone has to be questioning it. Everyone. I don't care who you are.
They are waking
You can't
people
watch
up.
it. No.
They are waking people up. I'm telling you, it's a freaking movie. Yeah. It's a freaking movie. It's
Yeah, it is.
unbelievable. Second floor, hey? Cars behind
Yeah,
you.
I know.
I can't.
I know.
I can't.
And we really,
I can't.
right. Yeah, but you cannot right now. And it's funny. I noticed that there's
So she keeps saying that. We just watched the video. You remember when the fat guy walks behind the Oval Office and everybody's like, oh, that's Trump, but it was a fat, bald guy. Everybody's like, oh, that's Trump, that's Trump. See, he's still in Washington. I mean, he's at the movie set where they're holding Biden prisoner, or I mean, she keeps saying it's on the second floor. It's not on the second floor. One, it's on the first floor because we saw the ground, but from that same day, there's a picture that's just lower, and you can't see anything out the windows. They're like, oh, it's on the Oval Office is on the second floor. You can't use the same day to say, oh, I saw a parking lot behind the Oval Office and the Oval Office is on the second floor. You can't do both of those. Like you gotta pick one. What's going on? What's going on with you? They can't be both. That's all I know. You can't be both on the second floor and there's a parking lot level with it.
two kinds of people out there. Those that you say, did you see the executive orders he's signing? And they say, not really, and then I say, okay. And then you ask other people and they're like, yeah, I don't understand. And then so everyone's kind of in this place. I mean, I guess there's people out there that are backing what he's doing, but that's not really, none of this is for we the people. And this is why I went back to the 10th Amendment and Thomas Jefferson yesterday and all of that, because this is what they were warning us about. This is what they escaped. And this is not American, not America. But all these executive orders, we the people don't want them. We the people aren't choosing this. They're not even asking us. The worst part is they're not even asking the people that are supposed to be representing us. And he had a stack this big. The guy is like full-blown dementia. Somebody wrote those executive orders a long time ago. So who wrote these executive orders? Because it's not him. So, it's just every day.
Oh, Biden's going to get the little girl.
Off the charts. And, the next one's coming.
He's going to sniff her up real good.
When you were talking, I'm like receiving stuff. Like, I don't know if it's from your aura, but something just came to me. You know what? This is a soft exposure using the Rubber Man and whatever Castle Rock production it is
Mel K is real good friends with Charlie.
The pitch day will start.
Charlie claims he got Mel K into
So I think it's
this.
almost like they are building those levels of foundation for people not to completely.
And since then, he's bypassed her or whatever.
Right. Well, that's what I've been thinking. I also did, from what I was hearing here, that the people, the White Hats, the alliance that does exist, that they need or that they want, or this is what I'm told, that 70% of the American people awake and wanting intervention to stop this craziness is the sign for them. You know, it's not a military action as much as it's protecting the Constitution and we the people from a rogue government, a government that no longer serves our interests and only serves themselves. And that was written in the Constitution for times like these. And though we're only a 300-year-old experiment, it's beautiful. Even though, you know, it's great to read it. You think that, I don't want to read that boring document, but then you think people wrote this in hundreds of years ago. It's amazing. But it was written for times like these, and this country has never seen it before, but many other countries have.
Yes.
And like I've been saying, when you hear Vladimir Putin saying at Davos that it looks like 1933 Germany, it's time to wake up. You know, it's time to wake up. Not only do I think that he's fully in the alliance and has been working with Trump, but I also, you know, Americans don't know our history, let alone foreign history, because this has happened many times. We've even seen it happen. And, you know, it's just time for, you know, us to love our country and be grateful that we live here enough to say enough. And I think that's happening every day. And, you know, it's
I am
it's
so
just,
grateful for the
make it up.
alliance, Mel. I'm so grateful for the alliance. And, you know, actually, when you said that he is part of it, I have to tell you, I feel pretty much all of those countries that Trump has visited in 2017 and 18, they all are.
Right, they all are.
Even those people will not ever suspect or assume they are, they also are, because this is major cleaning in Europe right now, major cleaning. This is not just in US. And you know, honestly, I really feel that this is truly all in control. Like I said last time, it's all in control. It just on the surface, it looks like it's out of control. Right. It's presented this way, so people who are not aware, they can literally like wake up. Like you said, the military is measuring the frequency, like the human resonance. They are measuring the level of awakening in a way.
Right. Exactly. And I've said all along, because I believe that this happened. The alliance got together and Trump showed all the evidence about the international trafficking and some of the CIA black ops and the Five Eyes and the cheating and all of it at the G7 2 years ago, when they all complained that he invited Putin. I think he invited Putin because they all sat down. But I have feelings sometimes that Xi is involved, and that, you know, Abe are involved, like that all these people are involved, but they're playing their part where they are, because a lot of people don't understand, I think, the bigger picture, that the people of China and the people of Iran are prisoners in their own countries. They are living in really, and they're counting on us too. You know, that's the thing. The people of China and the people of Iran want to be free too. And, you know, that this is all connected to that. And then some good news, I think, is a sign. Guess what happened yesterday? They announced that the Standard Hotel is closing forever. And I thought, whoa, here we go.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
And when I saw that, I thought, oh boy, here we go. And then, you know, I was waiting for that next thing to fall. You know, I've discussed many times the underground nature and what goes on in LA and from the Port of Long Beach and the trafficking there. But, you know, I was waiting. And then I saw that the Standard's closing forever. And I thought, okay, that's a sign. And then a whole bunch of new Ghislaine Maxwell documents got dropped. And these ones are really way worse than anything we've seen so far. We've known about it because we've been signaled to look into this, and we know it's true. And this is when you look back at our journey and the research and the work we've done, and you say, you know, if it didn't keep coming true, if it didn't keep mattering, if it didn't keep figuring in, then that's one thing. Yeah. But it does. And for anyone that's attacking anyone that's trying to find the truth and dig in and put the dots together, then, you know, every little thing of it that we see is more, makes me more resolute that yes, we're okay. Things are happening behind the scenes. And it's that, like we talked about last time, and we talked about it before I came on, right now is the hardest part, because this is like, we are in the fog of war. They're throwing everything at the people to gaslight them. And like you said, all over the world. Yes. Because, you know, I saw in Italy, all these restaurants decided at one time to open. No masks, no nothing. They couldn't do anything about it.
She's a Charlie Ward fanatic.
In Italy.
And she's
that's
just as big a nut job.
And that's what we have to do. And as we go further, then we're seeing our leaders exposed, like in New York City and Gavin Newsom. And you know,
she also said the other day that she doesn't want to go on the boards anymore to check for the drops, the little bite-sized pieces of secret intel that people are committing treason to pass on to the world, because they make fun of her so bad.
We're seeing it happening, and guess what? It's without the mainstream media. It's a generic evolution of people seeking out information and wanting to put out information, and it's we the people doing it. It's not us asking the government. We no longer are asking the government anything, because I don't think anyone really trusts the government, certainly not the Department of Justice, FBI, all of this. They're turning their powers against we the people. And I just feel like slowly but surely, you know, we're starting to take the power back as intended, because it's for the people, by the people. The people can govern themselves. We didn't need these people,
But
you know.
Mel, when you're saying this, and it's so beautiful what you said, because again, I got this image. There is a great power without being aggressive. People can make a massive change without being aggressive. They can literally take off the mask. They are simple things. They are simple things. There is no need for fighting. There is no need for aggression.
No. And it's not part of our movement. It's not who we are. I mean, if anything, everyone that I'm picky about who I work with. Everyone that I do are very, very centered, God, spiritual, really want the best for everyone, and see like what's happened to our planet and what the consequences are of allowing, you know, a rogue government to drive us into this dystopic UN Great Reset, which is really their goal. And we as
the Great Reset, we got it again.
And family and country and have like a spiritual connection to the planet and to, you know, to the universe. We're looking at this and we're saying, who's choosing here? We don't want, like, we need to choose. We, the people, need to consent to this stuff. And we're no longer even considered in their choice making in DC or all over. You know, it's the same everywhere. But like you said, I've been saying this for a while. This Great Reset, this like global Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, like we'll all on the planet own nothing and be happy. And we're going to start eating insects and stuff. Their whole thing, you know, like their whole agenda is so crazy. It's so off the charts. But here's the thing. The people don't want that. That's not for the people. And what's happening is every single country on the planet, especially every country that has a central bank, is even more. That's a big part of it, because it's these same guys, and the same guys that really are the only people that make money on Wall Street are these same people. But you know, it's like the global reset is going to be the global awakening. They're going to get exactly what they didn't want. They're getting the opposite, and it's because of people like us. And like you said, I just finally like had it the other day. I felt like I just couldn't go on, and it was too much, and then I had to regroup. But then it's like, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of this global awakening. Like, it's so amazing that all of us can travel and go wherever we please on our planet, and it's all thriving, and that there's not so many middlemen keeping us from our destinies and from our dreams and from, you know, uniting wherever we want to go. Like, I look forward to the day where I can go to Iran. There's so much beautiful stuff there. There's so much history that I love. You know, I want to go to China. I want to go anywhere. We should all be able to go anywhere. And we should all also be able to put our own people first and take care of those in our backyards and make those choices as the people of each of our countries with pride. We should be proud of each of our individual cultures, background, religion.
Absolutely. And
you know,
we should use this to one another, you know, to present those diversity of beautiful cultures and cuisines and history and traditions and dances. And like when you're in Greece or Cyprus, how you eat, you know, how you share the meal, because each country is so different, and it's so beautiful this way.
It is. And you know what? It kind of reflects what you were talking about before. That original tour that Donald Trump did of all the countries kind of reflects how they were treating Trump. Don't forget how they treated Trump. They treated him in Saudi Arabia as somebody who was going to free them. A lot of people don't realize Saudi Arabia is where Mecca is. Iran wants Saudi Arabia done as much as America, you know, not Iran.
I don't know what they're doing over there. We just have one more person to go over.
They're backed by the cabal bankers, obviously. But yeah, so it's like, that's how I feel. That's how I see it. I feel like this UN, one world order, they've been exposed. They're being exposed on every level where, you know, I think people will, I do think that a lot's going to come out very shortly about the virus and the origins of the virus, but also the complicity of the media and a lot of politicians in what they've done to our society. And again, we need to be strong and supportive going forward.
By the way, here's the poll to vote in again. I think I still got it up. Hold on.
Our children will take a long time to unravel.
Grab the link. I want to keep dropping it in case. If you got to go, I understand. We're going to try to watch all of them, then some protests probably. But
for positive reasons, they started making them against police and for white privilege. They started making children's books about that kind of stuff and not about love and problem solving and logic and using your gifts. You know, all the books that we read growing up, they suddenly were no longer.
We're going to spend all next week covering these people on the news segments, the pre-recorded segments.
The most inspiring book I ever read was like in 7th grade when I read The Great Gatsby, and then I started a lifelong obsession with Fitzgerald, and then I found out that New York City schools banned The Great Gatsby because it's racist.
Which part?
I don't know.
Which part?
No part. I don't even know what that means, you know? And they also banned The Scarlet Letter. I mean, all the books that I first read that inspired me, we're both writers.
But Mel, you know that life of Scott Fitzgerald, it didn't end up with roses and lollipops neither.
No, it's a good story. I also love Hemingway, all these people.
Oh, Hemingway.
One day we'll talk about it. I wrote a screenplay.
The last one is supposed to be a good one.
Yeah, they once took a car ride from the south of France when they were
someone said earlier
to Paris. By the end of the car ride, they never spoke again.
But you know, I'm so happy you mentioned Hemingway. Can I tell you? Oh my God! Now I love you even more. Like seriously, you know why? Because his spirit was helping me when I was writing my novel, and I'm not making this up. I even have his picture down there, but I don't want to go in. So, but with him, you know, that's, oh my gosh, this is such a great topic. I want to ask you this. I don't know why I didn't even think about him, but you just mentioned. So when he moved to Cuba, to Villa Finca in Cuba, which by the way, it's on my list to go and visit and create like the movie, like a travel videos. That's my next thing. So
well, hopefully we're going to have that when the Great Awakening really comes to fruition. And we can free the Cuban people too from their dictators.
For
And
sure.
we can travel freely because it's a beautiful country.
For sure. But Mel, he had some problems with three-letter agency that started with F like Fidel. But
I know.
So he had some major issues and he didn't attend, like, I think the Pulitzer Prize or some awards. He was like, screw you.
Right. Well, that was the best part about him. But don't forget, he was also a war correspondent and he knew a lot more than they wanted him to. He became a novelist later. He was a war correspondent first. And that's why a lot of his writing is informed by that. That's why there's so much depth. But he also wrote so his writing's so basic. That was the best part about him. Where like Fitzgerald's so flowery. He was like boom, boom,
Straight
boom.
to the point. That's how I write too. I write
Oh, right.
I don't go around. I'm just like boom, boom, boom.
Right. And I think that was informed by him being a war writer. But I also think being a war writer at the time he knew a lot of things that, before internet and open.
Okay, that's Mel K. She's a chip off the old Charlie Ward block. That's her 30 minutes of fame. Let's grab the last one. Let me see if I can find it somewhere. I don't know where he's at. If he's been banned or whatever. Let me start looking. She's the last one that's allowed on YouTube. So she can't be too far out there, you know what I mean? We'll see. Oh, we've actually seen this guy before. Here we go. This is from he uploaded it a day ago, but it says it's from 127. We've seen this guy before. Remember this crazy haircut
Okay,
guy?
we're live. It sucks. I hate live stream. I hate it. Girlie, please don't bark.
Listen to that laugh. Hold on a minute. He goes, okay, we're live. Oh yeah, they're
okay,
fake.
we're live. It sucks. I hate live stream. I hate it. Girlie, please don't bark. Wouldn't it figure? Wouldn't it figure? Anyway, folks, apart from annoying and horrible things that caused me to be 20 minutes late, sorry about that. It is more important that the data that I'm about to give you is in the right order and sequence than that it is on time. So I do apologize in the interest of posterity. It's definitely worth it. I do apologize once again.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, so we're going to call this part 7, back to the slide, of the global very acrimonious divorce, in which we now will all agree things definitely did not go as we expected. There were many things that back to the camera, many things that we said in the last video that I was hoping would take place, and they did not take place. And I am in this just like you guys, okay? I don't have any special access above very small, limited briefings I get, little text messages and stuff. And there's not a whole lot going on that I know that's different than you. What I do have, however, is a pretty good idea of where this is going and what the ultimate objective is. So please, let me just start out by saying that this is not the end of the road.
That's supposed to be like one of the
thinking
world's
that it's all
biggest
over, if you're
crystals or some shit behind him. A certain type of crystal.
an unrecoverable situation, or that we're not going to get anything that we want out of this, that it's all negative and it's all bad and oh my God. You don't need to be freaked out. As always, I advocate
Bowl cut
no
Blondie.
violence. I advocate for no armed protesting of any kind. That is not what we need to do. And it's very interesting that certain others in this community who are talking about these types of subjects on the alternative side of things.
He's
have
one of
come up
those
with
crystal
similar
healers.
Statements recently. In other words, everyone is being told, please do not get involved. Please do not try to take the law into your own hands, and respect that this process.
What the fuck are you talking about? Janae, nay?
There are some very strange things going on here. So back to the slides.
That is
I
the
wanted
R
to
meth
talk
crystals.
about
That's probably about as much meth as it took to knock out Vivian's teeth.
some of the anomalies around this inauguration before we really get into the details of what the heck is going on here that I want to share with you. So this was the former Powell account on the particular app we've spoken about before. Ends in Graham, as you've heard, and the beginning is Tella. So I'm not going to say it all at once for obvious reasons. And again, please don't hate on me for using code. It's very important that I do that, because the only way they really know what you got is by looking at the transcript, which is automatically done off of your audio. So there's going to be a lot of missing words here, okay? So it says, confirmed, President T will not welcome China J to the WH on Wednesday. And so this was the first sign that, okay, there's some real acrimonious feelings there, and that's pretty obvious that would happen. Here's another one, and this was one of the first telegraphing signs that
Oh, well, now he's
what we wanted out of this whole
he's
thing.
an Aranon believer.
Dr. Gina on Rav, I guess. I'm not sure who that is.
The real skin shady.
I wanted to take a picture of it because it was important. She said, just hung up the phone with the president. I'll talk about it a little more in my show tomorrow night. This country will wake up to realize a devastating loss on Wednesday. That was the first sign that, like, whoa, maybe we're not going to get this whole thing with the type of experiences that we wanted to have.
Look at that camera change and that head tilt. Holy shit. If I play this guy, I'm going to have to set up multiple camera angles. You know who I should have done? I might do one show this week dedicated to our friend Hawk. You guys remember Hawk?
That was the first sign that, like, whoa, maybe we're not going to get this whole thing with the type of
holy shit, look at that.
The type of positivity that we wanted to have, which maybe isn't positive. You know, not everybody's going to look at it that way.
This man would molest you and wear your skin to his birthday. Jesus Christ, this dude is something special.
The things that I was telling you to expect are going to happen, but I believe now that we're going to have to wait a little longer. And so, okay, if you are so upset about what's going on that you can't wait whatever it's going to be, 30 days, a few more months, there's a couple different threads of how long this is going to last, please do not expect disaster. Worrying is praying for what you don't want. And I see a lot of that going on. Please bear in mind that if you are an influencer, if you have an audience of a lot of people listening to you, or even a smaller audience, it doesn't really matter. When we talk about possible futures,
Simon's alien.
Imagineering, we are giving people thought forms which their minds start to put manifestation towards. Sometimes you call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but there's more to it than that. Our thoughts are powerful, our thoughts are creative forces, and our thoughts make reality.
Your thoughts are fucking dark. Do not put your thoughts of raping and attacking innocent women only to tie them up in your basement into my fucking head, my man. Do not put our thoughts together. My thoughts are, these peanuts look like they'd be tasty. Maybe I should get another handful. Your thoughts are, wow, I would like to be inside her, and not from a vaginal standpoint. I mean an incision. Okay? Don't put our thoughts together. Look at that freeze. Look at that skin. Oh, look at his eyes. Oh, no. God. I bet my scalpel would go right through her back fat. I don't know what you're thinking, man, but stay the fuck out of my head and do not look at me that way. Do not look at me like that.
I've argued for this point in many, many of my books and scientific works over the years, going back 25 years now. Consciousness science is one of my big things. So I think it's a very, very important
artillery for spy satellites.
Even if you think that it's not going to go very well, or you think that this is not going to lead to anything positive, and you feel convinced of that, why would you want to put more information out there that's going to cause our fellow co-creators, our fellow ascended or ascending beings, because we're all in the process of the ascension, as it's called. That's been one of my other big things, right? That we're moving into some new zone of energy in the galaxy, and I've got all the science to show that. I've got all the science to show that climate change is actually interplanetary, that it's not just happening to
See how his eyebrows don't line up? Or his mouth's not centered in his face? He needs to take his mask and twist it a little bit. His reptilian showing.
To Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, the
Uranus?
Sun,
Uranus. You're on them. You're on them, and so is your DNA, and that's what they will use to prosecute you, sir. You're on us. No, you're on them.
The planets, all of them collectively are becoming brighter, hotter, and more magnetically charged. You're actually seeing brightness increases. Even
I could make a funny script with all this. Like all the astronomical shit. I could make a funny script with that for a video where I'm in a funeral home. I guarantee you I can make a funny-ass script.
Doing it. Plenty of examples of this. High increases in temperature, magnetic fields, all this stuff across the entire solar system. And honestly, one of the most bizarre cover-ups that we have encountered is the fact that no one ever talks about this, despite the work that I've done going back now since 2004, really, of digging out this climate change data from NASA science. I have spent most of my career validating the Christian prophecies without even realizing that what I was really doing was Christian. I'd come across this idea of an ascension event in a variety of different works that claimed to have come from extraterrestrial intelligence. So I said to myself, if there is some validity to the idea of a massive discontinuous dimensional shift type of event in our solar system, if that really is what's going to happen, and it really does seem to change the very nature of reality itself, the nature of what it means to be a human being, the nature of consciousness, the nature of time, the speed that time flows, all of those things apparently change. The actual brightness output of the sun all seems to transform in the midst of an event that I have now tracked down in so many different ancient prophecies, which we call the solar flash. This is the idea that the sun gives off some sort of big flash of white light. It engulfs the entire solar system. It's going to be bright whether you're on the side of the Earth facing the sun or the side of the Earth that does not face the sun. It also appears that there's a massive amount of solar particle emissions that hit our atmosphere and cause incredible rainbow-colored aurora borealis to form in the sky. And there's a Hindu prophecy that talks about these rainbow-colored clouds at the moment that this happens. Now, the Hindus actually even had a word for it, for the solar flash. They called it the Samavartika fire.
Why does the YouTube logo say BHM? What the fuck is that? That's the first time I've ever seen that. I thought it was a virus or something. No, I think it might be. It just became Black History Month. Oh. Black Misery Month.
Fire. Another term for it is Yuga fire. And in my other works, I've shown that this is extensively discussed. Whoever was in the ancient Hindu culture appears to have been from other worlds, and this is why Krishna is pictured having blue skin, and why there are other types of beings that have different appearances, including one type that are in some of the Hindu illustrations.
Starting R was right.
There's faces all across the head. And apparently there are certain types of very advanced beings, like there's Mahadeva is one of the ones that shows up in the
It's
Hindu
Black Misery Month.
in which these beings look at you in the eye regardless of where you're standing around them in a 360-degree circle. And there are references made in the Hindu scriptures to the fact that the god or goddess, I forget which one it is right now, Mahadeva, glows with the same type of resplendent light that you would see in the Samvarta fire at the end of an age. They talk about it like everybody knows this is what the sun does, or any sun does, that there's a solar flash. So it also appears in Zoroastrianism, which is the offshoot of Hindu culture that went into Iran instead of India. And in Zoroastrianism, they call it the Frasho Kareti. Now, in that case, they don't actually say that the sun gives off a big bright flash, although they do in Hinduism. In the Zoroastrian culture, they talk about the idea that there is a white light, or something like a white molten metal, white hot, that comes down through the mountains, and that the people who are ready to handle this thing will be transformed by it, and that it's only the equivalent of having a bath in warm milk, which I guess back then was considered a good thing. First of all, why would you want to try to get that much milk to begin with to take a bath in? I don't know. I never understood that one. But supposedly,
does anybody know what he's talking? I know it would be a funny script to write about, like the stars aligning and my butthole gazing and all that shit would be really funny. And I might even be able to find like a weird ass fucking wig to lay on my head. But does anybody know what the fuck he's talking about, or why he's talking about washing his latest victim in a bath of warm milk? Or is it just me that's lost?
If you're ascending, but if you're not ascending, that it will actually...
I don't like this camera angle. It makes me anxious.
I really do. Now that we're having a lot of people in the Christian community listen to me, and we're getting new audiences because of this socio-political content and commentary that I'm giving you, I would like to be very clear about the fact that I didn't come into this having any particular interest in Christianity. I actually did not. I got kind of tricked into it by studying the idea of what Christians would call the rapture. Come to find out that it's not just Christianity that's prophesizing this. It's Islam. There's beautiful, beautiful, many prophecies of it in the Quran. It's all over the place in Hinduism, hundreds of references to the solar flash, Zoroastrianism, and then there's a whole long laundry list of ancient traditions that have predicted this, and those ancient traditions appear to have been inspired.
Oh, we're fixing to change camera angles back.
Human-looking extraterrestrial beings that might appear indistinguishable from you and me, but there's something strange if they're levitating, and if they have a glow coming off of their bodies, and if they telepathically communicate with you, and if they can levitate things.
I always glow.
Or form objects out of thin air, or bilocate themselves, or teleport from one place to another. This is all normal stuff that we see worldwide in all these ancient prophecies. Now, let's go back to the main camera for that. I'm not working off of any notes right now, but I want to just give you an overview of some of this ascension content. I didn't come into this thinking that Christianity was going to be solving problems for me. I came into this with the idea that, hey, why do all these different ancient cultures tell us the same prophecy? And there has to, in my mind, be some sort of unified explanation for why they're all saying this. So let's just be clear.
I don't know if you guys are wearing headphones and how good your headphones are. But I got studio quality headphones because they came with the setup, really, is the reason I got them. I think they were like $60 or $70 when I was buying everything together, and I got a discount on them. But every few minutes in my right headphone, it sounds like someone leans right down beside the camera, sticks a microphone to their throat, and just goes, and just swallows right beside right in my ear. Like they just fucking swallow their own spit. I don't know what's going on in his video, but it just happened again when the camera changed.
That my own religious, if you will, or it's not really religious, it's a spiritual viewpoint, combined with all these different religions that say the same thing.
This is David Wilcock. He's another grifter. We're trying to figure out what grifter we're going to make fun of this month. Lovingly.
Third-dimensional reality is showing
passionately.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter, even if it looks like the planet is really, really going down the tubes, more than what we've already seen. Why do I say it doesn't matter? That might seem to be a very facile and even disingenuous opinion. I'm saying that because we are going to get where we need to go. This ascension process only has to do with one thing. It has to do with how loving you are towards other people and yourself. And if you're only loving towards yourself and you're not loving towards other people, you're definitely not going to be ascending. So the various spiritual sources that I've looked at and put together, which includes ancient spiritual transmissions that are now called religions, and modern ones as well, of which I have a very, very high standard of what I will accept as factual, and it has to have a great deal of evidentiary support. I have those sources, and I've been putting them out in books for the last 25 years. No one can dispute this. No one can dispute how long I've been doing this, and that I have put together just an incredible body of intellectual property and long-term data. I didn't originally start talking about any of this other stuff having to do with socio-political things until 2007, when I first began exposing the cabal, deep state, whatever you want to call it. That began at that time and has continued ever since. They do serve.
I think I'm going to have to become a grifter.
It's not like we have
There's the poll to vote on who you want me to cover.
That has no other purpose except to make us angry and to torture and kill people. That is not true. These beings, these people, these organizations and how they collude with each other, this has all been authorized. And what I have really presented in the fullness of my work is the idea that we live in a spiritually managed reality. People who are not switched on to spirituality won't necessarily want to believe that there could be a greater intrinsic structure to life on Earth. Most people tend to think that we live in a random universe. Let's go over to this one now. A random universe, a random reality.
Oh, goddamn.
In which, if you could steal from somebody and not get caught, you get away with it and everything's fine. And nothing's going to happen to you. As long as you don't get physically caught, you're okay. However, certain events start to crack open the eggshell of the wall that we build around our hearts. And that's kind of like mixing metaphors madly. I'm sorry about that. But cracking the wall around our hearts, cracking that shell. When that shell around your heart starts to crack, you're going to start to notice things. You're going to start to notice what I call synchronicity. Synchronicity is a strange...
Yeah, I tried to put the poll up on Dominion servers. I couldn't get on. I don't have solar winds.
Causal relationship between two seemingly disconnected things. What do I mean by causal relationship? I mean, I'll give you my own example. When I started to get into this research very heavily, this was after I got myself off of alcohol and drugs in 1992. And in 1993, I began doing hardcore research after finding out that UFOs were real and they have been covered up. And I found this out from a first-hand source who got it from the head of the physics department. And this professor, I never actually spoke with him about this in person, but I got a very detailed briefing on the 2-hour conversation that my friend had with this professor, in which he openly acknowledged that War of the Worlds was used to make people afraid of UFOs, to make people afraid. This was an alleged radio broadcast that wasn't actually true, but it was purporting to be talking about an alien invasion. Apparently, people panicked and were stuffing wet towels in their chimneys and doing all kinds of silly things.
Do they have male nuns?
Dispute over whether that was true, but no matter what, it was a very alarming show if you believed that it was real, because it was implying that extraterrestrial ships had come here and were just zapping large amounts of land, and it was all intercut between apparent radio broadcasts of music. So you'd hear a little bit of classical music, and then the guy cuts in again, Orson Welles, and he's telling you these horrible things that have happened, and people believed it. So to learn that War of the Worlds was used as a wedge to stop the public from wanting to ask questions, now that you're seeing the level of corruption...
It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? There's the head, and then there's the definite line for the head, and then we got the shaft, and we can't see what's going on with the ball region. Maybe.
That can actually exist. That these types of events that we've now seen over the last year can happen on planet Earth in this country. Maybe it isn't so hard to understand that other things have been covered up. The real secret to the UFO phenomenon, in my opinion, is human extraterrestrials. We have gotten very much sidetracked by expecting or anticipating that extraterrestrials are all bug-eyed grays with huge bald heads, whitish skin, and spindly little bodies. When you really get into accurate UFO reports, contactee reports, insiders who I've spoken to, who claim to be working at the cosmic top secret level, which is allegedly 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States. And believe me, we still have active contact with people who have this clearance. And some of those insiders have never, ever been seen by you, by the way. I'm still talking to people who have never been seen. And we're still putting together new information. There's a lot more to know than anything that's been disclosed so far. I have built those insider contacts over the course of really about 25 years again. And there is something undeniable about sitting down with a person who's been through this, who has actually worked in the secret world, the classified world, where they have actually worked face-to-face with extraterrestrials. They've interacted with them.
Here's the problem with doing something for 25 years. I believe that there's been great government insiders that probably had secrets, that probably had stuff they shouldn't have shared, that probably stuff that the government wouldn't want you to know under any circumstances, such as like... I don't know, like if they had alien propulsion or if they had like some kind of crazy weapon, or if they're manipulating like the health field to keep you sick, to keep you down, blah blah blah. Those people don't live 25 years, right? They kind of make a statement, then they're murdered. They don't live 25 fucking years to preach it for 25 fucking years. After they come out, they're done.
On the job site, they have taken all this almost as a matter of course. It becomes apparently a boring, ordinary thing to hang out with extraterrestrial humans and work a job in a deep underground military base or off planet. This happens constantly. There's tons and tons of people from Earth who are working with extraterrestrials right now, if you believe what these people are telling me. Now, I've had all manner of different responses to this, but the confirmations continue to come in from very high-level sources. The real issue seems to be that people have a difficulty with appreciating what's going on and the enormity to which we've been lied to. Because the world that these insiders have shared with me is a world in which extraterrestrials are commonly interacting with our military-industrial complex and have been since at least the 1940s. And then I've heard that every U.S. president...
It would be fun to see what he was grifting before Trump came along. What he was trying to push, maybe like in 2008 through like the Obama period.
At least I'd heard this as of 2010, that every U.S. president since George Washington has had in-person interaction to some degree or another with these human extraterrestrials. And when I pressed for details, I was told that in certain cases, these beings will actually just have an apport. They just appear like in the Oval Office in the White House. And here's this being that just shows up out of nowhere and standing there talking to you. And if that doesn't surprise you, then the fact that he's telepathic and he can read your mind and he can tell you things before you say them and he knows things about you that nobody should know, that's the kind of validation that these presidents were getting. So there's so many things I could talk about regarding human extraterrestrials, but the point that I want to make with you is that we can link them to ancient spiritual teachings that have been codified into religion. What do I mean by that? I mean all of the different spiritual teachings that we now take for granted as being mythology, that's the conventional view, have people that look human, but they definitely have knowledge far, far in excess of our own. And they always have an agenda of spiritual growth. Now, granted, there are evil, negative extraterrestrials as well, and we've talked about that extensively, the most common type being a reptilian type, although apparently certain types of reptilian humanoids are not negative. It's not.
I didn't get a donation.
But the majority of them around us are. But however, 95% of all the intelligent life that's around our galaxy, working with our military-industrial complex...
It just depends. How long ago did you do it?
They are not negative at all.
Yeah, I would say it didn't go through. It's been like 2.5 minutes since you sent that message.
Us learning the same basic concepts that they call ageless wisdom. Ageless wisdom is essentially service to others. Ageless wisdom basically is teaching you that if you treat other people well, that you will
shit, Danny.
well in return, and you will get positive...
They charge hundreds of dollars to teach people to ascend.
If you're
No
negative,
wonder he's living so good with that giant crystal behind him.
Vindictive, controlling, manipulating, all these kinds of things. There's going to be events in your life that are bad. There's going to be things that happen to you. You might cut yourself. You might have a car accident. Your house might burn down. You might have an economic collapse. You might have any number of terrible things, betrayals. A relationship falls apart on you. Your children hate you. They whatever it is, okay? But I'm talking now about the idea that, like, you're having a hateful thought about someone and then you immediately cut your finger and now you're bleeding. And it wouldn't appear to a normal, uninitiated person that there's any correlation between the cutting of your finger and the thought that was just going through your mind. However, after being somebody who's had many, many years in the trenches spiritually, at least it is my opinion, and I believe I can prove it with a great deal of fact, that there is no infraction of others' free will that is not balanced with karma. The universe is absolutely precise, such that to whatever degree you measure out some type of unpleasant experience to others, you are mandated that a similar type of experience happens to you. Now, it doesn't mean it's in any way the same experience, but it just means that there is a correlation between the severity and type of suffering that you go through and what you put someone else through first. So then why in the world would benevolent, positive, angelic extraterrestrials authorize negative forces like this DS, deep state again, to exist on Earth? Why? Well, that's not an easy question to answer, and it's contentious. But what we hear is that the Earth is a school, and the actions of the DS create karmic alleviation on a mass global level. So look at what's happened in the last year. This whole situation appears to have been greatly mismanaged if you're trying to look at it from a conventional normie perspective. It's been greatly mismanaged. Now it looks like, well, the damage done by locking everything down for a whole year is a lot worse than if we hadn't have done that. But we were not able to have any say in this. And what we now have is an economy that is literally on life support, and it's teetering on the brink, and there's all kinds of negative outcomes that could occur. So again, I didn't want to go into a long metaphysical essay for you, but I want to try to set the bigger stage here of why none of this really is that horrible, okay? You, as the viewer of this video, probably have a lot better karma than the average person. You probably are doing a spiritual mission to one degree or another. You're probably trying to do your best. You're probably trying to be a loving person. This matters to you. You want it to be a part of your life. Very few of our audience members are attackers or haters. And if they do want to do that, usually, I find that it's usually because they're having a hard time accepting that the world is the way I've told them. If so much of what you were told is true, is incorrect information.
Yeah, I heard about Gaia TV.
Impugn you and your credibility.
Someone said he was on there.
Your mind is filled with information that you trusted but turns out to be inaccurate. It reflects poorly upon you as a person. If someone like me or some of these other insiders that we've been talking about, if they come out and they tell you something that is contentious, it's a lot easier for a less sophisticated person to attack the messenger rather than to ingest the substance of the message, because that's like a poison. It's like drinking poison. To accept that the world is this screwed up, I'm not going to use profanity, but you know what I want to say. To accept the world is this screwed up is drinking that chalice of poison. It's making your life difficult. So back to the middle one here.
Oh, there's a donation. There you go, Debbie. It went through that time. Debbie Hart, $5 tip into the Cold Beer Cult. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That'll get Joe Biden up there. Run away, little girl. Run away.
Why would they need to form a worldwide organization that has this level of depravity? It's all part of an agenda to produce the necessary...
Oh, yeah, you got it. Thank you.
So the spiritual sources that I've studied all seem to agree that the negative forces are authorized to exist because spiritual positive beings allow negative beings to create karma for others. However, there are very, very tight caps on what they can do. Negative entities are not allowed to do more than what you have invited, or what we have invited collectively. And one of the ways that I can tell that this current situation is not going to work out for the DS at all is that government requires the consent of the governed. This is a fundamental intrinsic point that must not be overlooked. You cannot effectively run a country if the people do not support you, and especially if the people in your military do not support you. You cannot run that country. There is no other way. There is no other way. The only way that maybe the DS could have pulled this off is if they had a push-button solution that did not require human beings, where it could all be dealt with technologically. But then we're into the AI global takeover nightmare scenario in which the AI itself and the robots and everything that it's interconnected with could become the adversary. And so you don't really want to have a mechanized push-button solution for globalism, because that would imply that you could lose control of the whole apparatus. It's a very, very dangerous, slippery slope, even for highly negative people, if that's what they're trying to do. You have to have soldiers who are acquiescent, who have been brainwashed with propaganda over many, many years, who do not have any problem with your agenda, who support you. And in fact, in most of these countries where it really gets locked down under this very tight repression, they'll even refer to the leader as the God Emperor. Okay? And there's a worship, there's a sense of divinity with the leader. And this, of course, goes back to divine right of kings and the fact that it used to be unelected kings and queens running countries and not any part of having to do with voting. So why am I telling you all this stuff? I'm saying this because the negative allows negativity.
He's definitely a cult leader.
Let me say that again. The positive allows negativity to occur to the degree that it's invited. So karmic alleviation has been happening on Earth at this time over the last year. There's a massive economic upheaval. So many people have lost their businesses. So many people have had a
David Koresh had a YouTube channel.
And we've all gotten stuck at home. So the whole freedom that we used to have, everybody's basically spent a year under arrest. And this is almost exactly equivalent to any type of normal house arrest. You don't have a collar on your ankle, but you might as well. Because even if you wanted to go somewhere, there's no incentive anymore. The incentive is to stay home. However, that too is not necessarily a bad thing. All of my life as a spiritual mystic, I've lived that way. I stay at home. I don't go out very much. I meditate. I contemplate. I play music. I study. I read. And once you get through the need for...
All right, guys, that's his 30 minutes. I think I could write a really funny script on stuff about the world and the planets aligning and shit like that. All right, here's the poll. I'm going to throw it in there a couple times because voting closes in 30 minutes. It closes at 1 a.m. my time, which should be about 34 minutes. Please take a minute to go vote on who you want me to cover. We've covered all 6 of the grifters and next week's shows, all but one, because I think I'm going to dedicate one to that hot guy that's on Cash Kelly's streams all the time. Cash Kelly, the reason we haven't been watching his streams is because he's in jail. He's in jail for going in the Capitol, and he's a prior felon and all kinds of shit, so he's in jail. But please take the time to go vote right quick. I'll pull up the results right now. So far, Patriot Street Fighter's winning, which is the guy with the way too small shirt. We also have Sasha Stone, David Wilcock, who is this guy right here. We have Jason Q and Mel K. And I think there was one more. Oh, Amazing Polly, which is the first woman who we watched yesterday, and she gave me a headache. Please take a minute to go vote. I would appreciate it, and we'll see. We'll see what's going on over here.
You actually are able to manifest.
Oh, shut up! I took as much as I could from it. Let's see what's going on here. We got some police officers over here on the protest.
There might be some commotion around the corner, but I'm just sticking here for now.
So it looked like they were just standing there. Earlier I checked in on it. It didn't seem like they were chanting or anything. I don't know exactly what's up. Activists with a group called Ollie Housing now have occupied the lobby and 17 rooms of the Red Line. Oh, this is where they occupied the Red Line Hotel from earlier. Jason Q was the guy that nods out. Scott McKay, the Paper Street Fighter, his shirt way too small. Sasha Stone was the one who looked like, God damn it, what's that dude's name now? Russell Brand. Amazing Polly gives me a headache. Mel K is the one that's just like Charlie Ward, but the female version and American. And I think that's all of them, right? Yeah, that's all of them.
Thinking maybe. I'm going to leave this here and just look around.
So they went and occupied another hotel, basically, and they got thrown out of it. Looks like Primetime Patriot's there, too, but they got his stream minimized. There it goes. Oh, Primetime Patriot's doing an interview.
We're going to move real quick.
I would not stand up and
Okay, they switched the audio. That's what I was getting ready to do.
here because I understand that it's a struggle. I've had to eat out of dumpsters. I've had to do that shit. And I understand what they're doing, but I also think that I know the government doesn't work. It's just in a pipe dream, distant fantasy. My dream would be that right now, if the Olympia local government would, instead of funding all of somebody said earlier, the money you spent on equipment tonight, you could have housed these people for a week, all of these people in this building. And the same thing applies.
Well, we could counter that argument and say that these people here should have raised funds to house these people in here.
Well,
you can't just so hold on, let me go on. You said that you advocate for a diversity of tactics, right?
Yes.
So you advocate then for the taking of personal property or
yeah, being migraine too. I had to end the show after watching her for a while. It killed me.
No, okay. Neither of us are saying personal property. To be clear, this is nobody's personal property.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
This isn't owned by a person. This is owned by
corporations are people. I know you don't like to hear that.
Legally people, yes.
Yeah, they are. So I mean, no matter how you want to look at it, somebody owns this building. Okay? Somebody here also works here as an employee, right? Yes. So you're risking employment and people's jobs and livelihoods. Did you know what happened at the 5 Hotel? There was 2 cases of COVID.
I did not hear about that.
So there was actually an outbreak of COVID throughout the homeless community that was brought into the hotel. So there's other issues at play here with this facility. You know, you have people coming in who are not tested, who are coming in off the streets, who are sharing. You know,
there's definitely no perfect solution.
Right?
Is she the one that dresses up like a clown?
But again,
that we were watching somewhere else.
We may have to just
get out of here with your bullshit.
I could never advocate for taking
nay,
another
nay.
person's property.
I don't want your unity. I don't want anything you got. Anything you're offering, I don't want it.
There's a better solution here than that. So that's all I'm saying.
This wasn't just.
The results just updated.
Everybody in the rooms. It was also they
It's
had.
like we're doing Patriot Street Fighter.
See, they had a list of demands after they.
Well, they had a list of demands in Tacoma too.
Yeah.
But they did it after they occupied a hotel.
Yes, they did. That they occupied the hotel and then made the demands.
Can I ask how old you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I will not reveal that now.
Are you under 21?
Huh? Yes.
Okay. And you're as well under 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, from somebody who's a little bit older than you guys, I'm almost 34. I'll just say, honestly, you guys have a little bit of experience. I was young like you guys at one time, really motivated politically. I voted for Barack Obama twice. I was a Democrat.
Yeah,
I hope you guys could just hear me out here and just, from my older experience that I'm telling you, this is not the right way to do it. I think you guys will find that over time, because you guys are still young and still finding your way through life. You know, just graduated high school, haven't really gone through college maybe. There's still so much experience that you guys have in the real world to understand what's going on at these events.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys want to join behind something because it's under the cause of homelessness. And I'm with you guys. We got a problem, but we got to solve it. But at the same time, you have to reach. You have to address why you're doing things.
Played the same animation twice, but thank you very much for the donation. That was $10 into the cold beer coat. That'll get that little girl running away from Biden. Thank you very much, Stacy Lynn. I appreciate it.
Go back to your communities and become better leaders, all right? And tell your guys' community. You know, on my channel here, I raise money for veterans. Okay, that's part of one of my missions.
Yeah.
I don't make any money doing the streaming thing. I actually donate it to an organization called the VFW, which is the Veterans of Foreign Wars.
Yeah.
In the last month, we've raised $4,500 for veterans. Okay, that's me just doing my small part. If you guys could have, you know,
that would be awesome. I wish I had. If I ever get the VA thing straightened out, I might donate
you know, raise
at
some
least
funds
a
for
large
this kind of
portion of
operation.
my
You know what I mean?
proceeds.
You guys could organize as a community, you know, with all the streamers together and start putting together fundraisers within your streams to actually create an initiative so that you guys could pay for this hotel and demand the city pay for it.
To be clear, there was somebody out here who was willing to pay, and they would not let that occur.
What, willing to pay for all the hotels?
Yes. Yeah.
For one night,
came out
most
here
likely.
holding $500.
Well, yeah, one night probably. That's the same kind of thing that happened in Fife. They paid for one night, and then afterwards they didn't pay. So, and the problem with it is there's a moratorium here in. Let me point the camera this way so you guys can see a little bit different. There is a moratorium where it states that if you stay in an occupied location for more than 14 days, you essentially gain residency. Okay. Yeah. So hotels don't allow.
Olympia Housing Now
has occupied the hotel, trying to occupy the hotel, without basically they got homeless individuals they're trying to house, and they're trying to bring them to this hotel and occupy them in this hotel without paying. Essentially, they're trying to demand that Olympia pay because of COVID relief funds. They're trying to get the city to pay for this occupation, but they haven't negotiated with the city yet. They're now occupying and then asking for the city.
They're saying in the chat something about they pepper sprayed a 9-year-old.
So it could be a range from anybody.
People. There was children.
They may have worked before they were homeless.
Yeah, we don't know any of that kind of stuff. So
we don't know the personal information.
This is the second. This is the
former military.
Okay.
Very aggressively positioned, as if he was going to snap on them or something, when he made his intentions very clear. His hands were in the air. And, you know, normally I'm like a little bit biased on the pro-police thing, where I'm like, yeah, actually I think police are necessary, but tonight it just showed that, like, not all cops should be cops.
Yeah, I mean, totally, it was unnecessary what they did.
Yeah.
I mean, all I was trying to do is just go out to my car, get my baby some food, come back in. We had nothing to do with the demonstration out here, so I don't know.
Oh, this is in Rochester, New York.
Around the situation.
Do you guys think anyone else in here would?
Let's see what this is right quick. There's no audio to it, so I might as well play the other audio. But
If you give it a thought, no big deal.
I can see if my sister would want to come down and make a statement.
The guy that I helped out here, he came out to police when they were out here. And he
You want
tried
to say anything on the so I'm on Seattle Protest Network, and if you want to say anything, we're live. If not, that's okay.
okay,
too.
his audio just went live on his cam.
Stop. You're not in trouble. Come here.
The kid's running from him.
Come here.
He's saying you're not in trouble. Come here.
I'm gonna walk all the way down the street for you. Come here. It's freezing out.
So the kid's trying to run.
Stop.
Now he's holding on to a pole.
247.
I am not.
247. I got her at 76 Harris. Just start a rig.
Get off of me!
Stop. What's going on?
Get off of me!
What's going on?
Get off of me!
I'm not gonna get off.
Get off!
What is going on? How can I help?
Get off.
No,
I
because
don't
you're not
want to
gonna run. Harris, you're not gonna run away from me, okay? Because I'm gonna have to chase you. Okay? And I got like 6 other cars coming to chase you.
I don't care.
All right?
I don't care.
Well, come and talk to me, please.
Oh, I don't want to.
Here. What is going on? What did you tell your mom? What did you tell your mom?
I'm not worried.
Huh?
I'm not going.
Huh?
I'm not going.
That's fine. But what did you tell your mom?
What?
What happened? Why are you so upset?
She stabbed my dad.
Who did? She did? Okay.
My blood was seen off of my lip. No, it was not, because when he walked in the house, he was holding his stomach. It was my blood. How the hell? So your lip gonna be all the way down to your stomach to your pants? On the porch.
Who's
Yes,
your dad?
grown-ass little girl. Your brother's a bitch.
Who's your
What you
dad?
talking about? Look at you.
It's worse when the parent should have never went over there.
You finna really make me do
Man,
what if you go in the class?
Start yelling and cussing at the kid while they're just trying to get a unit there.
Watch this man put his hands on me all the time. You know, all the time.
Did you stab him?
No, I didn't. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
How do you know that?
Because how do you know that? Yes, because when he walked in the
Come to
house,
my car, let's
when he
talk.
walked
It's
in the
freezing
house,
out. Come on.
he was holding. Okay, so your lip gonna go to his blood. He has in the head.
I'm not
So you
saying.
stabbed him? I'm sitting here arguing with him. Yeah, so I stabbed him. I stabbed him. Yes, you did. I just put police on him. They gonna find him. No, he is. No. They gonna find him.
Here, just
If
come
you
with
gonna
me to
see,
my car,
You gonna get
right?
your ass. You sitting here lying. I'm not going. First of all, Stevie, I know. You gonna bring your ass to this motherfucker house.
I just picked 6. I can't pick 150 and then
You're my child.
let's vote from those. I just picked 6.
Take your ass in the house. Go to fucking house now.
So it sounds like the girl ran away from the house. The mom called the law on her baby daddy or whatever, the man that's living with her. The girl says it's not my dad. She's claiming that they beat on each other all the time, and one of them stabbed the other one, and she called the law too. And then apparently she ran from the cop. The cop's just trying to get information. Like, she's not in trouble. She's not going to jail. He just wants to know what the fuck's going on. Both of them are being kind of combative towards each other and trying to get away from the cop. Like, they're trying to smack at each other at the same time.
I wish you might.
If you want my help, just
I wish you might.
And the mom's honestly making it a lot worse.
Who the fuck is you talking to like that? Who the fuck is you talking to like that? Who the fuck is you talking to like that? No.
Come on, you gotta come with me. You gotta come with me.
Who you talking to like that?
Come on, dear. All right, listen.
Now the mom's attacking the cop.
Back house, all right? Here, you're not running away from me. You're not running away. Come on.
Can I help ya?
Come on. Come on.
Can I help ya? Can I help you?
Come on.
Can I help you?
All right, let's go. Stop. Enough. Enough.
You can suck my dick. You can suck my dick.
I haven't covered either one of them yet, other than we've seen that Tor says she's an idiot a bunch of times, saying crazy stuff. She was actually one of the basis of Sidney Powell's lawsuits.
Yeah, Mom's trying to.
First of all, this girl doesn't look 9. She looks about 14 or 15. But they said 9 in the description. Look how tall she is compared to his chest cam. She must just be really tall.
Stop. Hey, get back in your house! Here, let's go have a seat. You're gonna be fine.
She's not even under arrest. They just don't want her to run away until they can get the story. And it's freezing outside. I just saw her claw at one of them.
Stop here. You good? Hey, get out of the street for me. Get out of the street. Get out of the street for me. Just get out of the street.
Janae, this is your ban. You said you couldn't be stopped. This is you being stopped. I'm tired of your crazy, everybody is everybody else. Everybody is someone else. You can't be yourself and be inside someone else's body. Leave.
Take a breath. You're all right? Stop.
Wait, can I just please get the snow off of me?
I'll get the snow off of you. You had your chance. Get in the car.
So apparently she told her mom that she was going to run away and go to her dad or something. But apparently her dad lives a long ways away, like farther than she could walk in a blizzard. Like not even in the same town is what I heard him screaming earlier. And she said her mom stabbed her boyfriend. They honestly, like, she's not under arrest. They just want her to where she can't run away and they can just get the story because she isn't. It seems like she's just blurting out parts of it and then she's not telling the whole story, right? So I wouldn't send her back to somewhere where the stepdad could get a hold of her either.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Now more people are coming up to fight and argue and yell.
Get in the car.
But everybody in the neighborhood is all geared up to hate cops and they must be arresting her and they probably beat her and they've done something wrong. It's not her, it's them because all cops are fucking shitty people. So now they're coming out of their houses. Now they're fucking yelling. Now they're making the situation worse. When honestly, this probably would have been a lot better if even the mom wouldn't have come out there and started. If you're a parent, of course you want to come out there and be with your kid. But if you're going to come out there and start yelling at them, be like, who you talking to, little bitch? Who are you doing, you fucking bitch? Like, you ain't going no fucking where. It's my goddamn house. Shit like that. Then you're just making the situation worse for everybody.
I don't care what your demand. Let's go. Am I going to need my car?
Oh, she's kicking. She's kicking.
Hey, get in the car.
You're trying to drag her through. Because sometimes the only way to get them in. The last thing you want to do is get kicked in the face and a damn broken nose, I'm sure.
Stand up, stand up. Yeah, let me stand up. Let's stand up.
I want my dad.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Okay, they'll get off of you. Get up, okay? Will you get up? Can you look over? I got her. I will. They will let go of you. You guys stand up. Stand up. Will you stand up for me? Will you stand? Hey, look
Now
at
they get a female officer there.
Ready?
A little bit more.
Pulling so hard. I know. Go ahead. Stay back for her. Stay back for her.
I'll let go. You're gonna stop.
He doesn't pull you, okay? I'll find your dad, okay? You need to sit back. Put your foot here. Just sit back. I'm gonna get your dad, okay? Because you need to get warm, otherwise you're gonna get hypothermia. So sit back. I'll get your dad. I promise.
Oh, maybe her dad does live there. Maybe I misunderstood the yelling and screaming.
I can't find your dad until you sit back.
But she kept screaming the guy in the house was not her dad. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
Get in the car. Don't tell him. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get back in the car then.
I'll do it if you sit back. Don't fix them once you sit in the car.
To be fair, they were screaming. I can't really understand. I could be wrong about what they were saying to each other.
Alright, keep it safe. Yeah, I'm good. Neighborhood check? Yeah, Mom's out here.
I will fix it. I will fix it.
Mom's out here trying to fight people drive by. 129. She's the one that called originally. Yeah, what do you want, a depot?
Put your last chance.
I'm ready to take mom.
I'll take mom. Stress and I'm going to go get your dad. I want to call him. I will call him. Stand there.
I really...
Come on. They are losing their chance. Okay? Come on. I want my dad. Come on, good job. Come on, you're almost there. Come on. I want my dad. Come on.
What's her name?
She does not look 9 years old.
Dear, why, just stop for a second and take a deep breath. Hey, just stop.
Please. I will get your dad. No, you said that you were going to pepper spray me. No, please, no, stop. Sit back. Oh, I got a bad
Just spray her.
No, I have
Just spray her at this point.
Just spray her.
Dear. I got her. I got her.
Please, wipe my eye. Wipe my eye, please.
Wow, that was
Unbelievable.
that was the shortest burst of pepper spray I think I've ever seen. Hold on. From the New York Times. Let's see what the New York Times said about it. The incident brought renewed scrutiny to a department whose officers had placed a hood on Daniel Prude, a black man, before he died from suffocation. The police department in Rochester, New York, released body cam footage on Sunday that showed a 9-year-old girl being handcuffed and pepper sprayed by police officers who had responded to a family disturbance. During the incident, which occurred Friday afternoon, officers restrained the girl, pushing her into the snow in order to handcuff her while she screamed repeatedly for her father. The footage showed at one point an officer said, "You're acting like a child." She responded, "I am a child." When she refused to sit inside the police car, an officer pepper sprayed. This is like the very generic version. I mean, she was resisting and kicking and scratching and hitting, but the incident has brought renewed scrutiny to the Rochester Police Department after the city, blah, blah, blah. The handling of Mr. Prude's death, we're not worried about that one. We've been through that one. Sought the death penalty. At a news conference on Sunday, police department leaders pledged to be more transparent, releasing the body camera footage of the girl being pepper sprayed about 48 hours after the incident. The video was redacted to blur out her face, and her name has not been publicly released. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that for a 9-year-old to have pepper sprayed is okay, said the Rochester Police Cynthia Harriet Sullivan. The city's mayor, Lovely Warren, said the girl reminded her of her own 10-year-old daughter. "I can tell you that this video as a mother is not anything you want to see," Ms. Warren said, her voice rising with emotion. Oh, there's a donation.
Sunday morning, we have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
I already see that one coming.
Daddy, would you like some police sausage? Daddy, would you like some police sausage? I think I just witnessed a teenager be disciplined for the first time in her teenager life. Daddy, would you like some police sausage? These cops are babysitting, ha 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 ha.
Thank you for the donation. That's from the Mad Weed Scientist. Thank you very much. Her voice rising with emotion. This is not something that any of us should want to justify. Can justify, she added, that is something we have to change. She and police officials urged the city's police officers to respond to incidents with more empathy and compassion, saying that officers needed better training for de-escalation and that the department required an overhaul in its internal culture. The incident highlighted a long-standing problem that many police departments officers are trained to subdue violent suspects and often are poorly equipped to deal with people who are distraught or mentally ill. On Friday afternoon, officers received a 911 call reporting family trouble and arrived to find a 9-year-old girl dressed in a black hoodie and colorful leggings. She indicated that she wanted to kill herself. She wanted to kill her mom, Deputy Police Andre Anderson said on Sunday. The girl initially tried running away. Mr. Anderson said she repeatedly screamed at the officers, "I want my dad." As the officers handcuffed her, she pleaded with them to stop, her body covered in snow. The video footage showed the officers tried to escort her to the back of a police car so that she could be transported to the hospital. Distressed and emotional, the girl said she did not want to enter the car until she saw her dad. The video showed the officers grew increasingly impatient. But, see, here's the problem with going and getting her dad. Her mom ran out and cussed the little girl all to pieces and started this whole incident, and then cussed the officer for saying, "Hey, man, please stop. Like, it's getting worse. You're making this worse." So what's Dad going to do? Are we going to be fighting Dad now? And there's people on the street that are yelling out and cussing and screaming at him. Distressed and emotional, the girl said she did not want to enter the car until she saw her dad. The video showed the officers grew increasingly impatient and stern. She kicked one of the officers, Mr. Anderson said. Other officers urged her to relax and take a deep breath. Finally, an officer said, "Just spray her at this point." She screamed after an officer sprayed her in the face with an irritant. Officers placed her into the back seat and shut the door. "Unbelievable," an officer said. The scene played out in front of homes in an area that appeared to be a residential neighborhood. The video showed at least 6 police vehicles that had arrived to respond to the car. The girl was transported to the hospital, and she has since been released. Well, that's how that worked out.
We can go take a look at it. And I do not know what it is, actually. Again, if anyone wants to come down and chat or say anything.
I mean, typically, no, an interaction with a child should not require pepper spray. But
we can go around back.
We can see how her mom already treated the police and what little respect she had for any or listening to or talking with as an adult with any ounce of respect in her voice. So that's her first interaction with police officers. She's been taught that that's how she responds to police officers.
Yeah, it's actually in pretty good shape, and it's in drivable shape. I've seen this car getting driven around frequently enough. So it's definitely a driver. It's parked on the street right now because it is being driven. It definitely would not be able to get away with being parked here without being drivable. Let me know. I can tell you that for absolute sure. Yeah, it's really... I believe, so I don't know who owns this, but I believe the owner of this vehicle, who I don't know, also owns 1 or 2 other classic cars. But I could be wrong.
Now we're just showing cars and shit.
Moving stuff out of her hotel, I'm not sure. I really don't know. So where I was standing just a couple minutes ago, there was someone kind of hanging out behind me that looked like they were houseless. And
not to mention, yeah, this is live.
They may have come out. Well, if allowed to, then I'm
that's
here.
Live. Not to mention, the pepper spray was like that was it. It wasn't like they doused her like they were dealing with a fucking full-grown adult. Oh, the poll closes in 6 minutes. If you guys are still interested in voting for who we're going to cover this week as Grifter of the Week, there you go. I want to listen to Primetime Patriot instead of Info Pig if I can get it up.
Trump stole all my info. Ooh.
Cherry, I can try and fill that in a little.
Never holds you responsible for unauthorized purchases on your car.
I kind of miss the days when the cops would just take you out of the car and kind of rough you up a little bit and then put you back in the car and tell you to go home or tell you to sleep it off or tell you whatever. At least you didn't end up with a fucking record.
Probably not, to be honest. But so I'll give you guys a little shot over here. We got fake news setting up, preparing to do their hit pieces.
I thought he was a reporter and he's just a fake reporter. I'm sorry.
And you guys claim to be the real reporters?
Double fake. He has to come talk trash to people in the rain. That is so cute.
Oh no, I'm talking trash over here because you guys spin a narrative showing up late.
Oh, we're a big fan of yours too. Thank you. Did you just say you're a fan of mine? I appreciate it.
I wasn't, but I'll check you out though. I don't know who you are.
He's talking shit to the news crew, and she's talking shit back.
She's a little spicy, Tony.
Pretty professional.
I just got off the phone with one of the employees who was trapped in there for hours. He says it was so heartening seeing that mob rush in there with things like batons and an axe.
She's trolling.
Yeah, my kid would never talk to a cop like that or never act like that for a cop. No fucking way.
So I just got off the phone with one of the employees who was trapped in that hotel for hours. He told us that it was so frightening to see all these people, this mob, rush in with things like a baton and an
What are you
axe.
talking about? She died.
This type of takeover to happen at some other hotel in this area. For now,
Why do you keep saying she died?
Do it again. Look at the phone really quick.
3, 2. I just got off the phone with one of the employees who was trapped in this hotel for hours, and he told me it was so frightening to see this mob of people coming in carrying things like batons and an axe, and he sadly said he knew something was wrong when people called with 17...
The last line of the story was she has already been released.
The same thing will happen again. In Olympia, Jessica O, Cairo 7. That worked.
Not bad, Jessica. Not bad.
Just in case, and then choose.
She's a
Not
much
bad,
better reporter
Jessica,
than you.
not
Gotta
bad.
give it to her. You guys hear what she's saying? Want to make sure we get a good audio.
With one of the employees who said he was trapped in this hotel for hours, and he told us it was so frightening to see a mob of people carrying things like batons and an axe, and he sadly said he knew something was wrong when someone called in 17 rooms for a reservation for a hotel. He expects something like this to happen in the future. In Olympia, Jessica O, Cairo 7. One of those, right?
That last one was a rock person.
Guess what? Look what I'm wearing.
No, look, you're wearing a hardware mic that we had to walk.
No, they took her to a hospital for a mental eval because she threatened to kill herself and kill her parents.
Let's see what Tony has to say.
Hey, thanks for being a #1 fan.
Hey,
I
you
always
did a good job.
appreciate
I did actually like it. It was pretty good. I give credit where it's due. Okay, Tony, let's get a mic check here.
What IFB am I supposed to dial into?
11 is, or go to 11. Yep.
I'm not going to leave your side just in case I messed up and you need something over, but I do need a really so I'm going to go find a bathroom.
I did find a bush. Bathroom over the bottle.
But I'll be around. I'm just going to...
Let me take this off, Tony. Sorry, Tony. I didn't mean to
Mic check,
blast you
1,
in
2,
the eyes.
3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Don't look so depressed, dude. So upset.
You know, today, as I got here, we had a backpack, and I'm like, what, so you're not taking a backpack? He was like, no, you're taking it. You're bad, and I was that cold,
She was actually nice. She was just playing back, dude. I think she genuinely enjoyed the little bit of banter there. I thought it was pretty funny. Hands are cold. It's cold out here. It's more wet than it is cold, I would say, though.
Yeah, good evening, Vanessa. As of right now, this hotel...
I may have some great contact for you in 3 weeks. I'm canceling my TV license.
Tell you a little bit about...
So that will cause a BBC license enforcement to come to my door to try to get in to see if I can watch live TV. Oh, that sounds fun.
The Red Lion Motel, saying it was too cold outside for those experiencing homelessness to sleep outside, especially during a pandemic. They reportedly paid for 17 rooms that had about 33 people staying in them, but at some point, Olympia police say they got 911 calls from some of the employees there saying that some of the activists were being aggressive to them there.
You have to have a license to watch TV? Oh, the polls look like they're closed.
A group up on the 4th and 5th floors that were placing black tarps on the windows, and they continued to communicate with employees in the basement and told them to shelter in place. Now, eventually they were able to clear everyone out of the hotel. They say that the staff was able to get out safely. The city of Olympia, in a release, said their crisis response unit would help find a place for those who were staying in the rooms that were paid for by Olympia Housing Now to go.
That's it. We're doing the Patriot Street Fighter is the guy with this way too tight shirt.
They're all okay and are being taken to other hotels.
The Patriot Street Fighter.
By Olympia Police. So that is the latest information that I have for now. We'll sure keep you up to date if we learn anything new. I'm Tony Black, King 5 News.
Much better job, Tony.
Oh.
He did all right there, guys. He didn't do it as terrible as I thought he was going to. He did actually pretty good.
Okay, are we doing a look live or are we sticking around?
Good job, Tony. Much better. Much better this time.
No shit. Even if you watch TV,
Right,
even
so
if you
we got
watch
a few
YouTube,
people,
you have to have a
still
license.
Standing around. Actually, they're standing behind me, so I'm crossing the street. I do not get close to people out here. If I
New
don't know
BBC
you.
license laws say that if you watch,
the only person out here
stream,
left,
or view
that's
anything
live streaming as
through
far
a
as I know.
screen,
Actually,
you
no,
have
there's
to
one other
pay
person
them
that's
for the
over here.
pleasure, even YouTube. Damn it.
Getting an interview. So according to Tony Black and the reporting there, everybody is leaving this hotel.
The Patriot Street Fighter, who is Scott McKay. That's who I'm going to have to do.
A couple individuals still here in the. Don't know if they're here to stay or what.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
See if they're allowing people to stay here tonight, because from what I'm hearing, everybody is leaving the hotel. And that individual. Do you know if anybody's allowed to stay here?
Stay where?
Are they taking accepted guests tonight, or?
Just the ones who have the previous admissions right now.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you. So only those that have previous admissions are currently allowed to stay here. Here, you're good. I won't put you on. Don't worry. So they got previous guests that are allowed to stay here. Anybody that's new reservations are not allowed to stay right now. So I don't want to walk away too far from these news guys, because every time I do, they get smart and then they start recording another piece. So it looks like Tony's about to walk up, of course, as I'm leaving. It's a cute dog, by the way. All right, Tony's going. I got to get across the street before he gets another one in. He's got to let me know when he's doing these things. Can't just go live without me, Tony.
Huh?
I said you can't just go live without me, bro.
This is a tape version.
Oh, okay. Well, this one's the one I'm worried about then.
He's holding the news accountable.
You just got concerned people. I care about you, Tony.
I'll just come this way so we don't work on it. There we go.
Good to go?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2. As of right now, this hotel has been cleared out of anyone inside. I can give you an update on the latest we've learned in this investigation as it goes on. Earlier today, a homeless advocacy group, Olympia Housing Now, sent out a release saying that they had taken the Red Lion Hotel, saying it was too cold outside for those experiencing homeless to sleep outside, especially during a pandemic. They reportedly paid...
Nah, I mean, he's not messing with them, but he knows that these are, in Olympia, they are very pro-Antifa, even the media. So they try to put a spin on it like horrible patriots showed up or the rich establishment decided to kick them out. Like, it's weird over there. When, like, my local news would be very pro-business owner.
They say that the staff was able to get out safely. The city of Olympia, in a release, said their crisis response unit would help find a place for those staying in the rooms paid for by Olympia Housing Now, because they are not staying in the hotel. And finally, there were other guests that were staying here too that will also be set up in new hotels by the Olympia Police Department. That is the latest information that we have for now. In Olympia, I'm Tony Black, King 5 News.
I haven't paid for a fishing license in 30 years.
You got guests staying there, dude. You got 2 fans tonight, Tony. Good job, bro. Not bad. Not bad, Tony. I'm just giving him shit. He actually didn't do too bad tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna put my umbrella down because the rain's kind of.
This is Primetime Patriot, so he's like anti-Antifa.
We'll do a little.
But the news is just different out there, man. It just is like they'll talk shit about like, oh yeah, of course, wanting to make another dollar. The hotel said they didn't have rooms to spare.
The officers.
And that is
someone came out of the
with whatever news,
and asked
you know,
the officer
something stupid.
what happened today, and the officer said, "What mostly we already know regarding the occupation and etc." But what he added was that the officer said that someone pulled a knife, and it appeared he was implying that that's the reason the police showed up. And I think he said that there's some. He said the word arrest or so. I think I'm not exactly sure, but. So that's what I had read online. That was. So a police officer just said that someone may have pulled a knife earlier.
The last time they were at a hotel, the other hotel that was also in Olympia, I'm pretty sure, or somewhere around there, they bypassed all the Patriots that were there. They bypassed everybody that was there, and they went to the guy who organized the protest, who was an Antifa guy. And they organized the protest, and they asked his story, but they didn't ask the lobby or any of the Patriots or any of the police. They only wanted the story from the guy who organized the protest, who's like, they've got hundreds of empty rooms and they don't even pay for them. They're sitting here empty, already heated. Why can't they let these nice people in here? And just, they really put a spin on it that made the hotel and everybody else look like, and the police look like shit, but made the Antifa and the homeless people look like angels.
Okay. I gotta check my messages here. Give me a second while I check my other handy dandy phone. Oh, okay. Someone wants to send Alan money. Okay. Give me a second here. Alan is now, he's taken off. He's not behind me anymore, sorry. Jeez. I'm carrying an umbrella too, so this is kind of tricky.
It actually is from Antifa side of things and wanted to get some of their input. They're a little bit younger, they're like 19 years old, so they were
talking about the interviews he did.
Back inside. Alan, do you have an email address?
Yes. Batai52@yahoo.com.
And can you say that again?
BATAI.
BATAI.
52.
52.
At Yahoo.
At Yahoo.
Yeah. Batai was. Do you watch TNG?
No, I don't.
Okay, Star Trek. Star Trek. It was because one of he was up in the Enterprise and some satellite zapped him and he was like unconscious for like an hour or so, and he relived his whole lifestyle of one of the people who lived on the world below, and it was a society that came gone. His sun went supernova. So one of the characters named Batai's name, he lived the life of Cayman, and Cayman's best friend was Batai.
Oh, okay.
He was a musician.
Oh, okay.
And that was I really took it. That was one of Star Trek's best. It's a cult classic called The Inner Light.
Oh yeah.
The Inner Light. And Batai was a well-accomplished musician, and I just stuck. Yeah, I get
original
thing I took to a name.
Yeah.
For time, yeah, for
Okay.
time, 5-2.
Ty52 at Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Okay, yeah, I had someone message me saying they wanted to maybe get a hold of you, so maybe you'll get an email. And I don't know who they are, so
Yeah.
if it seems strange, then don't hold me accountable because I have no idea who's watching.
We live in a strange universe.
Certainly do.
Just like physicist David Miller. I love his work. He came out with a film and called Future Dreaming, and in the film he talks about this world, as long as it's a persistent universe, I'm with it. Because, there's certain things in life that need to be addressed, and we need to get back to, as a society, back to this place of future dreaming and think about how we can better ourselves as a race. Because, we're kind of going off the deep end. I mean, with everything going on, we really seriously need to start doing some future dreaming, big time. Yeah, the movie's called, it's online.
Antifa and a bunch of homeless people tried to occupy another hotel today. It's really over with at this point. They're just trying to get the rest of the story out. This guy just gave out his number and everything.
And I'll be right down
shitty.
behind
He
us
let
for a
him
little
give his
more.
number out on a live
See if anyone
stream.
shows up.
Good. Excellent. Dead, right?
Yeah, thanks for talking to me, Alan. I'll see you around. Okay, so we definitely got his email address. Probably start there. I didn't want to ask. He's an older gentleman. Pretty sure he doesn't have Cash App. Probably doesn't have a Venmo. Could have went there, but just send him an email and let him know about the. Yeah, it's really easy for me to listen to. It's a little too easy. I don't want to. I just want to make sure that because I'm here for what's going on here, so I don't want to get too distracted. But yeah, I don't mind listening all night. It is increasingly dead out here. I don't even know if we have any. Yeah, we do have a couple police officers still left. Not very many though. 2, although there's 3 bikes, so one of them must went inside. I think there's another streamer out here. I don't know who they are at all. I don't recognize streamers. Well, I do actually recognize streamers pretty well.
Most of them aren't getting jail time, Aaron. Instead,
some of us, there's
most of them are getting released. Even some of the ones that are acts of violence or violence against police officers still getting released.
Not that type of person.
Especially out in these states like Washington and Oregon, they're if they flee the police, they get released. A lot of them are getting released. Like they might spend the night in jail, but when they see a very liberal judge, they're getting released. A lot of them are never getting arrested because there's a standing order that you can only arrest on certain occasions. Like if they're blocking traffic, which is legal, you can't. If they get in a scuffle with you while trying to save one of their friends that's trying to be detained, you can't. If they there's a bunch of shit you can't. They're not even arresting them for anymore.
Your stream,
much less putting them in jail.
Well, maybe live, but I've watched the recordings.
Okay, cool. Everybody's
only a few federal charges in Oregon. That was when they claimed they were kidnapping people.
I've never seen a picture of you or anything, so I wouldn't have recognized you.
Well, here you go. Look at me.
Yeah, well, I know that you were there on the 6th.
Yes, I was.
And you got some really good footage.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's my face, so in case you need to recognize.
Oh yeah. No worries.
Right. Well, hey, it's nice to meet you. Have a good one, dude.
Yeah, you too.
I guess Prime Time and the other guy met up.
Well, he did come over and he did say hi and he kept it short. So short and sweet. So there you go. I thought I actually thought Primetime Patriot was a little older, but I had no idea. But definitely have watched not really live. I can't say I've really watched him live, but semi-live or right after it came out type of thing. Like, he was right there at on the 6th at the Olympia Capitol. A lot of times streamers will try and just keep it lighthearted because despite what people think, and some people do think this, there is actually not a lot of streamers. You may think it's a streamer party, and it does seem that way sometimes, for example in Portland. However, if you really do the math, and when stuff really hits the fan, especially when it's unplanned, how many streamers do you really have? And not a lot. So.
We have detectives working this, so I would guess that until every officer's gone.
Someone just asked if they could retrieve their belongings, which they said were on the 3rd floor, and the response was that detectives are working on it. I don't know what that really means. And then the person asking thanked the officer, so at least that's what I thought I heard. So I don't know what is going on with that.
I think there was a potential stabbing there today, but we probably won't see that till the news breaks tomorrow. There's definitely a knife pulled, is what I heard, but maybe a stabbing, so that might be what they're investigating. Even if there wasn't a stabbing, they might be investigating who pulled the knife, who threatened who. Can we place charges on these people? Can we recognize them? Can we get security cam footage? Did they throw the knife down and run away? Is the knife still up there? Can we find it? Who knows?
I think that's what his email address is, but
well, it's over now. We just caught the end of it while we were talking about grifters. Either way, I'm done for the night anyways, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the donations. Tonight we had donations from Mad Weed Scientist, Stacy Lynn, Debbie Hart, J. High Ashbury, and J. High Ashbury was the last donation last night too. Thank you very much. Remember, if you want to support the stream financially, you can do that at KULTKLUB.com. That is KULTKLUB, Kult Club spelled with K's.com. It'll take you right to a payment. It'll redirect and go right to a payment portal that is secure. You can use PayPal or a credit card, I think. Thank you for the support. Also, you can just help the stream out by liking, sharing, commenting, just interacting with the video. Share with your friends. Share to somebody who needs to see it. Share to someone who might like to watch the next stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. Throughout the day, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, you should be, because throughout the day we put out cold beer news, which is just short pre-recorded segments that I just punch out. They are not live. You will not have time to catch it later, so you might as well be subscribed so you know when they come out. Thank you guys for being here with me tonight, hanging out with me, and especially if you caught yesterday's stream where we were just hanging out with the family. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you on the next one, guys. We got too many fucking liberal governors and mayors and all that shit. Federal charges are going to be steep, but no one's getting charged with shit in the states. That's why they keep doing it. Did Primetime Patriot just switch over to his dad back home or something? Hold on, look at this. Oh, it went away. Never mind. He must have been hosting somebody. Never mind. We'll see you on the next one, guys.
What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it
All right, guys. See you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Everybody have a good night.